Hey guys, welcome back to Tekneikos. This is going to be crazy video, okay? And I will teach you complete JavaScript in a single shot, okay? And I promise that if you stick with me until the end, you will gain a complete understanding of JavaScript, whether you are a beginner or at an intermediate level. I have designed this video to help both types of learners. For each topic, we will not only cover the theory part, but also apply it through a DSA problem and a real world development example. This way, you will understand every concept in a much deeper way. So let's start. Let me show you the VS Code. This folder will be provided to you. This is the content of the video. We will start with chapter 1, Introduction to JavaScript, and we will continue till the advanced topics that JavaScript has, and more chapters will be added as I have just started recording the video, and I will update it accordingly whenever I feel that there is a requirement of new thing. So the updated folder and notes will be provided to you through Google Drive or GitHub, whichever will be possible for me. I want you to subscribe Tekneikos. This helps me bring more such content like this, and it gives me a moral support that people are watching it, people are supporting me as a content creator. It is important. Let me show you what is the prerequisite of this video. You need a code editor. I would suggest you to download VS Code, or else you can use any of the code editor that you want to use. It's not a big deal. And another mandatory requirement is Node.js. Node.js should be installed in your system to run JavaScript anywhere in your machine. So download Node.js and install it. Download VS Code and you will be good to go for this tutorial. Now we are done with the introduction part. Let me start our first chapter, Introduction to JavaScript. So we will create a folder, intro, and inside this we will create intro.js. I think I should name this as chapter 1. That would be better. And the content of this chapter is what is JavaScript and what are the features. Okay, before starting any new programming language, you must know why you are learning and what are the impacts that it will, or what are the values that it will put in your life or in your future if you learn this programming language. Because there are so many programming languages, and there are so many good programming languages like Python, Java, or C++. Why do you need to learn JavaScript? Okay, you must know these things before starting any programming language. It's not applicable to JavaScript, but all the programming languages. So we are already done with the basic setup. I think I've already mentioned the Node.js installation and browser console. Now let me start with a very small introduction, then I will take you to my notes which I prepared for this series for the video, and we will go through it. JavaScript is a lightweight, versatile programming language that brings web pages to life by enabling interactive content. Okay, this is my introduction to JavaScript. And why it is called a script? Have you ever thought of this? Script. Why do we call it a script? Because you never say Java to JavaScript. Okay, why a script is being added? The answer is, it is called script because it is typically embedded directly into web pages and executed by the browser, acting as a set of instructions that automate tasks or enhance user experiences. Okay, and you should care about JavaScript because it is the backbone of modern web development, powering everything from dynamic websites and user interfaces, web applications. Whether you are building a simple button click interactions or complex applications like social media platforms, e-commerce platforms, or any project that you have, JavaScript makes the web more interactive, responsive, and engaging. So that is the reason you should learn JavaScript. Now let me open the notes that I have prepared for chapter 1 and we will go through it. So this is the notes I prepared for you. We have what is JavaScript, the proper definition. JavaScript is a high-level interpreted programming language widely used for web development to create interactive and dynamic web applications. It plays a crucial role in modern web technologies alongside HTML and CSS. Now there are two terms that you must know: high-level and interpreted programming language. What are these two terms? If you don't know, I have already mentioned here. High level language is JavaScript abstracts complex details of the computer's hardware, making it easier for developers to write and understand code. Okay, this is a bookish definition. Let me just show you a simple example. High level versus low level. We can see with a simple image, you can understand this is low level language, machine code or binary code that machine understands, and this is high level language that you write. If I is lesser than 5, you will print this, else you will print this block. So this is what high level language is, and this is what it converts and or compiles to a low level language which machines understand. Okay, so this is done, high level language. Now what is interpreted language? Instead of being compiled into machine code beforehand, JavaScript executes code line by line in real time through an interpreter, typically a web browser or Node.js. Okay, this is self-explanatory. Node.js or web browser is being used to compile or interpret the code. Node.js is what we have just installed in our system. And now what are the features of that language? As I have written here, what are its features? What are the features of JavaScript that makes it different than other languages? Dynamically typed is the first feature. Unlike statically typed languages, JavaScript determines variables types at runtime, allowing for flexibility but requiring careful handling to avoid type-related errors. Okay, the meaning is very simple. Your program does not exactly compiles beforehand, and it compiles when you run. A good example here. The difference between dynamically and statically typed. When type checking happens at runtime, at compile time. Okay, C++ or if you take example of Java, these are statically typed languages. When you write code, if I write int a equals to 10 or int a equals to, if I let me just write Tekneikos, it will show me an error because int is supposed to hold a variable or a number, but it is not supposed to hold a string. Although this is a C++, but if you write anything in JavaScript, it will not give you any error until you run it. Okay, that's why it is called dynamically typed language. The other thing is enables interactive web pages. This is another feature of JavaScript. JavaScript responsible for manipulating the DOM. DOM is a crazy stuff that we will be learning in, I think, in after a couple of chapters. Yeah, DOM manipulation and event handling. This is very important chapter that JavaScript has. We will learn it. So DOM stands for Document Object Model. Okay, JavaScript is responsible for manipulating DOM, enable features like real-time updates, animations, and event handling on websites. Now, the another feature is supports asynchronous programming. Asynchronous programming has a great impact in your day-to-day programming. Okay, it has improved a lot of things when it comes to modern day programming. So JavaScript supports asynchronous programming. JavaScript handles operations without blocking the main execution thread thanks to features like callback, promises, and async await. Don't worry about these terms: promises, callback, async await. We will go through each and every topic and you will understand everything till the end of this lecture. Okay, asynchronous programming in JavaScript. Asynchronous programming allows tasks to run in the background while the main program continues executing. This ensures smooth performance. Okay, this is the definition of asynchronous programming. So JavaScript does support that as well. So just a recap. JavaScript is a high-level language, interpreted language, dynamically typed. It enables interactive web pages. It supports asynchronous programming. These are the features. Although there are more, but these are very important features you must remember. You will be provided with this in notes. Don't worry. Now let me just take you to the intro part and write the legendary program that every programmer must write before starting. That is printing the hello world console.log hello world. This is a ritual. We must do this. Okay, we printed hello world. If your background is C++, we use cout. If your background is Python, we use print. I think print is used in Python. I'm not much sure. Or if your background is C, we use I think printf, and we use console.log to print anything in the console in JavaScript. You will be using this a lot. Console.log. This is a tutorial by Tekneikos. Okay, if I run the code, this is a tutorial by Tekneikos. Okay, if your compiler or code editor is not showing this run code icon, there is a few settings that you must turn on. Install the extension called Code Runner. Open settings. Write save before run. Okay, this is a Code Runner setting that you must turn on. It will save your file before running it. And another setting is run in terminal. This is another important setting that you must turn on. Run in terminal by Code Runner, so it will run your program in the terminal. You can install a VS Code icon so that it will be easier for you to look up. You can just copy this and paste it as many times and run it. So this is for the JavaScript intro. We will learn more things in the second chapter. And I have attached the chapter 1 PDF. This is how we will be doing. Let's start the chapter 2 by naming a folder as chapter 2 and basic syntax.js. We will copy the content of chapter 2 from this and paste it over here. The first thing that we will be learning is basic syntax and structure, how we structure a program. Just let me close this. Okay. So let's open the notes and see what we have in this chapter. Basic syntax in JavaScript. JavaScript follows a structured syntax similar to C, C++, Java, and Python. Okay, these are the key rules. The first one is code execution order. JavaScript is executed line by line, top to bottom, unless controlled by loops, conditional statements, function calls. Okay, the thing is, if I write console.log and this is line 1, and again I just copy this and paste it over here, and this is line 2, this is line 3, and if I try to execute this, what we will get is it is executed line by line because we have not utilized any of these things which eventually change the way JavaScript executes. Okay, now case sensitivity. The other key point that you must remember is case sensitivity. If I define a variable my time equals to 20, okay, and try to print this console.log as my time, we will get error as my times is not defined because this m is capital, this m is small. If I change this to small m, it must run and we will get 20. We are getting 20 actually. Okay, so this means JavaScript is case sensitivity. My time, my var, and my var are two different variables. Okay, statement termination. This is important. Every statement must terminate with a semicolon, although this is not compulsory in JavaScript rather than other programming languages. If you see, the semicolon is compulsory, but it is recommended in JavaScript to use semicolon after each line of code when you want to terminate it, because it increases the readability of your code. Now, after statement termination, we have curly braces. Curly braces are used to define the block of any function or any object. Suppose I try to create a function like travel, and I will write console.log traveling to Goa. Paste the same thing again and change to Delhi, and I will call this function. You can see anything written inside this block is a part of this function. Suppose take it as opening and closing door of your house. Anything inside that is owned by you or inside your territory. Okay, if I run this, you will get traveling to Goa and traveling to Delhi. White spaces and indentations. This is another important thing that you should know. What happened in Python? If you will get indentation error if you don't write code properly, or if you do some irrelevant things. But in JavaScript, doesn't matter how many spaces that you give, doesn't matter what is your indentation, whether it's like this or like this, the code will be executed just fine. without any problem. Okay, if I run it, you can see it's running fine. So JavaScript ignores extra spaces, new lines, and indentation, but proper formatting improves readability. Doesn't matter if your programming language offers you that you may have bad indentation, or you may give extra spaces, but you must improve your readability of code, okay, by using semicolon, by not using extra spaces, and making sure your indentation is good like this. And comments in JavaScript, okay, there are two ways we can comment. One is double slash forward slash, and we can write this is a comment. So comment is something which is not a social media comment here, okay, we're not talking social media comments here. Comment is used to write something that you don't want to be executed, but you want those things to be there, so that after you, if somebody is reading or try to understand your code, he or she can understand. Like if I write this function returns traveling destinations, to so that if somebody is reading what this function is doing, he can understand this function returns the traveling destinations. If I run this, this line will not be executed because it is used as a comment. If you want to give multiple line comments, you can use forward slash and asterisk and like this. And inside this, you can write anything of your choice in multiple lines. So this is for the basic syntax. I hope you understand. Now let me move to different topic. We have data types and variables. Okay, this is important. We will create another file, data types and variables.js. Let me open the notes, data types and variables. Okay, data types defines the kind of value a variable can store and how it behaves in operations. JavaScript has two categories of data types. One is primitive data types, another is non-primitive data types. Okay, I have already mentioned this and also created a chart for you to understand in a much better way. Okay, first thing that beginners do confuse between data types and variable. These are two different things. Variables are containers which hold the values. Data type defines what kind of values that you are storing. Okay, for example, let's start with a code to understand this in a much better way. We will use data types. Let age equals to 21 and let price equals to 900. These are numbers, or look at here, we have number, the type is number, and let name equals to Tekneikos. This is a string. This is a string that we are using, represents text enclosed in quotes. This is number. We have booleans as well. Let me just first print something, console.log. My age is, and we will use the dollar sign, and age. If I run the program, I will get my age is 21. 21 is a number. The type is a number. If I change this 9900 to 99.9 and make it as price, the difference between this and this is it is a number. This is a floating point number using a point. So if I run this, my age is 99.9, which is not possible. And let it be age. And if I write like this, I am, and if I just run the program, I am Tekneikos. Okay, this is a string. The type is string. Here the type is a number. Here the type is a floating point. Okay, let me just mention it. This is a number. This is a floating point. This is string. All these are different data types, and these are under primitive data types. The table shows it is a primitive data type. Okay, now usually you use these things in your program, and one other thing that you often use is boolean. Okay, boolean represents true or false, 1 or 0. Okay, is JavaScript fun? Is I can mention this as true. And if I write console.log is JavaScript is fun, and then this, if I run the code, we will get a true. You can see here we are getting true because we have already defined it. So this is what primitive data types are. Primitive values are immutable, meaning their actual value cannot be changed once created. Okay, same we have null. If we define let y equals to null, if we try to print there is no value, it will print nothing. We have big int. Big int is used to store a large size of numbers like 0 1 2 3 5 6 7 8. If it's a big number, we can use big int. This is non-primitive data types. We have objects, arrays, and functions. Object stores collection of properties and methods, and array a special type of object used for ordered list. And we have function. Function is a block of reusable code stored as an object. So we use functions to make reusable code. If we want to print hello world for 10 times in 10 different places, we would create a function so that we will reuse that function to print hello world 10 times for 10 different places. Non-primitive values are mutable, meaning they can change after creation. Okay, now let me just go to variables. What are variables? We just read about data types. Now it's time to read about variables. As I already mentioned, variables is nothing but container that store data values. Okay, suppose you have hundreds of apples. Okay, and you have two hands. Okay, human, if you are a human, you have two hands. Okay, you're not an AI. So how can you hold it? You must need some kind of container to hold these hundreds lists of apples. So this is what variables are. They are containers to hold some values or things that we want them to be stored. Okay. JavaScript allows variables to be declared using var, let, and const. Okay, so there are three ways that we can define variables. Let me just give a title as variables. Okay, variables, my bad. There are three types. One is let, another is const, and the last one is var. To understand this in a much and deeper way, I have already created a table for you. Where is function scoped? Reassignable? Yes. Hosted? Yes. Okay. Now for this time, don't care about hosted. I will teach you after this lesson, and let me show you how do we use var age equals to 10. It says this is reassignable, which means if I, okay, we are getting error because we have already used age here as let. It is not allowing us to reassign. We will use Tekneikos age. Okay, 10. If I want to change this, Tekneikos age equals to 30. If at some point I change this, and if I do console.log and I try to print age, guess what it will print? Okay, in the comment section. So the age is 30. So we can reassign if we use or declare a variable using var keyword. Okay, so var is reassignable. Now let is also reassignable. Let me just write an example. Just copy this for let and just rename this your age and your age. If I run this, you can see we are getting 30 as your age. So let is also reassignable. Now what is about const? Is it reassignable? Let me just check. If I just copy this and paste it here, her age, this is const, and I try to change this. If I run the code, we will get an error. Assignment to constant variable is a type error. Okay, const is being used when you are sure that her age is 10 and you will not change her age at any point in the program. So that's the reason of using const. We know something is fixed and then only we use const to define or store that value. Hope you understand the reassignable. Now the use case we usually avoid using of var, and we use let instead of var, and const if we are pretty sure that this value will not going to change in anywhere in the program. Okay, now let me take you to the definition of scope. Okay, what are scopes and why we do care about those? Okay, there are three types of scopes in any program. Scope defines where a variable is accessible in your code. Okay, JavaScript has three main types of scopes. Okay, we will just write the definition. It defines where a variable is accessible in your code. And the three types of variable scope are global scope, variables accessible everywhere in this case. Okay, we have a function scope which says variable accessible only inside a function. Okay, then we have a block scope which says variable accessible only within the block, and I have already mentioned what is a block. This is a block. Okay, so these are the three ways or three scopes that you must know before you use variables and what are the uses. Now, what is function scoped, block scoped, and block scoped? You have understood this. Let me take you through a code to understand this in a much better way. If I define something like global scope equals to I am global, and we created a function as test. Inside that function we will use console.log and global scope. Then we will call this function as test. If I run the code, we will get I am global. Okay, so the problem is we usually avoid using global variables as much as possible. They may lead to conflicts because you don't know something is defined globally or not, and if you try to change inside that function or create another with the same name, it may turn into bugs and eventually an unexpected behavior of your program. So that's the reason we usually avoid using global scopes. Now for the function scope, okay, we created this function and we will call this. Inside this, if I create let function scoped equals to function scope. Okay, remember this is different than this, the name is different. Okay, and call this function scope. If I run this, you will get function scope, not a big deal. But if I try to print outside this and if I run the code, I will end up having an issue. Function scoped is not defined, which means if you define something inside any function, these are restricted to the opening door of your house to the closing door of your house. You cannot access that outside that function. Okay, hope you understand. This is function scoped. This is function scoped, and this one is global scoped. And for the block, you already understood. If I write something inside this block, let me just take example as well for better understanding. Block scope, I created a block, let block scoped equals to inside block and console.log in block scoped. If I run this code, there will be no issue. Inside block we are getting, but if I write console dot log block scoped, we will be end up in trouble. Yeah, block scoped is not defined. Hope you understand this as well. Now let me just explain you why I have written avoid using old way. Okay, the reason we avoid where, let me just show you. Suppose I write if true, and this is a true block, and I write where age, okay, numbers equals to 20, and outside technically this numbers should not be accessible outside this. This is what we expect, but we have used where. And if I write console.log numbers, let's see the magic. We are accessing 20. The issue here is the variable numbers should ideally not be accessible outside the block with where it is accessible. Okay, so this can lead to several issues. If you This may not happen in small scale applications, but if you are using developing large scale applications, you will end up having trouble. You may change some important variable names to a different if you utilize it or where. But if we use let, this will not allow us to do this mistake. Rather, it will give us error numbers is not defined, which is an expected behavior. Okay, so I will write avoid using where and the reasons. Okay, let me make it where. When you will read or see the code, you will understand. Now the reason number 2, if I define something as where important data equals to important, suppose this data holds a very important or confidential file, and somebody came and changed this to important data equals to not important. Okay, if I do console.log important data, remember the variable names are same, okay, but it has been redeclared. Okay, if I run the code, it will give me not important. Okay, but in case of let, if I try to do the same thing, let very important data equals to important, something is important, and again I try to redefine this very important data not important, it will give me an error, cannot redeclare block scoped variables very important data. Okay, we cannot redeclare it. Reassigning is a different thing, but redeclaring is a different thing. Okay, remember this. So we cannot redeclare this if we are using let. Not able to redeclare. Okay, another problem that we face in where is hosted with undefined unexpected behavior. Okay, this is another problem. Let me just write and I will show you in the hoisting section, but I will write here so that you will get this in one place. Where is hosted with undefined unexpected behavior. We will see what is hoisting in next section, just in minutes. Okay, I hope all these things, scope thing is clear, reassignable is clear, redeclarable is clear. Now the use case is also clear, and hoisted is left. What is hoisted, we will see it. And I have also mentioned understanding scope. Function scope are variables declared with var are only accessible inside the function, or if defined globally are accessible globally. Block scope, variables declared with let and const are accessible only within the block they are declared in. Okay, I think this is extremely clear. We will see hoisting. So we are done. Let me just open the content. The third thing that we will learn inside this chapter is hoisting. Let me just copy this, and inside the chapter 2 we will create hoisting.js, and the thing that we will learn, we will paste here. How variables and functions are hoisted. We will see this. So let's start hoisting. As I have already created notes for you, hoisting is JavaScript's default behavior of moving variables and functions declarations to the top of their scope before execution. Okay, so we can hoist variables and functions both. Let me go through with an example how this works. Suppose I do a console.log and name, and then I define it where name equals to Tekneikos, and again I do a console.log name. If I print this, you will see a strange behavior. The first console log prints undefined and the other one prints Tekneikos. Okay, the reason is this where name equals to Tekneikos is being hosted here, and it made it undefined until it again got its value here, and then we do a console log. So how hoisting actually works in JavaScript is JavaScript does not move or add code to host declarations. These declarations are put into memory during the compile phase of the interpreter, making them available before the code is executed. Okay, so whatever I just said, let me just write it here. Okay, so JavaScript does not move or add code to host declaration. These declarations are put into memory during the compile phase of the interpreter, making them available before the code is executed. Okay, so I hope you understand this. Let me just do the same thing with let. So what happened is, if I used here var, that's why this name variable is put into the memory, and variables declared with var are given a value of undefined here when I try to print it, and until they are assigned something else. Okay, so initially when I try to do this, the memory, how it behaves, it gives an undefined value, and again I defined it and try to print, it gives me Tekneikos. So the problem here is it automatically define it as undefined, but in ECMAScript 2015, or what we call ES6 JavaScript version, variables declared with let and const are hoisted as well. However, they are not initialized with undefined or any value. If they are used before they initialized, we will get a reference error. So let me use let here. We used var, and if I do the same example, if I use it, if I run the code, we should get a reference error. Okay, oh my bad, it should be let. Now if I run, I will get a reference error. Yeah, we are getting cannot access name before initialization. That means this name is not accessible, but in this case we get an undefined, okay, which is a issue when you try to make big programs, okay. And but let is not allowing it or making it undefined or adding any unnecessary value to it. Rather, if I remove this line and print it, we will get Tekneikos without an issue. Same goes with const as well. If I just write const and try to print it, again we are getting cannot access name before initialization. The same thing I already showed you here as well. Hoisted yes, let and const no. Okay, one thing I just missed in my notes and I will add on later. What is temporal dead zone? Okay, this question may be asked in interviews, so let me just prepare you with this. It is a specific time period in execution of JavaScript code where the variables declared with let and const exist, okay, but cannot be accessed until the value is assigned. Any attempt to access them result in reference errors. This is what temporal dead zone is, okay. If somebody asks you in an interview, you can say this definition. This is a function I just created to prove this definition of temporal dead zone. We will create a console.log and second count, and we will do another console.log with first count. Let me just clear the terminal, and if I run the code, you can see cannot access first count before initialization because it is being used with let. So this is called temporal dead zone, but it is present in the memory, but it is not able to access. It gives a reference error. But in case of where, it gives undefined, okay. This gives second one is undefined, defined, and this gives a reference error. Reference error. Okay, you can say this in an interview if you have been asked this question. Now let's deal with hoisting in functions. Okay, this is also very important. There are two types of function hoisting. One is function declaration and other one is function expression. Okay, so in short, in a very short way, if I have to answer you, function declaration is completely hoisted, hoisted, and function expressions, whether you use let, const or var, is not hoisted. Okay, I have already mentioned here, I think, yeah, we have the notes. Function declarations are fully hoisted, can be called before their definitions. Okay, let me just explain you this with an example. Suppose we have already created, we have a function. Suppose we have a function greet, which greets users, okay, and we will use console.log. Hey user, welcome to my website, okay. And if I call it above this function, it will work just fine. Let me just clear this and run it. Hey user, welcome to my website. So function declaration that we have here is hoisted. That means doesn't matter where this function is being called, it will go to memory and will hoist, and that means it will be called without an issue. Okay, but in terms of function expressions which is not hoisted, let me just explain you that as well. Where is the notes? Yeah, function expressions using var, let or const are not hoisted. Okay, these are examples. You can refer this as well, but this is different. We will create another function, const greet equals to function, and we will make another function as console.log hey user, welcome to my website. Okay, and I will call this here. We are getting cannot access greet before initialization. I hope you understand this. It is not hoisted. This is an example of function expressions. This is an example of function declaration. So here we are ending this hoisting topic, and we will move to, after this hoisting variables and functions, we will move to type coercion and type conversion. Okay, this is very important. Although you barely use this too in programs, but when you are doing DSA or development, you might use it. Conversion. Okay, .js. I have already created the file. Let me just take you to the notes. This is the notes. Type conversion. Okay, explicit, manually converting one type to another using functions. And we have type coercion implicit. Okay, let's just not go through the notes. We will understand it easily in the VS Code. We have two things. One is, okay, this one is implicit, this one is explicit. Okay, this means if this happens automatically by the JavaScript, okay, we can manually change the type of any data type. Okay, this is explicit. As simple as that. We will see some example of coercion, and let me just take you to example 1. And suppose we have a console.log, we have the number is, we add a +5. So if we print this, we will get the number is 5. Okay, although this is string, this is number, but implicitly it converts. Okay, same as if we do console.log 5 and then a +3 and run the code, we get 53. Number converted to string. Okay, what happened here? Number converted to string. Again, console.log, we can do operations like the opposite as well, 5 and then plus, and then there is 3. In this case, again number is converted to string. We can run and get the same output, 53. If I run the complete code, we get the number is 5, 53, 53. Okay, add semicolon. Another example of implicit. Okay, what actually happening is when a number is added to a string, JavaScript converts the number into string. Okay, let me just write it here as well so that you will remember when you see type conversion file. Okay, I have mentioned when a number is added to a string, JavaScript converts the number into string. Console.log, and we have 5 minus 3. We get output as 2. When using signs like negative, asterisk, divide, JavaScript tries to convert strings into numbers. Okay, let me just write this as well. When using negative, asterisk and divide, JavaScript tries to convert string into numbers. Okay, so this was simple. Now type conversion, we will see it. This is explicit, as I mentioned earlier. Let me just do an example. Console.log. Suppose we will try to convert a string to number. Okay, so we will write number and then inside this 1 2 3 and semicolon. Then if I run the code, we get 1 2 3. So this converts a value to a number. But if we try to do console.log and again number, and inside this we write a hello and try to do this same thing, we will get a NaN, which means not a number. So what actually happened here is, in the first case, the string 1 2 3 is a valid number, so number 1 2 3 converts it into 1 2 3, a number, actual number. Okay, string number to number. And the second example, the string hello does not represent a numeric value. When number hello is called, JavaScript tries to convert it but it fails. Okay, as a result it returns NaN, not a number, which indicates an invalid numeric conversion. If I do console.log and then number and do write a boolean value true, and same I copy this and paste it false, you will see some good example here. It prints 0 and 1 because true as a number stands for 1 and 0, false stands for 0. Okay, so it converts to number, boolean to number, and prints 1 and 0. This much is enough for conversion and coercion. You will understand more things when you actually write the programs and when you need to convert strings to numbers and numbers to string. Now the last topic of chapter 2 is operators. Okay, operators are very important. Let me make a file, operators.js. So this is the notes for operators in JavaScript. Operators are symbols that perform operations on values or variables. There are 8 types of operators in JavaScript. Okay, so let me just go through one by one. We have the first one, arithmetic operators. First and foremost thing that is, you don't need to remember all the things in this note. Okay, whichever present in this note, you will gain experience by only one thing, that is making programs or solving DSA questions. Okay, you don't need to remember all of these things as a beginner. If you are a beginner, I'm just showing you so that you don't fear before writing any program, or just boost your confidence. So we will do arithmetic operations in VS Code. Okay, so the first one is arithmetic, so we will write arithmetic, and these are the arithmetic operators that are present in JavaScript. Let me just run the code. You can see it's couple of console logs and it's pretty easy. A plus b, 10 plus 3, 13, 7 minus, and then into, divide, and this is modulus, which gives us the remainder 10 divided by 3, and whatever will be the remainder, it will give that. And the last one is exponential, 10 to the power 3. Okay, after this, let me go to the next operator, which is assignment operators. Okay, I have less time, and I have to complete a lot of topics within a couple of hours in this tutorial, so I'm not focusing much time on these topics. Rather, we will focus more time on hard and important topics. Okay, I'm done writing. So I made x equals to 5 and x plus equals to, it will add and then assign or equals to 3, which will give us 8 as an output. Okay, let me just run the code and then you will see. Okay, the first example is 8. In the other one, we subtract and then assign it, so we get 6. And the third, we multiply it, we get 24. Remember, the x is 5, and then we divide it, and we are getting 8. We are getting the remainder as 3, and x into equals to 2. Okay, which is 5 into 2, and we getting 9 output. Okay, so we are done with the assignment operators. Now after this, we have comparison operators. This is important. You often use in your programs comparison operators. Let me just make this. So this is the comparison operators. This question is very important. You're usually being asked what is the difference between double equals to and triple equals to. Okay, in JavaScript interviews you may face this question. Let me show you the answer. So we are doing console.log 5 equals to 5. Is 5 equals to 5? Yes. So we must get true as an output. So let me just run the code. And yes, we are getting true. And we are again doing 5 equals to 5, triple equals to 5, and we are getting a false as an answer. So why this? The reason is strict quality checks types 2. Okay, this only checks whether the number or the string is having value equal or not. Okay, but in this case it checks the data type as well. This is string, this may be number or digit, whatever. So it checks the equality as well as types 2. Okay, that's why we are getting false here. And 10 not equals to 10, we are getting false. These are equals. If I make it equal, so we must get it, the third option should be true. So I just run the code. Okay, we are getting true, and this was not equals to, and different types, less than, greater than, less than or equals to, checks 8 must be greater than and equals to 8. Okay, either of the statement is true, it will print true. Either of the statement is false, it will print false, but it is printing true because all the statements are true. Okay, so you can refer the table as well. The last Okay, we have couple more left. Logical operators, this is also important. Let me just make a comment. Logical operators, so we have console.log. Let me just clear this terminal as well. True and false. Okay, both must be true. The output will be false because this, both of these must be true, then only it will print true, otherwise it will print false. Okay, in this case, or this is being read as or, so either true or false. So one is true, so we get true. Okay, not true, is it not true? Negation, no, it's true, so we are getting false as an output. Not 5 greater than 3, negative of true, negation of true, sorry, so we're getting false. Okay, again you can refer the table as well. We have then bitwise operators and ternary operators, string operators. We can add hello plus world using concatenation. We can append letters in between, and type of operators. Okay, this is important. Okay, these two are important, so I just wrote it. We are having ternary operators which we can use to write if-else statements in a shorter way. Age is 18. We will create a variable message, and if age is greater than 18, you are an adult. Or this stands for question mark. Is age greater than 18? If yes, we will print this, else you are a minor. Okay, so let me just run the code. It will print you are an adult. Okay, so if I change this to 10, okay, it should print you are a minor because the age is 18. Let me just check. Okay, why we are getting, okay, if age is less than equals to 10, then it would print that you are a minor. Okay, now we have type operators, type of, instance of. These are two special functions that can be used. Let me just run, then only you can understand. We can check the type of any variable or data type. We have 42, this is a number. We have string type of, this is string type of true, this is boolean, this is it prints the type of the other data type. Okay, this is an object, so we are getting object. Okay, you can use type of function when you don't know what kind of data type this is. So here comes the end of this chapter, and we will move to control flow and loops in the chapter 3. So let's start the chapter 3. We have chapter 3 as control flow and loops. I will create a folder, separate one. Chapter 3, I have created a separate folder and a file, if statements.js. okay, let me just paste it and we will comment everything. I have already created the notes for you. If statement, the definition says if statement executes a block of code only if the condition is true. If else statement executes one block if the condition is true, otherwise executes another block. Okay, and if else statement checks multiple conditions and executes the first matching block. You don't need to go through this theory. I will create a very simple program that will help you understand if else statement in a much deeper way, and you can implement in any program of your choice. Okay, so we will create program 1. I have already written the requirements. If the user is under 13, they can only watch animated movies. If the user is 13 to 17 years old, they can watch PG-13 movies. If the user is 18 or older, they can watch any movies. Okay, if the user is above 60, they get a senior citizenship discount. Okay, this is the program requirement that we need to create. And so let's start. We will create a function to make this more easier. Book movie ticket, and inside this we will get age as parameter. Don't worry if you are not understanding how to create function or anything. We will see in the next chapter, most probably. Yeah, in the next chapter. But what I will be writing inside this block is important to solve this question. Okay, so the first condition says if the age which is been given is less than 13, what we will do, we will create a block, and inside this block we will do a console.log as you can book ticket for animated movies. You can book tickets for animated movies only. Okay, and then we have another condition if the user is 13 to 17 years old. Okay, so we will use else if because we have another condition, we can use else if. Okay, this is important. In else if part we will add age is greater than equals to 13, either it's greater than or equals to. Okay, and I have already mentioned the use of and operator here, and age is less than or equals to 17. Okay, then we will create another block. Inside this block we will write console.log, and inside this console log you can book tickets for PG-13 movies only. Again, think what we should do here. If the user is 18 years old or older, they can watch any movies. Okay, so we will again add else if age is greater than 18. Okay, I think greater than or equals to. Okay, and age is less than 60, because we have another specific condition for older people, so senior citizen. Okay, then what we will do, we will create a block here and do a console.log. Inside this console log you can book any ticket of your choice. Okay, we will do another else if block, and inside this else if part we will write age is greater than or equals to 60 for the last condition that we have. We will write console.log. You can book tickets for any movie and you get a senior citizen discount. Okay, you can book any ticket with senior citizen discount. Okay, at last, if you are using so many else if block, else we will use an else block at the end to write console.log invalid age entered, comma, please enter a valid age. Okay, so this if block will execute if the user age is less than 13. This will execute if its age is between 13 to 17, and this for 18, above 18 and less than 16, and for this one above, greater than or equals to 60. Okay, and if nothing works, then we would print invalid age entered, please enter a valid age. Okay, so we will call this function book movie tickets and pass age as 10. Let me just run the code. Let me see what is the output. So you can book tickets for animated movies only. Okay, why? Because the age that we pass here is 10, which is less than 13, so we are getting you can book tickets for animated movies only. Okay, again, if I try to book ticket with age 60, okay, let me just see. You can book any ticket with senior citizen discount. Okay, what if I just write 100 as an age, or 200 maybe? Okay, we can still book because we have not created any thing like that, like to stop age above 100. So we will create another condition here. If age is greater than equals to 60 and age is less than equals to 100, then only we will get this, otherwise we will get invalid age error. Okay, yeah, now we are getting invalid age entered, please enter a valid age. You cannot find a person with age of 200 years. Okay, so we are getting an invalid age entered, please enter a valid age. I hope you understand the actual use of if else if block. Each block is being validated before the code is executes, and if the validation is successful or true, then only the code written inside that block is being executed. Okay, so same we can test more. If the age is 19, we should get this one. You can book a ticket of your choice. Okay, let me just run this. Okay, we are getting here, you can book any ticket of your choice. So I hope this program helps you to understand concept easily. Let me just create another program, easier one for you to practice. Program 2. Okay, this is another code that we will be solving here, or you can try by pausing this video and try it yourself. We need to check if a person is eligible to vote, must be 18 years or older. If they are exactly 17, it tells them how long they have to wait. If they are 100 or older, it gives a special message for centenarian. If they enter an invalid age, okay, then negative or non-numeric value, it warns them. Okay, like age cannot be minus 100. Okay, this system you need to design. Let me just clear the terminal and pause the video and try to do it yourself, then only you can understand. Let me just do it. We will create a function called check voting, and inside this we will pass age, and the first condition is check if person is eligible to vote, must be 18 or older. Okay, but before that we just check if they enter a invalid age. Okay, we will check the invalidity. If age is less than 0, or okay, either this or this is NaN age. Look, anything that you don't find understandable, just hover it and you will get The definition: NaN returns a Boolean value that indicates whether a value is reserved value, NaN not a number. Okay, so we will make a block, and inside this block, console.log invalid age entered. Okay, and we will create else if block for age is less than 17. Okay, what we need to do, if they are exactly 17, okay, no, if the age is less than 17, we will you are too young to vote. Okay, console.log you are too young to vote, else if age is double equals to 17, if they are exactly 17 years old, then we will do a console.log inside this almost there, and they just need to wait for 1 year, just one more year until you can vote. And else if, what was the last condition, I think okay, if age is greater than equals to 18 and less than 100. If age is greater than and equals to 18, okay, sorry, if not, if age is greater than equals to 18 and the age is less than 100, then we would do a console.log you are eligible to vote, congratulations. Okay, else if age is greater than 100 or equals to 100, this condition, if they are 100 or older, this condition, then we would do like console.log wow a century of wisdom. Great. Okay, let me just test the program. We will do check voting eligibility and pass values like 10, and let me just copy this and paste multiple times, for 100, for 17, for 19, and one and one for 0. Okay, so we will run this much of code, just okay, so we are getting multiple answers. Let me just check or validate. You are too young to vote because the age is 18. Wow, a century of wisdom, 100. Okay, good, almost there, just one more year until you can vote, for 17. Okay, you are too young to vote, for 0. Okay, why this? Okay, less than or equals to. Okay, now this should give a different answer. Let me just run it. Invalid age entered. Okay, now we are getting the exact answer. Invalid age entered. So these two programs are enough to understand the importance of else if and if else blocks. Okay, now let me move to, I think switch case will be the next thing that we will be learning here. Yeah, switch statements, okay, used to check multiple cases for a variable. Okay, switch statement is also one of the very important in JavaScript. Usually you don't often use this, but it is important to know. Okay, we will create another file, switchcase.js, and we will write the code here. Let me just clear the terminal. Switch case is extremely easy actually. Okay, let me just teach you with a program. Okay, let me just write, we are learning. Okay, we will create a program 1. So the program says virtual music instrument. Okay, we will be creating this program lets users choose an instrument like guitar, drums, like this. By entering a number based on their choice, it plays a message describing the instrument. Okay, so this is what we will be building today to understand switch case statement. So as usual, we will create a function, play instrument, okay, of choice. Remember one thing, the function name can be anything, function parameters can be anything, whatever you are passing, it's up to you. What you can name it anything. We will understand functions in a much deeper way in next chapter, don't worry. For now, remember, you can name it anything, okay, of your choice. And we will use switch case statements. So it starts with a switch, okay, and inside this switch we will pass what parameter that we will get in the switch, and based on that we will choose. So we are getting choice. Inside that it will create a block, opening closing gate. Okay, inside this switch block we will write cases, okay, like case 1, and what this case 1 will do, we will write that here, console.log. And for guitar, this is, suppose this is guitar, so let me just copy this and paste it. You chose guitar, okay, and then there is break statement, okay. That means if user choose 1, it will print this console log statement in the terminal and break the switch case. Okay, if user choose a different one, suppose case 2, and we will do console.log, you chose piano, okay, and again we will break the program, okay. For case 3, remember the syntax, case colon statement, that or thing that you want to perform, that thing, and then break, okay. And this time trumpet, I think you choose trumpet, and then a break statement, okay. So the thing is, we cannot write all the test cases. Like if it is a big program, you cannot write all the thing for number 40222 or 404. So we will make a default. There is a the keyword default, okay. If nothing is being entered by user out of these three selected numbers, then we will print console.log inside this invalid choice. Choose between 1, 2, 3. And let me just call this function with 1 as choice and again 7 as choice, 8 as choice. Okay, so let me run the code. The first option I chose is 1, which prints you chose guitar, and the second option I chose is 8, so invalid choice. Choose between 1, 2, 3. Okay, so hope you understand the code. Another program that I want you to build for me is student section selector. Okay, this program assigns students to different sections based on their input. Okay, A for science, B for commerce, C for arts, D for sports, and any invalid input gives an error message. Okay, so this is very easy. I want you to use switch statement and build this program for me, and at the end I will give you the answer as well. So I have created the program for you. I have created a function, then the function name is select section and we are passing section, and in switch I am using section dot to uppercase. To uppercase is helping me if a user types B, so it will convert it to capital B so that there will be no issues, and all the cases are there. A and you are in science section. For case B, you are in commerce section. For case C, you are in arts section, and so on. And for default, invalid selection, please enter A, B, C or D. Okay, so I have also wrote the test cases. Let me just run the program to see. Yeah, it's working. So if you could not do it yourself, then please see the code and try to build it again. So this ends our switch case statement. So now we will be learning loops. Okay, loops is the last topic in this chapter. Let me just create another file, loops.js, and these are the things we will be learning: for loop, while loop, do while loop, and for in, for off, the difference, and break continuous statement, when to use these, when not, when to avoid these, and label statements. Okay, these are the important things that you will be using daily in your programming journey, because loops are very commonly used. So let me just open the notes. So here are the notes that I have written for you. For loop, the definition says repeats a block of code a known number of times. Okay, so it might be confusing. Let me just clear it. Okay, so what loop says: loops in JavaScript allows us to execute a block of code multiple times, making it easier to work with repetitive tasks instead of writing the same code again and again. Loops helps us automate iteration. Okay, so let me give you an example. Suppose I tell you to write a program which will print 1 to 10. Okay, number 1 to 10. Okay, how will you do that? The first approach is you will do console.log and console.log and then 1. Again you will write console.log 2. So this will not be a good approach to do this kind of problems. or to solve this kind of problems. It's not an efficient way. The efficient way is to use loops, especially for loop, because you know you need to start from 1 and you need to stop at 10th position. Okay, so we will do the same program, print 1 to 10. Okay, so you will understand how easy it is. So any loop starts with the name of that loop, for or while. So we will be using for loop. So for, open close bracket, inside that bracket a variable, let I stands for iterator, or we will be doing iteration. Okay, equals to 1. Why 1? Because we will be starting from the first. Okay, and then I less than or equals to 10, because we will be going till 10th. Okay, so our destination is 10th, and I plus plus, we want to increment. Okay, we don't want to print a 1 then 0 then -1. Maybe we want to increment, that's why plus plus. Okay, inside this we will do console.log I. This is the simplest actually two lines of code, which will give us output as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so easy. Again, if I tell you print from 10 to 1, how will you do that? Okay, just think and try to build this program of yourself. For let I equals to, think where it should start. Yeah, 10, and I should be greater than or equals to 1, I minus minus. Inside this, console log I. If I run the program, we will get 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Okay, so this is the simplest way or simplest explanation of for loop, and when to use for loop, when to use while loop, when to use do while loop. Don't worry, I will be teaching you once I complete this. So you should use for loop. Use for loop when the number of iteration is known. You know your start, you know your end destination. Okay, then only you should use for loop. Okay, now let me just do a simple DSA problem. As I promised, we will be solving DSA problems to understand each concepts in a much better way, which you don't find in other tutorials. Okay, so let's start. This is the problem statement, DSA problem 1, and find the sum of all divisors of n. Okay, the problem statement says given a number n, you have been given a number n, and could be 1, or it can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, it can be 5. Okay, can be. Okay, find the sum of all its divisors. The example says you have been given an input 6 and the divisors are 1 2 3 and 6, and you sum all and give the output 12 28. Okay, so we will be utilizing for loop in this case. So we will create a simple function, sum of divisors, and then take n as a parameter to take number. Let sum equals to 0. Initially we don't have any sum value, we will have a 0 as sum value. We will write for loop, let I equals to starts from 1, good, and then I less than equals to n till this number. If it's 6, it should go till 6, okay, and then I plus plus, and inside this block the main operations will be performed. If n, the number that we have, suppose in this case 6, if 6 mod I double equals to 0, which means dividing any number of 1 2 3 till 6 gives a remainder as 0, which means it is divisible, and we will do sum plus equals to I, and at this point after the for loop we will return the sum, and console.log sum of the, and then we will pass 6, and also we will pass 12. Okay, I hope you understand the code. It's pretty easy. Just let me just clear the terminal and run the program for you. We are getting 28 as an output and 12 as an output. Okay, the outputs are correct as per the input and output of examples, so the program is working. I hope you understand. We will be solving another DSA problem for loop. Okay, so the problem says let me write it here, print even numbers from 1 to n. Okay, what are even numbers divisible by 2? Okay, so it should be 2 4 6 8 10. If the number is given as 10, okay, all the even numbers between 1 to 10. Okay, if the n is 10, or if the n is 20, then all the even numbers between 1 to 20. So it's very simple. We will use a for loop for, okay, it's better to create a function for this. Function print even numbers, and same we will pass, give a parameter n, and inside this we will use a for loop, let I equals to 2, I less than equals to n, and then I plus equals to 2. Okay, it will add 2 and then assign. It will first, the meaning of this plus and equals to is, first you add value, then you assign. Okay, so we will inside this do a console.log I. Okay, and pass print even number. Okay, the spelling is wrong. Print even numbers, and we will pass 10. Let me see the output, 2 4 6 8 10. Okay, it's correct. If I pass 20, again run the code, we are getting 2 4 6 8 10 12 14 16 18 20. So we are done with the for loop. Let's start while loop. Okay, we will be learning while loop. Okay, let me just name it as for loop.js, and we will create another file, while loop.js. Okay, so let's start. We will do same problem, printing number from 1 to 10, so that you can understand the actual difference in syntax. As I mentioned earlier, the first thing that you do is write the name of that loop, okay, while, and inside the opening and closing bracket you need to write the condition what you want to do in that loop. Okay, so we want to print from 1, which is, let's suppose, let I less than and equals to 10. We want to do operations. Okay, actually you cannot write like this. You need to write let I equals to 1 and while I is less than equals to 10. Okay, this is how you should write it. And inside this you will do console.log I, and then after this step you will do I++. Although initially you might feel this syntax is pretty difficult as compared to the for loop, but it is way easier than that. Let me explain you. In for loop, what we were doing is for let I equals to 1, I less than equals to 10, I++. This is what we were doing. We are doing the same thing here, but in a different way. We have I initialized with 1. Here we have the same thing. We want to run till 10th. We are doing the same thing here as well. We are incrementing the I value. We are doing the same thing in the while loop as well. So it's not different. It's exactly the same. The syntax is a bit different. And when to use while loop, when to use for loop. Okay, while loop is executed as long as the condition remains true. Okay, here you don't know the starting or ending, you don't care about that. As long as the condition is true, it will print. Okay, so we will solve some questions using while loop as well. So I have solved the same problem using while loop. Let me just show you using split right, and let me just close this so that you understand the difference. Okay, in the right side we have for loop and in the left side we have while loop. Okay, so the first question, function, we have been given a function to find the sum of divisors of n. Okay, the function is same, we don't need to change anything. We just define let sum equals to 0. In this as well we defined let sum equals to 0. We initialize sum with 0. Okay, and in this for loop we have let I equals to 1, I less than equals to n, and I++. But in this case we just mentioned it before the while loop. Let I equals to 1, the starting point, and I should run till the nth. Okay, if n is 6, it should run till 6. Okay, including 6 because it's less than and equals to. Okay, and inside that the function remains same. If n mod I double equals to 0, sum plus equals to I, and the same here. And after this if statement we want to increment the value of I from 1, 2, 3, so I++. I hope you understand the difference. It's pretty easy. The other problem that we solved here, print even numbers from 1 to n. Okay, so the same thing I just did. We created a function print even numbers in for loop, and let I equals to 2, we initialized I with 2 to start iterating from 2, and then the while loop starts till n is less than it ends till n I is less than equals to n, and console log I, and I plus equals to 2. Here I plus equals to 2. Okay, the difference is clear. I think we can move. Now let me just make a file for do while loop.javascript, and we will be learning this. The reason I am moving forward at a much faster way, because we will be spending more time on solving DSA problems when we reach these chapters, like functions, arrow functions, array and strings. We will solve a lot of DSA problems based on arrays, and so that time you will understand more easily when I use loops in array problems and string problems. So don't worry about that, just know the syntax and how it is working internally. Now it's time to solve do while loop. Okay, so we will do the same problem, do print from 1 to 10, and the thing is, do while loop is kind of a special one. The syntax is, we will initialize I equals to 1, and then do. Inside do we will create opening closing bracket, curly braces or block, whatever you say. Inside this we will do console.log I. Okay, and then we will do I plus plus, and at this point we will do while I is less than equals to 10. Okay, let me just run the code and then I will explain you. So it's working. The thing is, let me show you the syntax of while loop side by side. In while, you first initialize I with the base case, and then you run till a condition is being satisfied. Okay, but in do while loop, what you do is you initialize I with 1 or any base case. You write the condition which you want to perform. Okay, in this case it's I want to print I value and increment it, and while the condition remains true, I is less than equals to 10. Okay, the major difference in do while loop and while loop is the do while loop executes the code block at least once, then checks the condition. Okay, the do while loop executes the, okay, let me just close this code block, which is this, at least once, then checks for the condition. This is very, very important. Okay, at least one, this term is extremely important. Whether the condition satisfies or not, it will print at least once. To understand how at least once is working, we will do a very quick review. Okay, we make num as 10. Suppose the number is 10, and we will do console.log. Inside this will print at least once. Okay, and after this we will write while number is less than 5. If I run this, technically this should not work if it was some different loop, but as it is a do while loop, it will print once. Okay, although the number is greater than 5 here, the number is 10, so it should not print, but it will run once before it checks this condition. Okay, so let me just run it. You can see we get this will print at least once. Okay, so what actually happens is, when the iterator enters the do condition, it prints this statement, and while exiting this, it checks the condition. Okay, that, oh, the number is less than 5, but the number is actually 10, but till that point it has already printed this condition. Okay, so this is what actually happening in do while loop. I have already written the same problem, find the sum of all divisors of n using do while loop. Okay, so that you can understand the basic syntax differences between while loop, do while loop, and for loop. Usually you don't use a do while loop, but still it is good and important to know the differences in their syntaxes. So these are the two questions that I have already written. Let I equals to 0 to print even numbers, then do console log I plus equals to 2 while I is less than equals to n. Okay, let me just run and check again. So we are getting all the even numbers. Now it's time to learn break and continue labeled statements. These things are also important. Let me make another file, break and continue.js. In JavaScript, break and continue statements are control statements that help in controlling the loop executions. Okay, so let me write it. Okay, as I mentioned, in JS, break continue are control statements that help in controlling the loop execution. The break statement immediately exits the loop regardless of the loop condition. Okay, we will test how much exactly the statement is there. Start. We will prove this statement. Okay, so let me just write a for loop. Let I equals to 1 and I less than equals to 10, I plus plus. Inside this for loop, if I double equals to 0, we would print console.log breaking the loop. Okay, sorry, breaking the loop at and then comma I, and we will add a break. After this we will do console.log I. Okay, this should be 5, and let me just run the program. Before that, I will clear the terminal and run the code. You can see here I starts from the first index or first element, I equals to 1, and then it should have run till I less than equals to 10, but it stopped at when I double equals to 5. Okay, it stopped breaking the loop at 5. Okay, this is what the break statement does. It breaks the loop when I double equals to 5 and exits. When I reaches 5, break stops the loop execution, so numbers after 5 are not printed. Okay, this is the simplest explanation to this code. Now we will see continue statement, then I will do a very important thing about these statements. continue statement. So this is the definition. The continue statement skips the current iteration and moves to the next iteration of the loop. Okay, so we will understand this with an example of code for let I equals to 1, I less than equals to 10, and I plus plus. Inside this, if I double equals to 5, we will do console.log skipping and then comma I and continue. After this if statement, we will do console.log I. Okay, let me just run the code. You can see it starts from first. 1 is printed, 2 is printed, 3 is printed, 4 is printed. It skips 5. Okay, and 6 is printed, 7 is printed, 8, 9, 10. So what it actually does, when I is 5, continue skips that iteration and moves to 6. The loop continues normally after that. Okay, 5 is printed because I intentionally printed that to show you what exactly happens, and we will do another program to understand in a much better way. So I have already created the program to make you understand. Suppose this is a number list array. We will understand this in the next chapter, don't worry. We iterate through 0, the first index, until the length stands for the end of the element, okay, till 10th. Okay, then we will keep on incrementing the iterator, and when this condition is true, we print the first number is found and then break. Okay, so let me just run the code. The first even number found 8. Okay, the first even number in this list is 8. We know this. Okay, when we get 3 here, we try to divide it to check the remainder if it is 0 or not. It's not. In this case 7, again it's not. When 8 is divided by 2 and we will get a remainder as 0, we will print that number and break the for loop. Okay, so this is the simplest program to make you understand how the break statement works, and we will come out of that loop. Okay, if we skip this and run the program, okay, run the program, we will get 2 even numbers. One is 8 and another one is 10. Okay, but we are using break statement, so we get only first in even number. The another program is, let me just run it. We are getting 1 3 5 7 9. Okay, what might be the reason? Think of it. We are actually skipping even numbers and only printing odd numbers in this program. Okay, we are using continue statement. If I mod 2 triple equals to 0, okay, if it is an even number, we are skipping that, continue, or skip that number, skip it, and print the next one, print the next one, print the next one, print the next one. Okay, this is how continue statement is working, and this is how break statement is working. Okay, now a very important thing is important note for you. We try to avoid use of break and continue statements. Okay, you will hear this from tutorials and good software developers, because overusing break can stop loops too early, missing important data. Too many continuous statements can make code hard to read, and it's not a good practice to use break and continue statements. And best practice is use them only when they improve clarity and avoid unnecessary computations. Otherwise, a simple if statement is often better as compared to continue or a break statement. Okay, this is the simplest thing that you as a good developer must know these things. Let me just write, because when you will be practicing these questions, you will read that statement of mine. Whatever I just said, I have written all these things, when to avoid and what is the best practice. Now this ends our break and continue statements. Hope you understand this. Now the last thing is labeled statements. These are not so important, but let me just teach you as well. These are used to exit the inner loops. Okay, suppose we have a program outer loop, and okay, I think before that I should give you a definition. Let me just comment this and build statements. Okay, so labeled statements allow breaking out of an outer loop from inside a nested loop. Okay, I have not taught you the nested loop. It's one loop is inside another loop. Okay, two loops is not much difficult. Let me just write a program that you will understand. So this is the code example. We want to break out of an outer loop. Okay, so this is the outer loop. We labeled it as outer loop. We run a for loop. This is the outer for loop. This is the inner for loop. The outer for loop runs from 1 to less than equals to 3, and the inner from j equals to 1 to j less than equals to 3. Okay, we do a console log I and j. Okay, and I equals to I and j equals to j. If I double equals to triple equals to 2 and j triple equals to 2, what we do here, we break the outer loop. Okay, so the output is 1, j 1, I is 1 and j becomes 2, I is 1, j becomes 3, I now becomes 2, j becomes 1, I becomes 2, j becomes 2. So what actually happening is, as soon as I is triple equals to 2 and j triple equals to 2, break outer loop stops both loops. Okay, this is what happening. Break outer loop stops both the loops. I hope this is clear, and the same you can implement with the continue statement. Although in normal programming and development you don't often come to use these things, but it should be good to know. Hey guys, let's start the chapter 4. So this is the content. Let me create a folder for you, chapter 4 and functions.js. We will be learning all these things. I have already prepared the notes for your reference and further revision. Chapter 4, functions in JavaScript. Okay, although we have been already introduced with functions, but still let me give you another brief introduction of functions. A function is a block of reusable code designed to perform a specific task. It allows us to write modular, maintainable and reusable code. Okay, the definition is self-explanatory. Functions declaration versus functions expressions. Okay, what is function declaration? A function declaration is defined using the function keyword and can be hoisted, meaning it can be called before its definition in the code. Okay, let me create a function declaration. So let me create a function. How do we create functions? We write function. Function is a keyword, and then function name. For this we will use greet and parameter if we want, or we can skip this if we don't want, but usually we use some parameter to pass values into the function. And then suppose it is a greeting function. Okay, so greet our user, and then inside this we will return. Okay, function needs to return something, and inside the return statement we will return hello and then comma user, the name. Okay, below this we will call the function console.log greet, and inside the greet we will, okay, not greet, greet our user. Inside this we will pass the name of that user. Okay, in this case suppose Tekneikos. Okay, so let me run the code and you will see hello Tekneikos. This is the simplest function. We have declared it and used. What this statement was saying, function declaration, in this part, a function declaration is defined using the function keyword and can hoisted. Okay, so we will hoist it. Okay, if I write this above this line function declaration and run, it will still work without any problem. Okay, so this is hoisting, and let me just clear this. Let's deal with some more examples. Example 2, example 1. We will create a function which will return greatest element, okay, of between two numbers, or find the maximum one. Okay, which is one is the maximum. So we will create a function, simple function, and then function name find maximum, and two parameters because we are taking two numbers. Inside this we will write simple if else block. If a is greater than b, then return a. Otherwise, so how do we write otherwise? Else. Okay, else return b. This is the simplest function, and below this we will do console.log find maximum and pass two values 10, 20, and another two values 4, 20. And let me just run the code. You can see we are getting the maximum number, which is 20 in both the cases. Now let me just show you what is function expressions. Function expression. A function expression assigns a function to a variable. Unlike function declarations, function expressions are not hoisted. Okay, I think I should add these definitions to the code as well so that you can refer easily while looking at the code. Yeah, functions expressions, and we read about function declaration. Let me just write up this as well. We introduced with few examples. Now it's time for function expressions. We will do const and make a variable. Simply we will greet, okay, then equals to. The definition suggests a function expression assigns a function to a variable. So we will assign it. We created a variable, and the rest of the syntax will be same function. And then although we have already created the name, it will take the name of the variable, so we don't need to write the name again, function name. So inside this we will do name, and then opening closing bracket or curly braces, whatever you call this, return hello, and then name. Okay, we will do console.log, and inside this greet function name or variable name and Tekneikos. So if I run the code hello Tekneikos, the exact output we are getting in terms of function declaration and function expressions. So these are the two different ways how we utilize functions. So what is actually happening here? The function is being stored inside this variable. Another point is, unlike function declaration, this function cannot be called before its definition, so it cannot be hoisted. Let me show you that as well. If I copy this and paste it over there, and let me just comment this line, and if I run the code, we will get an error, cannot access greet before initialization. Okay, so functions expressions are not hoisted, so we will simply comment this line, and let me write here, we cannot, okay, it is not hoisted, and let me just remove the comment. Now why there is function expression if we already have the simplest way creating a function name and this? So let me give you a couple of reasons why we should use it and when we should use it. Okay, these are the reasons. When you need an anonymous function without a name, you can use function expressions. When you want to assign functions to variables dynamically, when you need a callback function for event handling, set timeout, or array methods, you should use. Okay, when you want to create immediate invoked functions, IIFE, we will see this as well. By the way, I know people will ask, how do I write these emojis? Actually, the desktop that I'm using is screen touch, so I can open emoji keyboard as well. Now let's do another example to understand this. We have const add and equals to, assign it to a function, and a comma b. We will do the same example. If a is greater than b, then return a. Okay, a, else return b. And I will copy these two, paste it over here, rename this to add, and let me just run the code. We're getting 2020. Okay, function expressions example is also working fine. Now let me do few more examples to understand how we utilize functions. Example 3, program to return square of a number. Okay, so we will create const and square of a number equals to function, and then inside this we will take that number and return num into num. Okay, and we will do console.log square of a number, and the number will be suppose 4. Let me just run the code. 16. Okay, so we are acquainted with the syntax and how we can use function expressions and function declarations. So let's move to what we have next. I have already created an example so that you can see. Now the next thing that we have is arrow functions in JavaScript. Arrow functions provide a shorter syntax and have a lexical this binding. Okay, so let me just take you to VS Code, and I think I should make another file, arrow functions.javascript. Okay, you don't need to remember the definition. Let me give you a very simple one. You can say this if you have been asked. Arrow functions are a shorter and cleaner way to write functions in JavaScript. This is the simplest definition of arrow function. Okay, so let's start with the syntax. Const function name equals to, then we will use parameters. Inside this expressions, I'm writing this because usually people get confused with the arrow function syntax. So this is the syntax. Okay, this bracket should be opening closing bracket. If you have noticed my mistake, then you are going well. So how do we use to write functions? Okay, before const add equals to function a comma b, and inside this return a plus b. This is how we used to do if we need to add two numbers, and console.log add 5 comma 10 suppose. Okay, if I run the code, you know what will be the output, 15. But in arrow function, after arrow functions, how I will change this to a very short code. Okay, let me just show you. We will do const add will remain, you can name any variable name of your choice, doesn't matter. And then inside this parameters. Okay, what are the parameters? A comma b, and expressions, what do we want from this? A plus b. Okay, add new, let me just change the name, add new. Okay, so this is how simple it became. Now if I do console.log add new 5 comma 10, you can see I will get the same output, 15. So you can see the difference between a normal function and an arrow function. We will do some more examples to make you proficient in this. Const square equals to num into num. Okay, then we will do console.log square, suppose 2. We are getting the square of 2. Okay, so now you might think why the syntax is different in this case. Why this is the syntax for this almost similar program, but in this case it is different. So let me give you some important rules. Okay, so these are the important rules. If there is only one parameter, you can omit open closing bracket. Okay, in this case we only have a one parameter called num. Okay, in this case we have two parameters, a and b, so I omit opening closing bracket. Okay, I have already mentioned the example. If there is only one expression, you can omit curly bracket and return, that is num equals to num into 2 or num equals to num. We can omit curly bracket here. If there are multiple parameters or multiple lines, you must assign a curly bracket and return statement and curly bracket are required. Okay, so these are the important rules when you, or syntactical rules that you need to follow. Okay, these are important rules. You can have opening closing bracket in the parameters as well, or you can omit as well. Okay, it's up to you, but this is required. We will do few more examples. Example number 3. So we will do can vote code again in few lines. Okay, const can vote equals to age, and then if age is greater than equals to 18 question mark, and then eligible to vote, else not eligible to vote. And then console dot log can vote 20. Eligible to vote. You can see only in 2 lines I completed the function. Another program we can make is simple interest calculator. Example number 4. Const simple interest calculator, okay, equals to, we have p and then r and then t. We will use this function with there is a formula, I think p into r into t divided by 100, p into r into t divided by 100, and yeah, we are done. I think console.log and simple interest, we will pass 1000 comma 5 comma 2. Let me just see. 100. Okay, we are getting simple interest as 100. Good. Another program we can do, for example 5, checking if a character is a vowel or not. Const is vowel and equals to char. What are the vowels? I think a, e, I, o, u, a, e, I, o, u. Dot includes is a method. We will add char. If this is present, then vowel, else not vowel. not a vowel. Okay, and then okay, sorry, console.log is vowel function, and inside this we will pass a we will also test for b, vowel not a vowel. Okay, it's working. So I hope these examples will clear your arrow function concepts. We will do more problems of DSA when I introduce you with array and strings. We will do a lot of important questions in array and string. We will then move to DOM manipulation for web development and object-oriented programming concepts in JavaScript. Then advanced topics, ES6 features, all the features, then asynchronous JavaScript. So let me just move to the next topic. We have arrow functions completed. If a function has one parameter, okay, I have already mentioned these things in the notes as well. We have higher order functions. Let me just copy these and make a file for high order functions. High order functions dot JavaScript. Okay, high order functions is a function that either takes another function as an argument, return a function, okay, or returns a function. Okay, so we will see this with practical examples. So we will use, or we will make a reusable calculator function. Okay, so using arrow function, we will create a function const calculator and equals to a comma b comma operation, and then this will be an arrow function operation a comma b. After that we will create two more functions, const add equals to x comma y, and this arrow function will return x plus y, and another function const subtract equals to x comma y, and this function will return x minus y. Now the main thing is here we will do console.log and we will call the calculator. Inside this we will pass 10 comma 5 suppose, and then comma we will call the add function add, and we will do another console.log. Inside this again calculator 10 20 comma 10 comma subtract. Okay, if I run the code, okay, we are getting error. Maybe okay, yeah, there is the mistake, a comma b. Let me run again. So we are getting the answer 15 and 10. Okay, 10 plus 5 and 20 minus 10. So what is actually happening here is the calculator function takes another function operation as an argument. We pass add and subtract as functions to this. This makes calculator reusable for multiple operations. This was the example for function as an argument. Okay, the first one takes another function as an argument. Now we will see returning a function. This example, let me just copy this, and example 2, returning a function, returns a function or returning a function, whatever you say. We will create a simple function. This time I'm not using arrow function so that you can understand in a much efficient way. Multiply by, okay, we will use a factor, and inside this we will return. So basically what we will be doing is we are making a program which multiply by a specific number. Okay, we will return another function here with number, and inside this return number into number. Okay, after this closing braces, we will make another function const double equals to multiply by, and we will pass 2, and const triple equals to multiply by and 3, suppose. Then we will do console.log. Let me just take this up. Yeah, inside this we will call double with 5, and we will call console.log double with 5 again. Now before giving you the explanation, let me just run the code, see if there is any error. Okay, there is an error, DOUBEL. Okay, the spelling mistake again, double. Let me just run. Okay, we are getting 25 and 25 because this should be factor. Okay, because I am getting unexpected answer. I was expecting this to be 10 and 10. Yeah. The output is not as expected. It should return the 5 into 3 part, but where is the mistake? This should be triple, not double, because I'm calling the same function 2 times. This should be triple. Okay, if I run this, expected answer 10 and 15. Now what is actually happening here? Let me just explain you. Multiply by factor is a function that takes a factor as an argument. This factor, it returns another function that takes number as an argument. The returned function multiplies number by factor in this line and returns the result. When we call multiply by 2 at this point, okay, at this point, it returns a function that always multiplies by 2. Similarly, when we call this line, multiply by 3 returns a function that always multiplies by 3. Now calling double and triple means we are getting 5 into 2 and 5 into 3. So that's why I was wondering why the 5 into 3 is not 15 and why it was 10. Okay, so hope you understand. This is an example of returning a function. We will do a couple more examples. Now before we do couple more examples, you must understand why there is a need of high order function. Why do we need this? The very basic need is code reusability and abstraction. These two helps us to write more efficient codes and in a much lesser time than struggling and making so many lines of code. Okay, so it's a good technique. Let us do a few more examples. Example number 3. Function as an argument. Okay, we will create function greet and name comma callback. Inside this we will return callback name. Okay, this is an example of function as an argument. Okay, then after this we will say function morning greet, morning greeting will pass the name and return good morning plus name. Okay, though same for good evening. Good evening. Okay, evening greeting. And console.log, inside this greet Tekneikos, morning greeting. Okay, same for the evening part as well. Let's just do this. This portion, evening greeting. Let's just run the code. Good morning Tekneikos and good evening Tekneikos. Okay, so these are the simple programs that I'm writing so that you understand the differences in function as an argument and function as return statement. Okay, now a couple of more examples. Let's just do example number 4 for returning a function. Okay, so let's make a good program for creating special discounts for the users. We will create a function, create discount. Inside this we will do discount percentage, discount. Okay, discount percentage, and this function will return function original price, and inside this we will return original price minus original price into discount percentage divided by 100. Okay, and after this function ends, we will make two more functions, const student discount, which equals to create discount function, and inside this 10, const black. Okay, Black Friday discount equals to create discount. Okay, I'm writing a wrong spelling, we will fix it. 50%. Okay, create discount. After this we will do console.log and student discount. Inside this we will pass rupees as 1000, and same we will copy this and paste. This will be Black Friday discount of 1000. Yeah, let it be this. Let me just run the code. We are getting 900 and 500 as discounted price. Okay, so which is 900 is around 10% discount and 500 is a 50% discount of 1000. Okay, so let me just explain how the code works. Clear this terminal. So this is an example of a higher order function returning a function. Okay, so what we are doing here is we created a function, create discount. Discounted percentage is a higher order function because it returns another function. It takes discount percentage as an input and returns a function that calculates the discounted price. Okay, it returns a discounted price. The inner function, which starts from this to this, the returned function takes original price as an argument. It takes original price as an argument, and then it applies discount formula, original price minus original price into discount price slash divided by 100. Okay, after this we created another two functions, normal functions, which returns 10% and 50% discounts, and we call this using these two functions. We passed values as 1000 and 1000, and we got the result as 900 and 500. Hope you understand. So what actually helped us, we can create multiple discounts like this for different types of use cases, like birthday discount and special discount for couples. These things can help us to write less code, and it increase the reusability of code. Okay, so this ends our higher level functions. Let me just check what is left in this chapter. So we have completed this portion, higher order functions, and the last two topics is closures and lexical scope, callbacks. Okay, synchronous versus asynchronous execution. Okay, let's just see these two things. We will create a file, closures and lexical scope.javascript. Let me take you through the notes. Okay, we have completed the higher order function, passing function as an argument. A higher order function is a function that either do this or do this. So we have already seen, I have already written an example, you can refer. So now lexical scope. Okay, this is what we will be learning. Lexical scope. Lexical scope or static scope means that a function inherits the variables from its parent scope where it was defined, not where it was called. Okay, we will understand with an example, don't worry. But remember, this lexical scope is called static scope. There is also dynamic scope. We will look into that as well. So let me take you to the VS Code, and we will do one example to understand this. Before that, I think I should copy this and paste it over there. And comment this. I've also mentioned another definition. Lexical scope means that a function can access variables from its own scope and any outer scope where it was defined. The scope is determined at the time of writing code, not at runtime. Why it is not runtime, we will understand that as well. Okay, so we will make a program. Example 1, this is how we do. And we will create a function with name outer function, and inside this we will create a variable as outer variable, which will hold a string like I am from outside. Okay, and after that we will create another function inside this function, inner function. Okay, and in this inner function we will do console.log outer variable, sorry, not function, outer variable. Yeah, we will call this, or we will print this, and after that we will call this function in after this the inner function after in the outer function, inner function after this outer function. Okay, outer function. Now let me just run the code. You will see we will get the output without any issue. I am from outside. Inside this inner function we are able to access the outer function, okay, outer variables. Okay, so what is actually happening here is, think of a variables as if they belong to a family. Okay, a child can access its parent's property, but a parent cannot access its child's property. Okay, here the inner function is defined inside outer function, so it can access outer variable. Okay, but think of the opposite one. If we try to access inner variable, if suppose we have an inner variable from outer function, if we try to access it, it won't work. Okay, so let me just give another example how it will not work. Example 2. Just we will flip the condition. Okay, outer function, outer function 2. Okay, outer function 2, if we can do this, yeah, and then function, we will create another function as inner function 2 again. Inside this we will create variable, let inner variable equals to I am inner variable. Okay, and after this we will do console.log and inner variable, and as usually we will define outer function. If I run the program, we will get an error, outer function is not defined. Okay, this is not the error we were expecting. Oh, I made a mistake. Outer function 2. This is inner variable, okay. Outer function 2. Yeah. Oh, I just wrote it as out. Okay. Outer. This should be outer. Let me just write it. So we are now getting an error. Inner variable is not defined. Okay, although we have inner function, inner variable here, but we are not able to access because this part is, suppose this is parent and this is child. Okay, so the parent cannot access the properties or variables of a child. So simply what we have understood here is child scopes can access parent scopes but not vice versa. So let me just write another example number 3 with more nested functions. Okay, we will create a function as grandparent. Inside this we will do grandparent variable equals to hello, I am your grandpa. Okay, and inside this we will create another function as parent. We will create variable parent variable equals to hello, I am your parent, and inside we just completed this, and inside this we will create another function as child, and we will create let child variable equals to hello from child. Inside this function we will do console.log grandparent variable. Another thing we will do here is we will copy this and paste it over there, and parent variable. Okay, also we will do console.log child variable. Just after this block where it is closing, we will do this child, and after this, okay, let me just delete it. Yeah, now you can see this, the place where this function ends, the scope ends. After that we will do child, we will call this, and where the parent ends, okay, we will do parent. Where the grandparent ends, we will do grandparent. Okay, so if I run this program, okay, so just comment down what will be the output. Okay, or think of the output. Okay, if I run the program, hello, I am your grandpa, hello, I am your parent, hello, I'm from child. Okay, so we can see a inner function can access all the variables like this one easily. Now let me do another example here. If I am inside the parent, I'm asking you one question: can this parent able to access grandparent variable, yes or no? Okay, so I hope you would have answered. Let me just write this and run the code. Okay, what happened? Let me just again save the code. Yeah, we are getting so the parent can access the variables of grandparent. Okay, but grandparent cannot access any variable from parent or child. Okay, I hope you understand this very well. This was really good example. Now we will do another very good example and show you what beginners do, okay, when they deal with this thing, lexical scope, and they make a very you can see common mistake that they do. Example 4, while dealing with loops and lexical scope. Okay, we will create a function here. We will do count number as the function name. Okay, this function will have a for loop where I equals to 1 and I less than equals to 3, I plus plus. Okay, where, yeah, then inside this for loop we will write another function, set timeout. Set timeout function, and we will do console.log I, and the time will be, suppose, 1 second, 1000. Okay, and we will invoke or call the function count number. Okay, I want you to give the output of this code. Okay, just think of the output. What can be the output of this code? Whether it will be like basic for loop 1 2 3, it will print 1 2 3, or do something else. Think of it and give me the output. Okay, now let me just run the program. We are getting 444. Why this behaves so unexpectedly? Okay, think. So the reason we got this kind of output, not 1 2 3, is because where is function scoped, so the loop updates I, and all set timeout functions use the final value of I, which is 4. Okay, that's the reason we got 444. Now if I change this to let, what will be the output? Okay, people are being asked this question in many interviews. Okay, so and what will be the output and why the output will change? Okay, so if I run the code like this and we are getting 1 2 3, the reason is let is block scoped. Okay, that's the reason we got the correct output as 1 2 3. We're done with all the examples. Now, as I promised, I will tell you what is dynamic scope. Although JavaScript does not support dynamic scope, but it is important to know because you may be asked in some interviews that difference between static scope and dynamic scope. So let me just write the definitions and we will explain it. Okay, I have already written the definitions and all. Dynamic scope means that a function's variables are resolved based on where the function is called, not where it was defined. Okay, we will see one example and understand this, don't worry, but this is the definition and how it is different. Lexical scope or JavaScript uses this. We just saw everything, all the examples and all. The variables are looked up based on where the function was defined in the code. Okay, but in dynamic scope, variables are looked up based on where the function is called at runtime. Okay, this is a definition difference. We already seen that the scope is determined at the time of writing code, not at runtime. This is the definition of this is the condition for the lexical or static scope, but dynamic scope works on the runtime. Okay, so we will see an example. Example 1 for dynamic scope and understand this. I want you to give full concentration in this example because you will understand lexical and dynamic both through only one example. This is very good example. Okay, we are declaring name as a global scope and assign it with a name called global. Okay, this variable is accessible everywhere in the program. Okay, in second step we will write a function, or we will define a function with the name print name function, and inside this we will do console.log name. Okay, we will go down and let me explain you this, what is happening here. This function prints the value of name, but it does not define name inside itself. Okay, because there is no name inside this function. Okay, there's no definition of name. Okay, so JavaScript will look for name in its outer scope, what we have studied, lexical scope. Okay, as per the lexical scope rule, and if we call this, it should print global. Okay, after that we will create another function first call. Okay, first caller, and inside this function we will declare a new name variable, and yeah, let me just do where name equals to first caller, and we will print, or we will call the print name function, print name function. Copy this, paste it. Okay, yeah, so try to understand what is happening here. Okay, inside first caller function we declare a name variable, a new variable called name as first caller. Okay, then we call print name function. Okay, if JavaScript had, okay, I'm repeating, if JavaScript had dynamic scope, okay, but it is not. If it had, print name function would look at the caller, first caller, okay, and print first caller. Okay, I hope you understand. I'm repeating again. If JavaScript had dynamic scope, print name, this function would look at first caller function and print first caller. Okay, but since JavaScript has lexical scope, first name function does not care who called it. It only cares about where it was defined. It was defined here with name as global. Okay, since print name function was defined in the global scope, it looks for name in the global scope and finds a name as global, so it will print it. If I run this, it will not run because I have not called first caller. If I just do this and run, we are getting global as I explained you. Okay, we will try another time. Okay, for a second caller function, we will create function second caller function, and inside this, where same we will do the same thing again, where name equals to second caller, and after this we will call the print name function or invoke it and call the second caller function here. In both the cases we will get global. We are getting global. Okay, I hope you understand. If JavaScript had dynamic scoping, it would have printed first caller and second caller, although it doesn't have, so it is printing global. Okay, now time for a recap. Okay, few points I will write what we have just studied. We are at line number 111. Okay, 111 is a very nice number. Don't ask me why. Okay, the recap is ready. We studied lexical scope. Okay, inner functions can access outer function variables, but outer functions cannot access inner variables. Where can cause unexpected behavior inside loops due to function scope. Okay, or function scoped. We studied over this, okay, in this example. Okay, another thing that we studied here is where can, okay, no, sorry, dynamic scope JavaScript does not use this. Okay, or does not support the definition of Java dynamic scope. Okay, now we will move to our next topic, which is here, closures and callback. Let me just move to closures. Closure. A closure occurs when an inner function remembers variables from its outer function even after outer function has finished execution. Okay, what is a closure is really a very repetitively asked question in JavaScript. Okay, interviews and in normal discussions you may be asked what is closure. So what we will do, let me just rename this. We have not studied closure in this file. I will just rename this to lexical scope and dynamic scope.javascript. Okay, we will create another file, closures.javascript. I will paste the definition. Let's see one example. We will do example number 1. We will create a function, outer function, And inside this we will make a variable as count equals to 0, and let me create another function, inner function. Inside this function we will increment the count and do a console.log count. Okay, we will return the inner function, and after this we will make const counter equals to outer function, and we will do call counter, counter again, counter again. Okay, let me just first run the program and then you will understand. We are getting 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so what is happening here is outer function, this function runs and creates a local variable count. Okay, it returns inner function, but count does not disappear. When counter is called, when we call the counter, it remembers the count variable and updates it. Even though outer function has finished execution, count is still accessible inside inner function. This is called closure. Okay, so even if it is not clear, we will do few more examples to understand this. Don't worry. We will create a function, create counter, and inside this let count equals to 0. Okay, count is a local variable inside create counter. It is not directly accessible from outside the function because it's private and it's not a global scope. So we will do some return statements, return, and inside this return we will increment function and then count plus plus console.log count. After this we will do decrement and then function count minus minus and console.log count. Const counter equals to create counter function, and then okay, we already have one counter. Let me just comment this and these as well. Now we will write counter dot increment counter dot increment again counter dot decrement. Okay, we will do this time decrement. If I run the code, you can see we are getting 1, 2 and 1. Okay, let me just explain you in a much better way. You know, this is a private function, not accessible directly, and inside this we create inside the create counter returns an object with two functions. Okay, it returns object with two functions, which is increment and decrement. Increase the count and decrease the count. These functions remember the count variable even after create count function has executed. Okay, closer, then the returned functions still have access to count even though create counter has finished running. Okay, this is what closer is. So we will call create count at this point. Okay, when create counter runs and returns an object as like this object like in object increment comma decrement. Okay, this is how it returns. This is not necessary here, but this is how it returns an object. When we call them at this point, first call to increment count plus plus makes count equals to 1, it prints 1. Second call again makes it 2, it prints 2. And the third call actually decrements it to 1 again. Okay, so the increment and decrement function remembers the count variable from their outer scope even after create counter has executed. That's the reason we are getting 1 to 1. Okay, I hope it must be clear. Okay, another simple example now we will do to understand it in a much better way. We will create another function called outer. Okay, inside this function let message equals to hello. Okay, hello, I am a closer. Okay, I think I just made a different spelling here in the file. Closer. So what we actually done here, we defined a function outer. Inside it we create a variable message with the value hello I am closer. Okay, this variable is local to outer and normally wouldn't be accessible outside. Okay, now we will create the inner function inner and console.log message and return inner. After this we will do const my function equals to outer and we will call my function. If I run this, hello I am closer. Okay, we are getting the output. Okay, I explained till this. Okay, till this. Now when we created inner function, okay, inside outer it tries to access message which is not inside its own scope but in the parent function which is outer. Okay, now when this line executes, instead of calling inner we return it as a function. This means inner is sent back to whoever calls outer. Okay, calling outer this stage, we when we call outer function, the function executes and returns inner. Now my function now stores the returned inner function. Even though outer function has finished running, inner still remembers message, this one. Okay, this is closer. Okay, the inner function retains access to the outer function's variable. Now let me just take you to the notes. Okay, why are closures useful? Data encapsulation, private variables. We saw the example of private variable here. In this, okay, let count equals to 0 example. The variable count is private inside function counter. in this example as well, I have this is a different example than that one. You can prefer this one as well. This is another example I have mentioned, maintaining state in asynchronous code. Okay, so we can test this type of examples as well. Let me take you to the VS Code. So we will create a function as delay counter and let count equals to 0. Inside this we will return a function count plus plus and set timeout. Inside set timeout we will do console.log count after the delay and count. Okay, this is done, and when this block is closing we will write the time. Okay, 1000. After that const counter 2. Okay, let me just counter equals to delay counter, and we will call the counter function again and again. Let me just copy this, semicolon semicolon semicolon. We are getting error here because we are using counter somewhere. Yeah, okay, let me just run the code. There is some error, set time. Okay, the spelling mistake, set timeout. Okay, we're getting count after the delay 333. Is this the output? No, it should not. Okay, for the output I was expecting I should capture it. Okay, current count equals to count. Now it should give me the output I am expecting. Current count. Okay, now if I just run the program, okay, count after delay 1, 2 and 3. Let me just explain you how closure is working here. Okay, so let me start and explain you how the code is working. When delay counter is called, it creates a private variable. Okay, it creates a private variable count equals to 0. It returns an inner function that has access to count. Closure is created. Okay, now count plus plus increments count by 1. Current count, it captures the count 1. Okay, set timeout schedule the log after 1 second but does not execute immediately. Okay, we have 1 here. After that counter is called for second time. Okay, when for the second time it has been called and the count becomes 2. Current count is now 2 and another set timeout schedule a log after 1 second, and after that again counter is called for the third time, counter plus plus, and now counter becomes 3. Another set timeout schedule a log after 1 second. Set timeout executes 1 second later. Okay, now after 1 second the 3 scheduled set timeout callbacks executes and it prints it prints this line, count after delay and current count 1, 2 and 3. If we remove this line current count, we would have got 333. We already getting that, but I was not expecting that output, so I took that count variable and stored in the current count and printed that. Okay, so how closure helps here? The inner function returns function remembers that the count variable even after delay counter has finished executing. Normally, if we just used count instead of set timeout, it would always print the latest value. So the more you do, the more you practice, you will understand closures in a much better way. Okay, now we will be learning callbacks, synchronous versus asynchronous. Okay, so we will learn asynchronous JavaScript in a very depth way in chapter 9th. Okay, and we will be dealing with callbacks again. We will be dealing with promises, async, await, error handling, APIs, and a lot of things. We will be doing this in a much depth way. But for now, just a reference, we will see what are callbacks and how we should deal with those things. Okay, so let me just create a callback.javascript file. We will do in this callbacks. A callback is a function passed as an argument to another function and executed later. Okay, this is the definition. Let me just paste it. Okay, so let's introduce you with callbacks. Okay, we will create examples. Example number 1. Okay, example number 1, we will create a function greet. Inside the function we will pass name and callback. Console.log hello and then that name. Okay, we will call the callback. We will say function say goodbye and console.log goodbye, and we will do greet Tekneikos, say goodbye. Now you will understand what is happening here. So what is happening here is greet Tekneikos goodbye calls greet function. Okay, this greet function, and inside greet console.log hello Tekneikos executes first. Okay, then callback executes, which is say goodbye. Okay, so goodbye is printed. Let me just run the code. Hello Tekneikos goodbye. Okay, now you understand. Okay, the definition is half, I think. A callback is a function passed as an argument to another function and executed later once the main function completes its tasks. Okay, this is the complete definition to understand it. So this was the example for synchronous. Okay, we will see example for asynchronous. Async. Okay, example number 2. Before that, I think I should show you one more example for asynchronous, then only you can actually understand. Again, this is an example for async for synchronous. Okay, this example will surely clear your fundamentals. Okay, for callback we will make a program take order, and inside this order comma process order. this is a function. We will do console.log as we did previously. Order received, and you know what I'm going to write, right? Order. After this, we will write process order, pass order. After this function, we will write another function. Okay, function called cook food. Inside this, we will pass order. And console.log cooking order dot dot dot. And I think I should write another console.log and your order is ready. And we will do take order and we will pass pizza, comma, cook food. Okay, let me just show you the outcome first, then we will understand. Order received, what we received as pizza, as an order. Cooking pizza, pizza is ready. Okay, now I will explain you the code. Take order pizza and your cook food is called. Inside this we print order received and order, which is pizza. Okay, printed. Process order is called, which refers to cook food. Again, this is pizza, this portion if you pass pizza. Okay, inside this cooking pizza is printed and pizza is ready is printed. So why is this synchronous? Each step waits for the previous one to complete before moving forward. Now I will explain you how the flow works and how it is called a callback. Okay, how the code executes. Take order. When we call this, we are passing pizza and cook food. When the function arrives at this stage, we have two parameters. One is getting pizza is passed as order. Cook food is passed as process order callback. Okay, this is a callback function. Again, inside we entered this block. Inside this block, we printed console.log order received and pizza because we passed pizza. And process order inside this order is executes the callback cook food, which is this callback. We now entered this with order as pizza. Okay, we are entering this with order as pizza. Okay, we printed cooking pizza, we printed pizza is ready. Now you understand how the callback works. This is a parameter of callback. This is what we are passing as a string. I hope this is clear. We will be writing example for asynchronous callback. Okay, again I am telling you, we will be dealing with this in a much in-depth way. For now, just understand how it is working callbacks. Okay, we will use fetch data and callback. Inside this we will do console.log and fetching data, and we will do a set timeout. Arrow function to write callback data received and a time of 2 seconds. There should be a comma before this. Okay, we will create another function, display data, and pass data inside this console.log data. Let me write fetch data inside this display data. Let me just run the code. Fetching data and 2 second 1 to data received. Okay, this is a problem for this is an example of asynchronous or asynchronous callback. Okay, so fetch data, this function prints fetching data immediately as we execute it. After that, set timeout is called. It delays execution of callback for 2 seconds. Okay, after 2 seconds, data received is passed to display data. Okay, this function, and printed immediately. I hope you understand. This is only one example. Let me do another example for you. Example number, what will be the number? 4. Okay, we have less time, so I have already written the code. Let me just run and show you how it is working. Order placed for pizza, 2 second, pizza is ready, and delivering pizza to customer. Okay, so let me just show you how the code is working. Yeah, this much is enough. Order food is being called initially with pizza and delivery order as callback. Okay, this line executed immediately. Order placed for pizza. Okay, now after that we encountered set timeout for 2 seconds. It start a timer for 2 seconds. Okay, which simulates the food preparation. After 2 seconds, the callback delivery order with pizza as the parameter is executed, which prints our pizza is ready, and then it again prints delivering pizza to the customer, like this. Okay, I hope you understand. I want you to make some programs for asynchronous synchronous. I will write couple of questions here, and I want you to prepare or try to create of your own. Then only you can understand the actual importance of callbacks. Okay, so these are 2 questions that I want you to solve. This one is for asynchronous question. Okay, question, you should write a function delayed message and delay should be a callback that prints the message after the given delay in milliseconds. Suppose delayed message hello after 3 seconds, and this one. Okay, so you should get output as hello after 3 seconds. For synchronous code question, I want you to create a greeting function. Write a function greet user and then his age that immediately prints hello, that suppose John, and you are itna 25 years old, and call this actually not this function, greet function, for 3 times for 3 different users. Okay, hey, it's time for the new chapter. Okay, we will starting chapter 5, and let me just make a folder. Okay, not here, chapter 5, and we will be learning arrays, strings, array methods, set, map, weak set, weak map, flat map, string methods, array restructuring, a lot of things we will be learning in this chapter. This is very important. I want you to pay full attention to this array.javascript. Okay, before that I have already attached the chapter 4 PDF in this. After the complete tutorial I will make combine all these PDFs and make one complete note as well for your reference. So let's start the chapter 5, array in JavaScript. Okay, this is the notes for chapter 5. If you have not subscribed yet, please guys do subscribe to Tekneikos for better content like this. And let's start. An array in JavaScript is a data structure used to store multiple values in a single variable. Okay, arrays are ordered, indexed starting from 0 and can hold values of any data types, whether they are numbers, strings, objects, or even arrays. Okay, so let me just copy the definition and paste it over here. So let's create an array. For creating an array, we will do let. Suppose we are creating fruits equals to open closing square bracket. Inside this, apple, comma, each item is separated by a comma, banana, comma, mango. Okay, so the very basic thing is this is divided into this. There are 3 items, okay, in the array, and the first item is in the 0th index because array indexing starts from 0. Apple is in 0th index, banana is in first index, mango is in second index. Okay, now if I want to print all of these, we can do console.log and fruits. So if I run the code, you will see we are getting the array apple, banana and mango easily. Okay, so let me create another type of array. Colors equals to open closing square bracket. Inside this, red, blue and pink. If we want to get the first or the 0th index, how we can do this? We can just write console.log and inside this we can do colors and again open closing square bracket and 0 because we want the 0th index to print. So if I run the code, okay, we are getting error. Okay, if I just run again, we are getting red. Okay, if I change this 0 to suppose 1 and run again, we will get blue. So this is how array works. Let me just clear it. Suppose we want to modify it. Okay, now modifying array, we will do colors and 1 is for blue. Okay, this is the first index, equals to yellow. If I run the code, no, actually if I just do another console log, console.log and inside this colors, let me just run it. You can see in the first console log we are getting blue. After that we changed that to yellow, and in the second print statement, we are getting yellow in the place of blue. Okay, so we can modify array at any time as we want. Now there are so many methods in array, we will be learning those soon. There are methods like push, comma, pop, comma, unshift, and shift. We will learn these things. Few methods. Okay, suppose we have an array. Let animals equals to dog, comma, cat. Okay, and we want to push another animal into this array, so we can do animals dot push, and inside this elephant. Okay, if I do a console log, console dot log animals, and copy the same console log above this line, you can see the difference. Initially we had dog and cat, and after this statement the elephant is being added, and we now have dog, cat, and elephant. Okay, same, we can remove or pop something by using pop function animal or pop method. Animals dot pop. Remember one thing, if I do console log again and then run it, the last element or the last index will be popped. Okay, not the first, the last one. Elephant is being popped out from the array. Now suppose if you want to add something to the 0th index before dog, okay, we can do this with unshift. Animals dot unshift, and inside this we can add lion, and we will do console dot log animals, and if I run the code, definitely we will get error because I'm not selecting the whole array. Okay, if I run again, you can see we have added lion in the 0th index, and after that dog, and then cat. It just shifted one index ahead and added lion to the first one. Okay, now we have shift animals dot shift, and inside this we will add, okay, we don't add this, and console dot log animals. If I run the code, you can see the first one, which is lion, is being removed. Okay, now we only have dog and cat. So I think all these methods are clear. These are very small things, you barely use them, but these are important to know. Now let's deal with few numbers. Okay, let's deal with numbers in array. Okay, we can do let number equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6, or we let it be 5. Okay, so we can define array like this as well for numbers. As I mentioned in the definition, that arrays are ordered index starting from 0 and can hold values of any data type, numbers, strings, objects. Okay, so let's start. We can do console.log, and inside this numbers, let me clear the terminal. If I run the code, you can see we're getting array. Now again, few methods especially for number. Suppose we want to remove with the help of splice, and from second index, which is number 3, we want to remove the number 3. We can do 2 comma 1, and then let me just copy this and paste it over here. If I run the program, you can see 3 is being removed. Okay, if I make it 2 comma 2, you will see the difference. Now from the index 2, 2 elements are being removed, which is 3 and 4. Now we only have 1, 2 and 5. So this is what splice does. We can add elements as well. To insert and numbers dot number dot, okay, let it numbers dot splice and 2 comma 0 comma 99 comma 100, and again do a console log. If I run the code, let me just copy this. Okay, we are getting error, numbers not defined, number not defined. Okay, yeah, here, my bad. Let me just run again. Okay, you can see we have added 299 100 easily into the array. Now let's learn about concatenation. If we have arr1 equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3, this is one array, and we have another array arr2 equals to 4 comma 5 comma 6. What we can do is let combined equals to arr1 dot concat is a method, and inside this method we want to concat it with arr2, and after that if I do console dot log and combined, if I run the code, you can see we are getting a single array with all these values combined. So like concatenation, there are many methods in array. We will learn them later, only those which are actually important and you will be using in your daily life. So another thing that we will be learning right now is iteration or iteration, whatever you call it. This is one of the most commonly used thing in array or in any data structure that you will be working on, whether to access elements, to process data, or to manipulate data of the array. You will use iteration or iteration in every program. Okay, so let me just introduce you with this. Let items equals to, we have pen, we have book. Okay, we have book, we have eraser. Okay, now we have been introduced with for loop. Okay, so we will do let I equals to 0, I less than items dot length. Okay, then I plus plus. This I is iterator. which allows us to iterate through this array till less than length, till this portion, till eraser, and I plus plus is to increment. We are done with pen, increment it. We are done with book, increment it. Okay, now inside this we will do console.log and items I. Okay, so if I run the code, you can see we are getting pen, book, eraser. This is so easy peasy. Okay, let's do few DSA problems so that it will be more clear of array concepts. Problem 1. Okay, it's better to make another file. Find maximum number in an array. Okay, so we have been given an array. We need to find out the maximum number in that array. Okay, so we will create a function find maximum, which will take array, and inside this array we will initialize max variable to the first index of the array, and we will write a for loop. Let I equals to 0, I less than. Okay, it's better to start with the first index because we have already initialized maximum to the 0th index. Okay, less than array dot length and I plus plus. Inside this for loop we will write the logic. If the array of I is greater than maximum, then that maximum will be array of I. After this for loop we will return the maximum. Okay, so we will do console.log. We have not created the array till yet. We will create it now. Find maximum, and inside this function call we will create an array and pass it 3 1 2 1 4 and 2 9. Okay, let me just run the code. Okay, if I run the code, we are getting the maximum number or element, which is 9 in this case. Let me just change the numbers to 10, 2, 3, 5, 2, 6, 26, 3. Okay, if I run again, we are getting 26 as the maximum. Okay, hope you understand. Let's just do another problem. Find the sum of all elements. Okay, so we will create a function array sum array 1 because we have already created one array as parameter. So we will choose different, and sum equals to 0. Okay, initially the sum will remain 0. We will use a for loop to iterate. Let num of array 1. Okay, and then inside this we will sum plus equals to num, and at the end we will just return the sum. We will do console.log array sum, and inside this we will create array 2, 3, 5, 7, 5. Okay, and we will run the program to see. Yeah, we are getting 22 as the output of the sum of these numbers. Let's do another code, reverse an array. Okay, so these are the basic problems that will eventually help you understand how the flow of any program works and how you deal with arrays, iterations, and slowly we will move to medium and hard level problems. We will create a function to reverse the array, reverse array, and this will take parameter as array2. Let me just copy this because we will use it again and again. And inside this left we will create two variables, left equals to 0. Actually we can do it in a single line as well. Right equals to array2 dot length -1. Okay, and inside this we will use while loop. While left is less than right, we will do the operation as array2 of left comma array2 of right equals to array2 of right, array2 of right. Okay, I think, yeah, array2 of right and comma array2 of left. After this we will increment the left pointer and decrement the right. At the end we will just return the array2. Okay, we have reversed it using two pointer solution console.log, and inside this reverse array, and let me just create the array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so let's just run the code. We are getting the reversed array 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so let me clear it. We will do a couple of more problems. Check if array is sorted. Okay, this is also one of the most asked question. Is sorted array. Okay, we will create this function and pass array3 as parameter, and inside this let me just copy the array3. We will use a for loop. Let I equals to 0, I less than array3 dot length -1, and then I plus plus. If array3 of I is greater than array3 of I plus 1, then return false, else we can return true. Okay, after this we will do console.log is sorted array function call, and inside this we will pass the array 1, 2, 3, 4. We will do another console.log is sorted array, and inside this we will create 3, 5, 1, 4. Okay, let me just run the code. We are getting true for this case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 3, 5. Yeah, we are getting the correct output. array is sorted in this case and not sorted in this case. Okay, so we're getting false for the second output. Let's do another problem. Find the second largest element. We will create a function second largest. Okay, before doing this, I want you to try it yourself, because I am writing the question first and then I am writing the solution for that question and also telling you the approach. But I want you to try it yourself so that you can understand how much you can do what you don't understand and what you need to practice more. These things must be clear, then only you can proceed further, because these are really very basic level questions, you can say. We will create a for loop, let num of array 4, and inside this, if number is greater than maximum, then we would do second max. Okay, second max equals to max, and max equals to num, else if number is greater than second max and that number is not equals to maximum, then we would do second max equals to number, and after this we will return the if second max is minus infinity, else second max. We will do console.log, and inside this second largest, let me just create the array comma 45, and we will create another array. So let me just run the code. We are getting 20 and 40. The first largest is 45, second largest is 20. Okay, good. 45 is the first largest, 40 is the second largest. Okay, we are getting the correct outputs. This is the code for the finding second largest element. One last question that we will solve based on array is find the missing number from 1 to n. Okay, I want you to try yourself and then look at the solution. We will create find missing number. We will pass array 5 comma n, that number, and inside this let total sum equals to n into n plus 1 divided by 2. This is the formula to get total sum. Okay, this should be outside this closing bracket. Let array sum equals to array 5 dot reduce, and inside this sum comma number return total sum minus array sum. Okay, we are done. We will do console.log find missing, find max, okay, find missing number 1 comma 2 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6, and we will pass 6. Let me just run the code. We are getting 3. Okay, yeah, 3 is the missing number. So all the programs that I have just taught you, all are important and basic easy level questions that you must practice if you are mastering the JavaScript. Okay, and further questions that I will write here when you get this file, I will write few more important questions based on array methods as well. Now we have seen array, we have seen how we can iterate and manipulate the data of any array. We have seen and we have solved some of the commonly asked DSA problems. We have already seen array methods, all the different types of methods that are present, and also I have not taught map. This is one of the method used in array. You can prefer the notes as well to learn some extras that I have not taught in VS Code. We have seen a reduce, we have seen sort function and a lot of things. Now it's time to learn few more important objects. We will see set and map objects. Okay, what is set? A set is a collection of unique values. It does not allow duplicate values. Okay, so how we utilize set, how we utilize map, let's just see that. So I will create another file, set and map.javascript. We will see how we can utilize these data structures to make our life easy. So let's just bring the definition in the VS Code. It will be easier for your reference. Okay, set is a collection of unique values. It does not allow duplicate values. Okay, so how we can define and use set, let's just see with examples. Example number 1, we can define set as my set equals to new keyword is used, and then set, capital S-E-T. This is how you define set. And now I will use this variable name to add values to this set. Okay, so we will use my set dot add is used to add values 10. We will add my set dot add 20. We will use my set dot add 30. It's actually 30. And this is how you do it. If I just do console.log my set, you can see we are getting 10, 20 and 30. We can check if any value is present in the set or not. Okay, So how we can do that? We can use console.log, and inside this mySet.has is the method that is used to check that. Okay, 20. So we will run this, and true, we are getting true back. That means 20 is present in our set. What we can do is we can remove that data. We can remove that value using mySet dot delete, and then inside this 20. Okay, now if I do console.log, okay, just copy this line. I will copy this and paste it over here. If I run the program again, you will see we are getting false because 20 is no longer present in our set. So set is useful when you are storing datas which have no duplicate values. Okay, so we will do few more examples. We can use size method to get the size of the set. Get size of set, console.log my set.size, and if I run the code, 2 is the size of our set. Okay, because we have deleted 20, so we have 30 and 10 as values, so it's 1 and 2. Now it's time to iterate. Okay, so we can use for loop or any loop of your choice. Let value of my set, and then inside this we can do console.log and value. Okay, so let me just run the program. We are getting 10 and 30. As I mentioned earlier, only 10 and 30 is present in our set. So what if I add my set dot add and 30 again, and I run the code? You will see okay, there is extra d here. Let me just remove it, clear the terminal. You can see I have added extra 30, but at this stage when I printed the set data, we are only getting 10 and 30. We are not getting 10, 30, 30 because 30 is present twice, so it only takes single element once and remove further similar elements. Okay, we can clear the set my set dot clear. Now if I do console dot log and inside this my set dot size, you will see that the size is 0. There is no element in present in our set. Let's do a couple of DSA problems that will help us understand the actual use case of set. So remove duplicates from array. Okay, problem 1. So we will create a function and remove duplicate. Inside this we will pass array, and we will simply return the new set, and inside this the array. Okay, and we will do console.log remove duplicates 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Okay, these are the values. If I run the program, you will see that the values are unique. Okay, we are just getting that array and returning as a set by putting those values into the set, so it returns the unique values. Okay, this is very example, and this is very common example. Now let's do program number 2 that will find the first repeating element. Okay, so in this we will again create a function, first repeating element. We will pass the array1 this time, and let scene equals to new set. We have created the set. We will run a for loop, let num of arr1. We're running a for loop. It's simple. We will use scene dot has num. If we see that number, we will simply return that number. Okay, and then scene dot add, we will add that to number, and after that return -1 if there is no repeating number. Okay, we will do console.log and first repeating element. Inside this we will pass the array 1 2 3 4 3 2 1. Okay, so hopefully this will work. Let me just run the code. Okay, the first repeating character is 3. Okay, we got 1, we got 2, we got 3, and we got 4. We again got 3. So the first one repeating is 3. I hope you understand how efficiently we are writing codes to solve these problems using set. And one last program number 3. We will find the insertion of two arrays. Okay, so simply create a function array intersection. Okay, there should be insertion intersection. Okay, array intersection, and then we will pass two variables, array1 and array2. Let set1 equals to new set arr1. Okay, we will return arr2 dot filter. Filter is a method. Inside this, num set1 dot has num. Okay, and we are done. Now we will do console.log and array intersection 1 2 3 4, and we will do here another comma and another array 2 4 6 8. So what actually happened here is, there we have two arrays, so this program must return the common elements between these two. Okay, so let's check. We are getting 2 and 4. 2 2 2 2, yeah, 2 here, 2 here, 4 here, and 4 is also here. Okay, let me just check for 3 and comma 3, and let's see if it's working. Okay, 2 4 3, yeah, it's working. Or common elements, simply I can write common elements problem. Okay, So we are done with the set. Let's move to next. What we have map. Okay, a map is a collection of key value pairs where keys can be of any type. Okay, so let's copy the definition, and after this we will learn map. We will paste this, or I think I should make another file that would be more uh, easier for you to understand. Set.javascript, and now let me create map.javascript. Same as set. If you have understood what I have just told, what I just taught you about set, if you have remembered it, so you can easily understand map. Okay, we will create my map equals to new map. Same syntax, just in place of set we use map. Okay, now again my map dot set, we use set to insert values, name comma John. Okay, now let me just copy this line and paste it again and again. I will do age and 24, country India. So I will just open side by side the set and map so that you can understand the difference. Split left, close this, and map. Okay, this is the syntax to creating a set. This is the syntax for creating a map. Okay, add is used to add the values, dot set is used to add the values to the map. Okay, so if I do console dot log and my map, if I run the code, you can see we are getting as object name John, age 24, country India. Okay, hope you understand how the difference between these two. Okay, so now let me just save and close this. We don't need the set file to be there. It's time to understand few methods and few important things in map. Okay, for getting the values, okay, we use console dot log, and inside this my map dot get. Okay, get method, and inside this we will write name, and if I run this you will see we are getting John. Why we are getting John? Okay, because this name and this John is a key value pair. Okay, that's the reason we are getting John. Check if a key exists. Okay, so to check we will do console dot log, and inside this my map dot has, same as set we use has to check country country, and if I run this you can see false because we have written the wrong spelling. We are getting true. Okay, country India is present in our map. Okay, now another important thing is deleting a key. We can delete that my map dot delete function, delete method, and then age. Run again. We have deleted. To check we can do console dot log inside this my map dot has age. Okay, let me run. Yeah, we are getting false for age. Okay, although we had age 24, but we deleted it, and now we don't have. If I do console.log my map dot has age, we don't have, so we are getting false. Now getting size of map, we will do console dot log inside this my map dot size. The codes are really similar, the syntax for set and map, just very few differences, but concept is completely different. Okay, set stores unique values, map stores key value pair. Okay, don't confuse between these two. We have seen how we can get the size, how we can delete, how we can check if key exists, how we can get values, how we can store values. Okay, store values, everything is done. It's time for some iteration, so we can use my map dot for each, and inside this value comma key, and what we can do here is, okay, what we can do here is console.log, and inside this we can get those values and keys and key and value using key comma key and then its respective value. If I run this, we are getting name John, country India. Okay, let me just add couple of more values. Country India. If I run again, okay, there is a country USA, country Canada. So you can see why we are getting unexpected behavior, why we are not getting country India and country USA, because country is already being used. If I rename it to country 1, country 2, country 3, you can see we will get all the values: country 1 India, country 2 USA, country 3 Canada. So this iteration is done by for each loop. Now let me just show you using for of loop. For let key comma value of my map, inside this same line, you can use any way whichever you like, and if I just run the code, you can see we are getting same thing again. Okay, it's just about your preference. Clearing a map. Okay, we can do my map dot clear to clear the map, and if I do console.log and my map dot size, you will see the size is 0. Okay, we don't have anything now. Let's make a program to count the frequency of each element in an array. Okay, count the frequency of each element. We will create a function and count frequency. Inside this we will pass array, and let frequency map equals to new map. Okay, and we will use for loop to iterate. Let num of arr inside this frequency map dot set num comma frequency map dot get num okay. After this we will just return the frequency map, and we will do console.log and count frequency. Inside this we will pass the array 1 comma 2 comma 2 comma 3 comma 3 comma 4. Let's check what we are getting. Okay, 1 is one time, 2 3 is present 2 times, 4 is present 1 time. Okay, we're getting the correct output as expected. Let's do another program to understand frequency map in a much better way. This is very common question in an interview. I want you to pay attention here. Find two numbers which sum to make a target. Okay, so we will create a function to sum. Inside this there will be a number and target. Okay, then we will create map, new map, and we will run a for loop. Let I equals to 0, I less than num dot length, I plus plus. Okay, then we will get a complement equals to target minus nums of I. Okay, we will store it in the complement. Okay, if map dot has, if we find that complement, we will return map dot get complement comma I. Okay, and map dot set, we will keep on adding the numbers in the map I comma I. After this we will simply return console.log to sum and 2 comma 7 comma 11. Okay, 11 comma 15. Okay, the target should be 9. So let me just run the code. Okay, we are getting index values as 0 and 1. Let me see what we have in the 0th and first index. Is 2 plus 7 is equals to 9. Target is 9, so we are getting the correct output. Hope you understood how we are getting the output. It's very simple. Let me explain you the code. We create a map to store numbers we have seen and their indices. Okay, after that we loop through the array. For each number we calculate its complement, which is target minus nums of I, each element. Okay, after that if the complement is already in the map, we return its index along with the current index. Otherwise we store the current number and its index in the map, and if no pair found, we return an empty array. So this is what we are doing. I hope the map is clear. Now we will move to weak map and weak set. Okay, a lot of tutorials that you see over the internet, you will not find this concept weak map and weak set. A lot of people just forget to cover this, but I will teach you everything in depth So let's do that. We will create a file week map and week set.javascript. Let me just copy the definition and yeah, we will paste here week map and week set. Okay, what is the definition for week map? A weak map is a collection of key value pairs where the keys must be objects and the values can be of any type. The keys in a weak map are weakly referenced, meaning they can be garbage collected if there are no other references to them. Okay, so you must be wondering what is the difference between map and weak map? Okay, so I have already written the main differences. Key type. Okay, in weak map key must be objects, no string, numbers or etc, anything. Okay, but in map we have seen that keys can be any type, objects, strings, numbers. Okay, garbage collection. Weak map, if an object key has no other reference, it gets garbage collected automatically. Okay, and in case of map, stores strong references preventing garbage collection. Okay, iteration. In terms of iteration, a weak map cannot be iterated. No keys dot no dot keys dot values or for each. Okay, map supports iteration. We have used many example here, we used iterations. Okay, but in now the last point, use case. A weak map useful for private data storage where objects can be automatically removed when no longer needed. Okay, but map used when keys need to be accessed or iterated over. Okay, so hope this definition and differences will clear the difference between weak map and map. Okay, let's see some example codes. Okay, we will create a weak map. Weak map equals to new weak map. Okay, the syntax is similar to set and map. Now we will add a user. User equals to name John. Okay, after this we will do weak map dot set user comma age 25 comma role is admin. Okay, after that we will do console.log weakmap.get user. Okay, if I do this we will get the user details. Let me just clear it. Okay, we can see age 25, role is admin. Okay, after this if I do user equals to null, okay, what is happening is if user is deleted, its data is also automatically garbage collected. Okay, now the entry is removed from weak map automatically. If I just copy this line and paste it over here and run, you can see we are getting the details when I do console log, and after that we are getting undefined. Okay, since weak map keys are weakly referenced, once user is set to null, the stored data will be garbage collected. I am sorry, I did not tell you what is garbage collected. Garbage collected is nothing but the process of automatically freeing the up memory that is no longer being used, okay, by a program. Like if there is a space and there is one in the memory, and if it is no longer used, so the memory just erased it, okay. So that is called garbage collected. Now we will see another example, example number 2, how it avoids memory leak in caching. Okay, avoiding memory leak in caching. Let cache equals to new weak map. We will create a function to store data and object comma value. Okay, inside this we will do catch dot set set object comma value. After this we will create another function to get data object, and inside we will return catch dot get object. Let me just do let object1 equals to id1. Okay, this is an object. Store data object1 comma user data for id1. Okay, we will do console.log and get data. We will pass object1. After this, let me show you the output. Currently what we are getting, user data for id1. Okay, now if I do object1 equals to null, so if I copy this and paste it over here, and if I run again, we will get undefined. Okay, so why we are getting this, let me just explain you. Initially at the first step, line number 31, a weak map named cache is created. Okay, it will store objects as keys and their associated values. Since it's a weak map, keys objects, okay, are weakly referenced, meaning they can be garbage collected if there are no other references to them. Now then I created a store data function which adds a key value pair to cache, okay, using set method. Object is the key and value is the data stored in the weak map. I already mentioned the key must be an object. Okay, so we use that philosophy. The key is the object. Okay, after that I created another function to get the data. This function fetches the value associated with an object key in a weak map. Okay, if the key exists, it returns the stored value. It simply returns it. Okay, if the object is garbage collected, the key map automatically removes the key value pair and it will give us undefined. Okay, this process is nothing, just the storing data for an object. Okay, this line is very important. Object1 is now set to null, meaning the reference to the object is lost. Okay, since weak map does not prevent garbage collection, the JavaScript engine automatically removes object 1 from cache when no other references exist, and we are getting undefined. The thing that we are trying to get is not present in the memory. I hope this short explanation helps you understand what is weak map and how internally it is working. Okay. Okay, I should name it weak map.javascript. We will make another file for weak set .javascript, and let me open this. You can also refer the notes that I have prepared for you to delete any key, check if key exists in the weak map. These things you can always refer whenever you need to revise your theoretical knowledge. You can refer this. Now time for weak set. Okay, a weak set is a collection of objects where each object can occur only once. Like weak map, the objects in a weak set are weakly referenced, meaning they can be garbage collected if there are no other references to them. Okay, let me just copy this. Okay, before moving forward, I just got to know that if I missed any of these methods, these are just simply methods. Okay, you can refer the map, how we are checking if key exists using has. Okay, use how we are getting to know the size of the map. All these are just methods. Same weak map also has methods. You can code it yourself and understand by using how weak map.delete is working, how I mentioned about the null, and how we can retrieve the values. Okay, time for the weak set. We compared the weak map with map. Now we will compare the weak set with set. Okay, the weak set only stores objects. Unlike set, weak set cannot store primitive values like number or string. Okay, weak references. If an object inside a weak set has no other reference, it automatically garbage collected. Same as weak map. No iteration. You cannot loop over a weak set. For each, for, of do not work here. Okay, let's start some examples. Let weak set equals to new weak set. Okay, now weak set is created. Let object 1 equals to, we will create object name Alice. Let object 2 equals to name Bob. If you have studied computer networks, you must know who are these two people. Okay, weak set dot add object 1 and weak set dot add object 2. Now we will do console.log, and inside this weak set dot has object 1, weak set dot delete object 2, dot has object 2. Okay, let me run the code. We're getting true and false. The reason is we are checking if the object 1 is present or not. We do have. Now we deleted object 2 we are again checking if object 2 is present or not. Object 2 does not present in the weak set, so it is giving us a false. Okay, the methods names are usually same. Okay, you will not have confusion in this. This is another example I just wrote. Let users equals to weak set. Okay, we created a weak set with name users. We added user 1 id 1 and name John, user 2 name Emma. Okay, we added those users into the weak set. If I just run the code, you can see we're getting true for whether the user 1 is present or not. And if we deleted, now we deleted the user 1 equals to null. So if we do console.log user 1, sorry, users dot has and user 1, you will see very understandable outcome. If I run the code, we are getting false. Okay, because we garbage collected at this step. User 1 no longer present in the weak set. But if we try to get the user 2, let me just copy this and paste it over here. User 2, let me run. We're getting true. User 2 is present in the weak set. Another good program that we will be making here, preventing duplicate object entries. Okay, let me just write and then I will explain you the code. Okay, I have created the program that I was talking about. This program will make sure that you are all clear with weak set concepts. Okay, we created a weak set named logged in users. Okay, in the line number 53. Okay, this will store only objects, meaning each user must be an object. Okay, the whole concept behind the weak set is storing object as keys. Okay, if a user object is deleted or set to null, it will automatically garbage collect it. Okay, it will delete it from the memory. Then we created a user login function which takes a user as the parameter. If logged in user dot has, if that user has, okay, is the user present, okay, it will give us user is already logged in. Okay, if user exists, it will give us user logged in. Okay, very simple. Otherwise, it adds the user to weak set and logs user has logged in. Okay, if present, it will give this. If not present, it will add that user and give us that, hey, I just added that user. Okay, not this, has user has logged in. Okay, after that I created user objects, user object A, user object B, Alice, Bob, Alice, Bob. Whenever I read Alice, Bob, I remind myself of the computer network classes which was in my, I think, 6th semester or 5th semester. I don't remember that much, but let it be. Okay, then two users object Alice and object Bob is now created. Okay, with user A, user B. Now we log in that user. Okay, user A logs in, added to the weak set, so this should print Alice has logged in. Okay, let me just run. We will understand. Alice has logged in. Okay, as I told you, when we do use login user B, Bob has logged in. Okay, because initially we don't have any data in the weak set, so it should say Bob has logged in or Bob has, yeah, Bob has logged in. Okay, After that, we again try to do login user A. So we have the data. So what it should do? It should print Alice is already logged in. We are getting that Alice is already logged in. Okay. Now we deleted the Alice data from our memory. So the user A object is no longer referenced, set to null. So user A is automatically removed from logged in users. Okay. This prevents memory leaks as there is no need to manually delete entries. I hope the concepts are clear. Okay. So why we should use weak set here? Because memory efficient. Okay, it automatically removes the users who are no longer referenced. No manual cleanup needed. Okay, objects are garbage collected when set to null. Fast lookup dot has, we have dot has, which can dot has method which can look up the users and give us the result if it is present or not. Okay, but this has some limitations. What are those limitations? It cannot store the primitive values like strings or numbers. We always need to play around with the objects. We cannot play around with numbers or strings. It cannot iterate. Okay, we cannot iterate. These are the only two limitations in weak map and weak set. Okay, I hope this is clear. Let's see what we have right now. All these things are clear. Weak set concepts. Now we have flat map. Okay, let me just copy this flat map. We will create another file, flat map.javascript. Paste the definition. Okay, flat map method first maps each element using a mapping function, then flattens the result into a new array. Okay, let's see how it works. Let's do one example. Let numbers equals to suppose 1 comma 2 comma 3, and we will create let result equals to numbers dot flat map. Okay, it's a method, and we will do num, and inside this we will do num comma num into 2. Then we will just print this log result. Okay, you will see what we are getting. We're getting 1 2 2 4 3 6. Let me just run this. You can see we're getting 1 2 2 4 3 6. Okay, so why we're getting this? Flat map maps each number to an array containing num comma num into 2. Okay, after that it flattens the result from this. It flattens the result from 1 2 comma 2 4 3 6 to 1 2 2 4 3 6. Let me do another example, then it will be clear. Let words equals to hello comma world, and there is empty string. Okay, let clean words equals to words dot flat map. Inside this we will do words word, and then we will simply return, so actually console.log cleaned word. Okay, you can see we removed the empty string and we are getting hello world. Empty string is just removed. Here is the another example. We will split this into pieces. Okay, let me just run the code. Hello world JavaScript is fun. We are getting the sentence and splitting it into pieces is fun. Okay, hope you understand how we are doing this. So you can use flat map when you need to map and flatten in one step when working with nested arrays and need one level depth flattening. Otherwise there is not much use of this, but you should avoid when deep flattening is needed. Flat map only flattens one level. Okay, let's just move to another thing that we have. Now we will introduce you with the strings. Strings.javascript. A string is a sequence of characters used to represent text. Strings are immutable, meaning once created they cannot be changed. Okay, we have already been seen strings in a lot of examples, but we will go in depth and understand what are the methods that we have in JavaScript to deal with string and string operations. Okay, so let's start. We have already created a file. For string we can define any string like let str1 equals to then hello comma world, and let str2 equals to hello I am learning JavaScript. This is how we define strings. Let's see how we can iterate over the strings. Iterate over the strings. We can do like let text equals to JavaScript, and we can use any loop. Let's use for loop. Inside this we will do console.log and text I. Okay, because I is the iterator. So if I run the code, you will see we can individually see the character JavaScript. This is how we iterate over any string and do any operations of our choice. Let us do with a for off loop. Okay, for let char of text, and inside this console.log char. Let me just copy this and paste it over here using for of loop. Okay, it will work same, but you should know different syntaxes. Whatever is suitable or easier for you, you can use that. Let's understand some useful string methods. Okay, the first one is split. Convert strings to array. So suppose we have a let sentence equals to JavaScript is awesome, and let words equals to sentence dot split, and inside this we will do like this, and console.log words. So if I run the code, let me just clear the terminal, and if I run the code, you can see it converts it to a array. JavaScript is awesome. We just saw a very similar example in flat map. Now another important method, slice. Okay, we can give it a starting index and ending index. Between those two it can do manipulations. Okay, let str equals to hello comma world. Console.log, inside this we will do str.slice, and we will give 0,5. Again we will do console.log str.slice -6. Let me just run the code. You can see hello world. Okay, so what exactly happened here? It extracts part of a string using indexes. It supports negative values as well. Okay, now another method that we will understand, substring. Again this takes starting and ending index. Let's just do console.log and str.substring 0,5, and we will copy the same line and paste it again with 7. Okay, so if I run the code, you can see the answer or the output is similar, but the substring does not support negative indexes. Okay, we need to pass positive indexes. Now we have index of. This helps us to find position of a substring. We will do let text2 equals to JavaScript is amazing. Then we will do console.log and text2 dot index of and is. Okay, if I run this, you will get 11. Okay, it gives us the index position. What if we ask something that is not exist, like Java? So it gives -1 if there is no string Java. Okay, now we have 2 upper case. This is, and also very similar to lower case. Okay, very important as well. We will do console.log. You must have got what this is supposed to do. Just change. Let me write hello. Okay, hello dot to uppercase, and if I run this, we are getting capital hello. Okay, or capital character, capital letter, whatever you say. Let me just do for 2 lower case and make it hello. Yeah, another important is trim. Okay, it removes spaces from start to end. Okay, or start or end. Let space equals to, then we have a space and hello comma world. Okay, and we will do console.log inside this space dot trim. If I run this, you can see we are getting hello world without this extra space. Now we have something called replace method. Let phrase equals to I love JavaScript. Okay, and we have a new phrase equals to phrase dot replace. Okay, not repeat, replace. Yeah, and inside this we will pass JavaScript. We will copy this, paste it over here, comma coding. Okay, and we will do console.log, and inside this new phrase. If I run the code, you can see I love coding. Okay, it replaces the JavaScript with coding. Let's do one program. We have a string. Let me just name it string equals to hello. Okay, and let reversed equals to str ingg dot split dot reverse dot join. And now if I do console dot log reversed, we will get reversed. Okay, ZOLLEH. Okay, reverse of the string. So we have seen lot of examples, lot of methods in string, and we have seen how we iterate over a string. This much is enough for writing codes, writing programs. Let's see what we have next. All the methods are written here, you can refer it at any time. We have now array destructuring. Okay, how we do array destructuring? Okay, we will copy this, and yeah, we will go to VS Code, array destructuring.javascript. Okay, maybe spelling mistake, we will fix it. Let me just rename this. Okay, array destructuring allows you to unpack values from arrays into distinct variables. Let's do a very simple example to understand how it works. Suppose we have a number as 1, 2, 3, and let a, b, c equals to numbers. Okay, let it be numbers. Okay, now if I do console.log and a, if I do console.log b and c as well, let me just give you b and c. What you will see here is a bit different. You are getting 1, 2 and 3. So you destructured this. Instead of what you could have done, okay, if you don't know what is array destructuring, let a equals to numbers of 0. Okay, let b equals to numbers of 1. This will be the approach when you don't know about array destructuring. Okay, and if you know array destructuring, you would do this instead of doing this. So destructuring makes it shorter and more readable. Let's see different example. This example, you have more numbers and you want to assign them to only two numbers. Okay, first and third, two variables. So if I run this, you can see 10 and 30. Okay, the first takes 10. We skip by giving a comma, so 20 is skipped. We have third, which takes 30. Okay, hope you understand this example as well. Let's do some programs and understand where should this array destructuring is useful. Okay, because there are thousands of concepts in JavaScript which coming and which are already existed, but we should know only those things which are actually useful in programming, in web development, and is as well as in solving real world problems. Okay, so I have created two programs to show you what are the actual use cases. The first program swaps values using destructuring. Okay, we have first name as Alice and Johnson as last name. We just swap this using array destructuring. If I run the code, you can see the first is John and Alice. Now in the second program, which is very important, you will be using this type of things in web development. We have a function get user info, and it is returning an array with some data. You create name, email, role, and assign that to that function. Okay, now if I run the code, you will see the magic. Okay, Alice and then email and then admin. Okay, so you took that Alice and put it into name, you took that email, put it into email, you took that role, put it into role. This is the use of array destructuring. This is another very good example of array destructuring. We have scores as array, Alice, Bob, and Charlie. Okay, we pass this score, which is an array, into the function. Now we are getting an array. How do we handle that? We destructure that into first, second, and third. We can print console.log first place, and then first, which will be Alice, second, which will be Bob, and third will be Charlie. This is another very good use case of array destructuring. You can see. So this ends our chapter 5. At the end, I did not write any code. I just while recording, because I have very few limited hours for completing this course. See you in the next chapter. So we have just completed the chapter 5 array and string. Now it's time for the chapter 6 DOM manipulation and event handling. So let me create a folder as chapter 6, and we will create one file, index.html. These are the contents that we will be learning, but not limited to this. I have prepared a well structured content which is not written right now, but I will update it once I complete the chapter 6. Okay, before starting, I am expecting you to have a good understanding of or at least basic understanding of HTML, CSS, how you write tags, how you write an element in the browser, or do styling. Even if you don't have any knowledge of HTML, CSS, don't worry. You just need an open mind to understand everything that I will be teaching here. If you have that only, you can understand each and everything, even if I teach you rocket science. Okay, so let's start. So what is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Okay, this helps us to structure our web page, includes the elements that we want in our web page. CSS is responsible for styling the layout or the elements that the website has. Okay, JavaScript is responsible for adding live, okay, to the web page. Now it's time to understand with an example. Suppose we are building house. So HTML is like brick and your structure of the house. CSS can be paint and interior design of the house, and your JavaScript is can be electricity and functionality of the house. So now you may understand all these things combiningly required to build a house. Okay, if you don't have electricity, you may not survive inside the house. If your interior design is not modern, then you may feel that this is a very old design website or like that. So all these three things combiningly need to develop a web page or website. And remember one thing, I'm not talking about the new latest frameworks. We are not talking about those frameworks, libraries like React, just core browser concepts. Okay, you need these three things. Now what happen when you visit any website? Okay, what actually happens behind the scene? Let me teach you that as well. So when you are using any browser like Chrome or suppose Edge, you search for something like xyz.com or google.com, whatever. The browser sends a request to the web server, and inside that DNS helps to resolve the domain to an IP address. Okay, DNS connects you with the IP address of the website. And then what happens? The server responds. The server responds with an HTML file. Okay, that may include CSS as well as JavaScript. The next step is the browser that we just searched, uh, parses that HTML and loads CSS and executes your JavaScript and then render on your screen. So this is what happened behind the scene. You don't need to go a lot of technical stuff like IP, DNS, and all these things. Just understand you are using Chrome. You searched for xyz.com. The browser sends a request to the web server. DNS resolves to an IP. The server responds with an HTML file, which includes CSS and JavaScript. If you have that, then the browser passes HTML, loads CSS, and executes your JavaScript, then rendered on your screen. Another thing that you should know is key concepts that are important in websites lifecycle. Okay, so we have client. This is browsers like Chrome and all. Then we have server, which helps hosting the website, stores and delivers the web pages. Okay, the server. This can be life cycle. Key components in a website life cycle. Okay, and then we have a database. If your web app has some user data or product data, so it stores and displays dynamically if you use any kind of API or that API called stores and display. So these are the three things in a website's life cycle. So how JavaScript actually works inside your web browser. Okay, so JavaScript runs inside the browser that we know. This is called client-side rendering. Now it modifies the DOM to make pages interactive. Then the JavaScript can also communicate with servers using APIs. I just mentioned about that to fetch live data. Okay, so don't waste time in these things. Let me just open and teach you the DOM, the boilerplate or basic syntax of Java of HTML. Also, above this, I have written how website works. Okay, all the steps that I just mentioned. So whenever you open index.html, you can refer the notes in the index.html and can understand if you ever need to revise or revisit anything. Okay. Now it's time to understand how these tags works and what are these are useful. Okay, start with the document HTML. This declares that this is an HTML5 document. Okay, this tells the browser. Now below this we have HTML. Okay, this is the root of an HTML document. Then we have head. This stores the metadata like title, CSS, JavaScript if we add, and we have title, my first web page. Title sets the page title, okay, appears in the website browser tab. Now we can link the style sheet using link, and below that we have our body. Now this plays a very crucial role. We have a opening tag for body and closing tag for body. Inside this we write contents that we want to be visible on the page. So h1 is stands for heading tag. Okay, the h1 is for highest, so the size will be the highest, and h6 will be the lowest. Okay, so the size welcome to my website will be the lowest. Okay, if I change this h1 to h6, then we have p for paragraph tag. This is my first paragraph. Okay, if you have a big paragraph you can use p tag. Then we have a tag, a with href. This helps us to write hyperlink to another page. Okay, if we click it will redirect to google.com. Then we have image tag. Src is used to give the location of your image. Okay, and alt, if suppose you have low or bad internet, instead of showing the image it will show sample image, okay, as text, so user can understand it's a sample text. Then script tag, which helps us to add JavaScript inside our HTML. Okay, then we closed the body, we closed the HTML. Okay, so I hope this is understandable. Now you need live server extension. Let me show you how it looks. It is developed by Ritvik Day, and it has a lot of downloads. You need to install live server extension. After that, once you installed it, you will get an option when you right click or anywhere in the page, open with live server. Okay, when I do this, you can see here, welcome to my website. This is my first paragraph. Click here, sample image. Okay, if I click here, we will redirect to google.com. Okay, and we have sample image. We don't have any image in that location, that's why it's not rendering, otherwise it would have. Okay, so this is the very basic boilerplate code of index.html or HTML. Now we will add JavaScript and understand more things. Before that, let me open the notes for DOM that I prepared for you for your reference. Okay, DOM. Introduction to DOM. Then all these things I already mentioned. We can skip for this time. You can refer and read all these things. These are very important to know. Now, what is DOM? The Document Object Model, DOM, is a programming interface for web documents.
It represents the structure of an HTML or XML document as a tree-like hierarchy of objects, allowing JavaScript to interact with and modify the page dynamically. Big words, don't worry about that. Okay, the DOM is nothing but an interface for web document. It represents HTML as a tree-like structure, okay, of objects. Now, DOM also allows us to interact with the web page dynamically with the help of JavaScript. 3 lines, very simple. Okay. Now, how browser interprets HTML and creates the DOM. These are the steps that I have written. You need to understand. Okay. When a browser loads a web page, it follows these steps. Okay. First one is HTML parsing. The browser reads the HTML file from the server and parses it line by line. Then the second and most important is DOM construction. The browser converts the HTML into a tree structure where each HTML element becomes a node in the tree. So this is one of the HTML example. We have HTML, we have head, we have body, we have hello world as h1, and we have a p tag which says this is a paragraph. Okay, then we closed the body tag, we closed the HTML tag. So how the DOM will represent it? DOM will represent it like this: document HTML. We have head, we have body. Inside the body, we have h1 tag for hello world. We have p tag for this is a paragraph. Okay. After that, the third step is CSS object model or CSSOM construction. Okay, this is optional in case CSS is present, and most of the cases, 99%, you will use CSS. Okay, if the document includes CSS, the browser builds another structure called CSS object model I mentioned earlier. Okay, to apply styles to the elements in the DOM. Okay, so it's very basic in English. You understand this. Okay. Now the next thing is JavaScript execution. JavaScript can modify the DOM dynamically using methods like document.getElement by ID. We will understand this. We will also look for query selector. Okay. So this is about JavaScript, and then the rendering and painting stage. The final DOM plus CSSOM or CSS object model is used to render the web page visually on the screen. Now these are the 5 steps that actually happen when you run a browser and it interacts with your machine. Okay. You can understand the DOM tree structure. The document that was present here, the document is the root I mentioned. HTML is the root element. HTML is the root element. And inside this we have body contains visual content, and H1 is heading P for paragraph. Each part of the DOM is called a node, and there are different types of nodes: element nodes, text node, attribute nodes. Okay, you can read it. Now it's time to do some coding and learn about DOM manipulation. Okay, we will create a file what to learn.javascript. So these are the 4 important broad category of DOM manipulation. We will understand creating and removing elements. We will understand selecting element, handling elements, and modifying elements. Okay, inside this there are so many methods, so many things that we will be learning. So I think we should not waste time and start learning about creating and removing elements using DOM. Okay, let me just rename this file to change to start.html, and we will copy the boilerplate code and paste it in a new file as index.html. In this, we will be writing all the DOM manipulation code. We will change this to DOM manipulation, and then we don't need these things. We will remove this. We will also remove the styling part. Open this with live server. We can see DOM manipulation here. Now this is white. We don't want it to be white background. Let me just change because White attracts bugs, so style equals to background color, then 333. Okay, and then we will do color white. I hope this will fix. Yeah, we will do one more thing, that we will split the screen. I think this will be clear. So we can start now. What we will be learning, selecting elements. Okay, so let's start. Suppose we have one h1 tag which has one id equals to main title, main and title. Inside this we have hello world. Now if I save the program, we will see hello world in the web browser. Okay, now we will we want to change this. When a user clicks on a button, we will create one button. This title hello world should be changed to something else. Okay, how we can select this id main title, and we can create some program which changes this to some other stuff that we want. Okay, so let's see that. The first thing that we will be learning, before, let me just do h. Okay, I think p tag. We are learning to select elements. Okay, ignore that. Now it's time to create one button. Okay, these are simple html, nothing big fancy thing. Inside this we will create one on click event listener. We will make it as change title, and the button name should be change button. If I save this, you can see we have a change button. Now the main game or the main thing will start from here. We will create script to write JavaScript code inside your HTML. Now let me just create a function change title. Inside this function, we will write the code to change this hello world to something else. Okay. Remember one thing, you don't need to create functions. You can directly access the ID, but it is always recommended, even you are doing a small thing, try to create it as a function. This is just a good habit and increase the reusability of code. Okay, so we will get that title to a variable title using document dot get element by id. Okay, there are so many methods: get element by id, get element by class name, get elements by name, by tag names, and root node. We will be using, this is an id, so we will be using get element by id. Okay, inside this the similar syntax will be followed by other methods as well. So remember, this document dot get element by id takes a string. Okay, so what kind of string it is asking for? It is asking what is the name of the targeted tag that it needs to change. Okay, so the name is main title. Now we will do simple semicolon. I think I should increase this size. Okay, now it is visible. I don't have another monitor or bigger screen, so that's the issue. No, okay, so now we will do title. I have already mentioned that we can access this variable and do all the manipulation. Okay, now title dot content equals to, we will change this to hello, not hello world, to hello Tekneikos. Okay, now you will see the magic. Just save the code. The moment I click on change button, it will not work. Oh my god, a big pop-up. Let me just figure it out why it is not working. Okay, the reason is very simple. Here the spelling is different, and at this point we are targeting a different ID. Okay, Now if I save this, hello Tekneikos, you can see we are getting hello Tekneikos. Okay, let me just show you again. Let me just refresh, inspect. You can see in the console we have body, we have this script. Inside this script we have the function. If I change this, you can see this is changing to hello Tekneikos, from hello world to hello Tekneikos. So now you get the use of get element by id and how we select the id. We will create another button. Inside this we will create id as bg change button. We will change the color of the button. Okay, change background. Let me just save it. We can see we are getting the button. Now it's time to write the DOM manipulation. So inside this script we will do, let's not create a function this time. Inside this script, document dot get element by id, as I mentioned earlier. Inside that we will put the id of the button and we will add an event listener. Okay, add event listener, this is also one of the method that we will be learning in depth as well. Okay, inside this event listener, what kind of event listener will it be? It will be a click, when somebody clicks on it. Okay, and we will create a function, and inside this we will do document dot body dot style dot background color equals to light blue. Let's save this. Okay, it's really easy. Let me just show how it is working. So we have in the body, we have initial background color as dark, we decided. When I click on this change background, you can see we are getting light blue. If I change this to red and save it, we can see a red color. The background has changed. Okay, with the help of get element by id, we are getting the id as your bg change button, and we are add an event listener, add event listener. On clicking that button, we created a function which will run and change document dot, it will target the body style background color and change it to red. Okay, very simple. Let me just remove this, and if I refresh, okay, now time for the advice. Okay, we learn about get element by id. This is the fastest way to select an element, definitely, no doubt, but avoid using too many id in large projects. Okay, they will be hard to reuse and make style harder to manage. Okay, so that's the reason we usually avoid get element by id in large scale projects, because usually you forget and it's difficult to maintain it. Okay, okay, now we will see get element by class, but before that I think I should make the structure in such a way that whenever you get the whole directory, you should able to understand which are the things that you how you should go through all of this. Okay, so we will create another folder inside the chapter 6, selecting element dom, and inside this we will put the and move it. Okay, yeah, now it's time to make another index.html. Okay, index2.html. So we will copy this and paste it. We will paste it in the index2.html. Let me just remove unnecessary pieces of code. We only have, we are learning to select elements and hello world. Okay, so we will remove this as well, and I will do this get element by class. Okay, we are learning this, and for the first one we will change the p tag to get element by id so that you can understand in a much better way. So at start we will have p tags and class equals to info. Suppose we are storing some info and student 1, we will copy this and paste it multiple times. Student 2, student 3, 4 and 5. Okay, then we will create a button which will be an on click. We will add an on click highlight. Inside this, highlight all button. Okay, we have created. Now it's time to write the script. We will do create a function as highlight. Inside this function we will create let elements equals to, you know what I'm going to write, document dot get element by class. Okay, get element by class name. Sorry, this should be class name. Okay, get element by class name, and inside this we will get the info, and once we get that we'll come back. We will write a for loop. Okay, we can iterate it. Okay, item of element, item dot, now again you can guess what I'm supposed to write, the style dot background. Okay, background color equals to yellow. Okay, if I click on highlight all, it's not working. Maybe something wrong in the for loop. Item dot style dot, okay, this C should be capital. Okay, now if I click on highlight all, you can see we can target all the elements inside this class. Okay, that's the reason get element by class name. The method name is get element by class name. Now see how it's working. Basically get element by class name. This returns a live collection of elements that share the same class name. Okay, and one important thing is it is not an actual array. Okay, we are not dealing with the actual array, but it is an HTML collection. You cannot use array methods like map or for each. You can simply iterate it. Unless you convert it to an array, you can convert that into array as well. Now let's see another example. Let this be the same. We will create another p tag, example 2, and let's copy this and paste it over here with class name as item. Inside the script we will create document dot get element by class name, and inside this, okay, we have not created the button. To change it, okay, let's create a button. ID equals to change text button, change text. We are getting the button. Now inside this, this should be get element by ID, and we will take this change text button and paste it over here. We will add event listener. This should be a click comma function. Inside this, we will do let items, this time 2s, okay, equals to document dot get element. Now this time we will use class name, and inside this the class name should be item, and let I equals to 0, I less than items, okay, items dot length and I plus plus. Then items I dot text content, we will change this to updated item plus I plus 1. So if I run the code, let me just save it, okay, and you can see example 2, item 1, item 2, item 3. If I change the text, it will update it to updated item 1, updated item 2, and updated item 3. So let's do one another example to actually convert this HTML collection to an array, and then I will show you how you can do that as well. Okay, we will copy this p tag and paste it after this, and it will be example number 3. Example number 3, we are getting it. Okay, nice. And after that, I will change these names, and let me just copy this and paste it over here. We will create a button with id equals to converter, okay, and convert and log. Okay, we are getting that button convert and log. After this example 2, we will write another script, document dot get element by id. We will take that id of the button, this button, convert and log button. We will copy the converter and paste it over here. Okay, once we do that, we will add an event listener of a click. We will comma create a function. I hope you can understand the steps now. Inside this function, we will do let items equals to document dot get element by class, get element by class name, and inside this there should be item. Once we get that, it's time to convert. Let items array equals to, we will do array dot from is a method which takes iterable and iterable any. Okay, we will take and inside this items. From is a method, and items array dot we can now use for each. Inside for each, we will do items item dot style dot color equals to red. After all of these, we will do a simple console log. We will do a console log items array. The moment I click on the convert and log button, you were getting the array, and p dot item, this is 0, first, and 2. The length is 3. Of course, we have 3 elements. If I add couple of more elements to this and save it, the moment I click on convert and log, you can see the length is now 6. So we have seen how we can convert it into an array. We are done with the get element by class name. Let's move to another method. Okay, now it's time to learn about get elements by tag name. I have created index3.html for your reference. Okay, this is a simple HTML code, nothing big stuff here. We have a p tag which says get elements by tag name. So let's understand how this method helping us to manipulate the DOM. Let's create few p tag as first paragraph. Then we will copy this and paste it multiple times. There should be second. Let me create one button. Inside this, we will do on click and change all, make upper. Okay, the button name should be make upper case. Inside the script tag, we will create a function as change all, and we will let paragraph equals to document dot get elements by tag name. Inside this, we will pass p, and now we will run for loop for let para p equals to para of paragraphs, and inside this we will do para dot style dot text transform. This is a function text transform. Where is text transform? Yeah, and inside this it takes uppercase. If I click on make uppercase, do this, you can see. If I save this again, if I click on the make uppercase, you can see we have changed all the paragraphs into the uppercase. Okay, so by using get elements by tag name, we can target any tag and change it. Okay, suppose I change this to h2 and save it. If I click on the uppercase, you can see get elements by tag name is changed to uppercase. This is very simple and straightforward method. This is not commonly used because query selector all is more powerful. If you want to use it only when you need a live collection. Otherwise, don't use it. And it also returns the HTML collection, as we just saw how it was returning in the case of get elements by class name. As you're getting the HTML collection, you can always convert it to an array and use array functions and array methods. Let's move to the next one. So we will learn now query selector. This is very useful method in DOM manipulation. You will be using a lot of times. So let's understand in a very deep way. Let's create a p tag with class equals to special, and inside this we will create first special paragraph. We will copy this and paste it again with the same class, and inside this we will change this to second special paragraph. While writing that script, we will create a function. Before that, we will create a button. Inside this button, we will do on click, and this should be change first function. Change first. Now we will do let first special equals to document, same as previous methods, document dot query selector. Inside this, we will do dot special because this is how we target the class. and inside this we will do a semicolon after the special closing bracket. Okay, then we will do first special equals to style dot color equals to red. So the moment we click on the change first button, it will change this to first red color, the first one, first special paragraph. So now you must be thinking why it did not target the second paragraph. Okay, because this selects the first matching element using CSS selector, whether it is dot class or ID or tag, anything that you can pass, only the first one. Okay, and when you only need one element but want the flexibility of CSS selector, in that case you can use query selector. Let's see couple of more examples, then you may understand in a much better way. We will create p tag example 2. So this is the another example. I have created a UL tag. Inside this UL I have li tag which stores item 1, item 2 and item 3. Then I have created one button which says style second item. Okay, so this, on clicking on this button, currently I have not written the script, but when I click on this, we should change this color, item 2 color, to something else, from white to something else. Okay, so let's write the script for that. Document dot get element, sorry, query selector. Inside this we will get hash style button, because style button is an ID, so we use hash to target ID, and we will add style button. Then we will add an event listener, add event listener. Inside this it should be a click comma function, and now inside this function we will do document dot query selector, and inside this we will target, look at the sequence, let me just clear it. Yeah, we have ul, then li, then li. Okay, second number li. So we'll do ul space li, and then nth child we will pass 2 dot style dot background color equals to, suppose, red, and we will do a semicolon. Once this is done, we will save the program. Let me just test if it is working. The moment I click style second item, it changes its background color to red. We use UI li nth child and we pass the value 2 for the second item. So if I change this 2 to 3 and save the code, again I click on the style second item, you can see we are targeting the third item. Let's see one more example. Tag. So we will create a div, and inside this div we will create a class as container, and this class will hold one button with name click. Let me just save it. We are getting click, and after this div we will have one button which will have one ID equals to change text button change. The moment I click on this second button, I want the first button text to be changed something else. Okay, so how we can achieve that goal? We will write script, and here we will do document dot query selector, and inside this we will target hash change text button, and we will add an event listener, add event listener,
of type click and comma. We will create a function. Inside this, we will target again query selector document dot query selector, and inside this we will target dot container, and then inside this there is a button. Container is this the div name, and we have a button inside this, and this should be dot text content equals to modified. Okay, we are done. Now the moment I click on this change, this should turn and write itself as modified. Okay, we are getting the output. Let me just show you again. The moment I click on this change button, this button text changed to modified. Now the important points before completing the query selector, let me tell you again. Query selector selects the first matching element. It can be used for CSS selectors like dot class hash ID or specific nth child for targeting specific tag, and also it is more flexible than get element by ID, but it is slower than get elements by tag name. You should use this only if you know what kind of component you are targeting and there is no naming conflicts. Now let's create another file, index5.html. We will copy the basic code and paste it in index. Okay, this should be 5 here, and let's see query selector all how it works. Suppose I create a p tag with class as highlight and item 1. I will copy this and paste it for multiple times, 2, 3, and 4. Inside the script tag, I will create the function. Before that, let's just create one button, and this should be on click color all function. We will make this function and color all. Okay, now we will create the function color all. Inside this, we will do let elements equals to document dot query selector all, and this takes dot dot highlight. Now we are done. We will do elements dot for each el dot style dot background color equals to red. Now if I save the program and click on color all, you can see all the background will be red. Item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, the background is now red. So what we have understood, that selects it query selector all selects all matching elements using the CSS selectors that we have understood, like dot using dot or hash for ID, and it returns a node list, unlike your get elements by class name that we were using for selecting multiple classes. This is not live, and you should use it when you want to select multiple elements and want to use array methods like for each. Let's see multiple examples to understand this. Okay, let me close this. It's visible. Let me just write a p tag example number 2. Let's create a div with class name as box, and this should be box1 or data1, maybe data1. Let's make it data1. We will copy this and paste it for multiple times, data2, data3. Okay, you save to
display it. Then inside the script tag, we will write the manipulation code. Before that, let me just create one button with ID toggle data, and this should be toggle. Now we will do document dot query selector. Inside this, we will pass hash and toggle data. We will add event listener of click, comma, function. We will do document dot query selector all dot, the class name is box, and inside this we will run for each method. We will create a div, then div dot style dot display equals to div dot style dot, okay, display. If it is none, then we will do block, else none. So we are done. Let me just check the program. Let me save it. The moment I click on the toggle, this should disappear, all the user data. And yeah, if I do this, if it is none state, then it is again appearing. You can see it's working. Why did I use query selector in this place? Because I just want to target a single element, which is your this button toggle data. And at this place, I used query selector all to target all the boxes. I hope you understand the difference. And also I used for each method because this offers me to use array methods to iterate and do manipulation stuff. Okay, let's do one example to understand how it is giving us the node list and how we can convert to an array. Okay, the first example for this should be a node list. I will show you. Okay, let me just save it. We will create a p tag of class text, and this should be paragraph 1. I will copy this and paste it multiple times. 2 and 3. Now we have 3 paragraphs. We will create one button with id equals to check node, and this should be check nodes. We are done with this. Now inside the script tag, we will do document dot query selector. We will target check node. Let me just copy this so that there will be no spelling mistake. Check node dot add event listener. It should be click and comma. We will create a function. Now inside this function, we will do some important task. Let node list equals to document dot query selector all, and this should be dot text. We will do console.log node list. Okay, let me show you how it looks. Just press F12 to open. If I go to console, now we open the console log. Okay, the moment I press on check nodes, you can see we are getting a node list. This is what it returns. Okay, as I told you, we are getting a node list p.text, p.text, p.text. Okay, the length is 3. Now this confirms that this query selector all returns a node list. We will do more confirmation. Let's check the type of that. Console.log. Okay, console.log, and then type, and this should be object dot prototype. This property takes toString. We will dot toString method and dot call. We will call node list. Just save it. Okay, they should be inside. There should be a comma as well. Now this should work. Let me just save it. The moment I click check node, the type is object node list. Okay, you can see. Now we confirm another thing. Let's just see a couple of more things. Console.log, and inside this we will check the length, comma, node list dot length should be a property. Yeah, if I save this again and check node, you can see the length is 3. Yeah, the length is 3. If I go down and let me just use console.log, and we will target the first element node list, and we will pass 0. There should be a comma. Check node. Okay, there is an error. Okay, we are getting a node list, so it should be treated as array. So like this. Check node, you can see we are getting paragraph 1. The last thing that we will do is loop through the whole node. Okay, we will do console.log using for each. So we will do using for each, and below this we will do node list dot for each method. Inside this we will get node console dot log node dot text content. If I click on this, we are getting using, okay, using, the spelling is wrong. Okay, it's paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3. We can iterate over using for each loop. Okay, on the node list that we are getting by query selector. Now the last thing I want to show you is converting this node list to an array, which is also important. Suppose you get an array, so you can use map method, set all the operations you can do, which are present in array. So we will do let array from node list equals to array dot from, and this will take node list. Okay, and now if I do console.log and converted to array, and I will pass array from node list variable. If I save this, if I click on, okay, if I, let me just save it again, check nodes, we are getting the converted to array as a array. Okay, you can, if I hover it, you can see paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3, length is 3. So let me show you another cool thing. If I do console.log and using map, we have already studied map, so I want to show you that as well. Array from node list, this variable, then dot map. Inside this we will pass node and node dot text content. We can target text with text content dot to uppercase. This is a method, so it should have 2 opening closing bracket. Now if I save this, check nodes, you can see paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3 are written in uppercase, so you can use map methods as well. So this completes our query selector all. We will create another index 6 this time, 6.html. So the last thing is left in the selecting elements are these things. We will be understanding each one of them in a single program so that you can understand it in a much better way. Let's write some big program to understand all of the working. We will create a program which will allow us, if I click a button, will highlight its closest parent with a specific class, and clicking an item in the list will show its parent element and its children. It will also highlight the next and previous siblings. Okay, so this is what our aim is. So let's develop that program. Create one div. The div class name will be container. Inside this container, we will have one h2 tag. Click the button to find the closest container. Okay, we got the button. After that, we will create that button, which will have a class check closest and find closest container. We got the button and the text here. Don't think about the styling. I have already written the styling, the CSS part. So after this div is completed, let me just do a format document. Yeah. After this div, we will create another div with the same class name container, and inside this we will have one h3 tag. Click an item to explore relations. Okay, let me save it. Yeah, we are getting it. Now one last thing, I will make a ul tag. Inside this, some list li item 1. I will copy this and paste it 3 times. Let me save it. If I do format document, yeah, much nice and cleaner look. Okay, let's start doing our DOM manipulation. So we will target the first one. Let me just write a comment for your reference. Closest, and yeah, we will do finding the closest container. Okay, and then we will do document dot query selector. Query selector. Inside this query selector, we will get container. Okay, sorry, we will get check okay, what was the name? Check closest. Yeah, check closest. We will target this, and we will add one event listener. This should be a click comma. We will create a function. Okay, after creating the function, inside this we will do let closest container variable, which will hold this dot closest and dot container. Closest container, we will target the variable dot class list dot add, and inside this we will add highlight ligh. After that, we will do set timeout closest container dot class list dot remove highlight comma in 1 second. Okay, we will do console.log, and inside this closest container, let me show you how it is working. If I click on find closest container, it will help me to find the closest container. Okay, you can see it is highlighting the container for 1 second and then disappear. And also, let me just refresh it. If I inspect, we are doing a console log. You can see in console as well, find closest container, and you can see the div, the main container, which has a h1 tag, h2 tag, and a button. So again, if I click on this, the closest container is this. Now I hope you understand the use of this. So basically it's not doing a much thing. It's helping us to find the nearest ancestor that matches the selector. What is selector? The container. Okay. So it is just giving us the closest ancestor. Let's do check out other things as well. The second thing is parent element, comma, children, comma, next element sibling, and previous element sibling. Okay, so we'll be seeing all of this. Document dot query selector all. We will be using query selector all in this case. Li will target this dot for each item, and inside this item we will add item dot add event listener. Add event listener, there should be click, comma, we will create a function. Inside this function, the first one is parent element. Okay, we will create a parent equals to this dot parent element. Let me show you again this dot parent element. Okay, then we will do console dot log parent element, comma, parent. So we can actually check the console by inspecting. Let me show you this in a wider screen. Now the thing is, let me just make it a bit smaller. Yeah, the moment I click on any of the children, it should give us the parent. Okay, the moment I click on item 1, we are getting the parent element ul, which is this, and we are getting all the elements inside this. Okay, that's the parent. Let's do some more. Let me just target the children, then let children equals to parent dot children. We need to target it in this way. Children, yeah. Then console dot log children, actually all children of parent, comma, children. Okay, I save it. If I click on this, you are getting HTML collection of all the children of this parent. I hope you understand. The length is 3. All the children. Okay. Now another thing is next element sibling. Let sibling. Okay. Next sibling equals to this dot. We have next element sibling. Okay. If I do if next element sibling exists, then we would, okay, then we would do next sibling element dot class list property dot add, and then highlight, and we will do a set timeout function. Next sibling dot class list dot remove this highlight after 2 seconds. Okay, then we will also, okay, if not found, what we will do, console dot log no, okay, no next sibling. Let me save it. The moment I click on any of this, we are getting the next sibling, which is this. Okay, if I save it again, click on this, we are getting the next sibling as item 3. I hope you understand, and it is highlighting for 2 seconds. I think it should disappear. Okay, now after this portion, we will see another thing, which is previous sibling. Okay, to see previous sibling, we will copy this function, this code, and we will paste it again with the name previous sibling. Okay, previous element sibling. We will change this to previous sibling. This should be changed to previous element sibling, and this should also be changed to previous sibling. Previous sibling. I think yes, we are done. If I click on this, we are getting the previous sibling. One thing we should also do here is console.log previous sibling, and let me just print this as well. Previous sibling is item number 2. Yeah, it's working. So I hope you understand what are these functions do. Previous sibling, previous element sibling, next element sibling, and your parent element children, how you can utilize this in your programs. Still one short revision of this. The closest and closest is inside we have we pass selector. Okay, this finds the nearest ancestor that matches the selector. Okay, the closest one. Second, we saw parent sibling selects the direct parent of an element. Then we saw children. This gets all children element of a parent. We clicked on the li logs all li sibling inside its ul. Okay, ul is we clicked on the li. We saw all the li's of ul. This is how it works. Children. Then we saw next element sibling. This gives us the next sibling. The moment we click on this li, this gives us the next item number 3. Okay, then we saw previous element sibling, which worked just the opposite. When we clicked on the item number 3, the item number 2 was highlighted. Okay, this is very simple. Also, we are done with selecting elements. Now we will see modifying elements. So for that, I will create another folder inside chapter 6 with the name modifying and then elements. Okay, which will hold all the HTML files. To make one file for modifying elements, we will create one file index.html. I will paste the basic structure of HTML. Let me just show you. If I open with live server, we have created modifying element. Okay, now let me show you the methods that are present. We will create one program to understand a lot of things. So it's body. Inside this, we will create one h1 tag with id equals to main heading, and this will be original heading. After this, we will create one p tag with id equals to text, and inside this is a sample paragraph. We will create one button which will hold id as change text. This should be change text, and we will create some more buttons. Let me just copy this. So I have created all the buttons. Let me just show you. I will save this and open the live server. You can see we have this change text, change style, toggle highlight, set attribute, get attribute, and remove attribute. Okay, yeah, now it's good. After this, we will write the script. The first two things that we'll do is making two variables. One is heading, which will get document dot get element by id, and inside this it will take main heading. This one we'll copy and paste it. We will create a paragraph, document dot get element by id, and inside this we will get the text. Once we are done with this, the first thing that we will do, we will change the inner HTML. We will change the HTML inside an element. Okay, so the first thing is, let me just make a comment. Inner HTML changes the entire HTML inside an element, and we will do document dot get element by id. Inside this we will take the change text, this id. Once we get that, we will add one event listener. We will do heading dot inner HTML is a property, and HTML. Inside this we will do em updated heading and paragraph dot text content. We have already seen text content many times. This text was changed dynamically. Let me save it. Now see the magic. If I come here and click on the change text button, you can see updated heading and this text was changed dynamically. So we have seen in an HTML. Now we will see changing the style using element.style.property. Okay, let me just comment it. Changing style using element.style.property. We will do document dot get element by id, this one, and inside this change style dot add event listener, and it should be a click comma. We will create a function. Inside the function we will write the code paragraph dot style dot color. We will suppose make it blue, and we will copy this part paragraph dot style, paste it again, and font size, this time we can use font style property. This should be equals to 20 pixel, and I think 30. I should make it 30. After that I will again do paragraph dot style dot background color this time, and this should be, let it be a new color, hashtag f4 f4. Okay, now we are done. Let me just check if this should be font size, and if I save and change style, you can see this is a sample paragraph, and if I change the text, we are also able to change it. Now let me save it. You have seen how this property works. Let's see another thing. Let's see class list manipulation. Class, this should be, there are add, remove, and toggle. This time we will do document dot get element by id, and again we will target toggle class. Let me cross check it. There is this toggle class. Where is this? Yeah, toggle class. After this I will add an event listener of click comma function. Inside this function we will do heading dot class list, and this should be highlight. Okay, let's just toggle the highlight. Okay, it's not working. Maybe, oh, I got it. The class list is an object, so we are not targeting the actual method, which is toggle. Here we want this. If I save and again try to highlight it, you can see it's working. Now set attribute. We can add, modify, and attribute. Okay, so we will do document dot get element by id, and inside this we will set attribute. Let me just cross check this with the idea dot add event listener. Is inside this it should be a click comma function, and we will do paragraph dot set attribute. We will set the attribute data info. Okay, and we will also do dynamic attribute added. Okay, here we are dynamically changing the attribute. Then we will do console.log and attribute set and paragraph dot get attribute. Okay, get not get animation, get attribute, and we will get data info. Let me save it. Let's see if it is working or not. If I open the console and console, yeah. Let me just click on the set attribute. Okay, dynamic attribute added. So it's working. Let's print it here as well. Let me just close it, the terminal. Yeah. Now we will get the attribute using document dot get element by id. Inside this, get attribute, and we will add the event listener of click comma function. This is important, just pay attention. Let attribute value equals to paragraph dot get attribute. Inside this we will get the new attribute, which is data info, and let display area equals to document dot get element by id, and this will be attribute display area equals to document dot create element, and we will create one div if we don't have, as we don't have actually a div. Now we will create it, and display area dot id equals to attribute display. Just look what I'm doing, and we will be seeing this in next topic as well, so you will be clear by that time as well. Append child and actually display area. We are done with this. Now we will create if attribute value, then we will display it, display area dot text content equals to data info plus attribute value, else display area dot text content equals to data info attribute does not exist. Okay, let me save the file. So if I set the attribute, I think it should have done attribute set. Okay, now if I want to display the attribute, let me just do this, close the console, refresh again, set attribute and get attribute. Okay, we're getting the data info dynamic attribute added, and set attribute. Okay, yeah, it's working. So if there is no attribute and get attribute, if I do this, so data attribute does not exist. Okay, it's working. So the last thing is removing that attribute. Remove attribute document dot get element by id, and inside this we will do remove attribute dot add event listener, and we will do paragraph dot remove attribute, and we will give it the data info so that it can remove it. Then we will do console.log attribute removed, comma, paragraph dot get attribute, and inside this data info. Save it, open the console. If I set the attribute, that's working, get attribute, remove attribute, attribute removed. Now if I do the get attribute, does not exist. Yeah, it's working. Let's check the rest of the thing. Change text, change style, toggle highlight. So it's working. You can see we have seen this. Now we have seen how we do modification in the elements, I will write one another program for you to understand in a much better way. We will create one index2.html. So the program is ready. It's very similar to the previous one, but with more styles and features. Let me show you. You can do a lot of things. You can see and understand. I will provide the code as well. Let's see how we can create and remove elements using DOM manipulation. So I will create one folder, creating and removing elements. So let's start by creating one div. We will create one div, and inside this we will name it. We will give one ID to this div as a container. Inside this div, we will create one h2 tag, existing element, and let me just save it. We are getting the existing element. I will create one button. We will name this as add element, and inside this add new element. So we are getting the button. It's time to write the script to add one element dynamically using JavaScript. So we will do document dot get element by ID. Inside this, we will pass add element. We will add one event listener, and inside this function, and now we can do new paragraph equals to document dot the function method that we will be using is create element. Okay, inside this we will pass. Now we will do new paragraph. Okay, sorry, we will do new paragraph dot text content equals to I am new. So we will do document dot get element by ID, and inside this we will get container and append this inside using append child this method, and inside this we will pass new paragraph. If I save this and if I just click on the add new element, you can see we can able to add new element, which is a paragraph, dynamically using create element and appending it inside the div. I can click again. We are using append child. You should use append child when you want to add an element at the end of a container. So this is how we create elements. Let me just show you more examples. Let's see example number 2. Okay, why it is showing inside this? We will. Okay, I think I should paste it after the button tag. Yeah, after this we will create the script for that. Now let me just create one button and I will show you a success message once the user clicks on the button. Okay, so we will create one ID as a show message. So we are getting the button. Now let me just write the script for that. We will do document dot get element by ID, and inside this we will pass show message dot add event listener. It should be a click, then comma function. Inside this we will create let notification equals to document dot create element. We will create one div. Inside this we will pass a div and notification dot text content equals to this your action was completed. This will be the content that will show up. Now we need to do notification dot class list dot add document dot body dot append child, and this should be notification. Okay, now we don't want the notification to be there all the time. We will use a set timeout function. Set timeout. Inside this notification dot remove, and this should be for 3 seconds. Now if I click on show message, you can see success your action was completed, and after 3 seconds it disappeared.
This is the example number 3 I just created right now. Will allow us to add a profile card in our web page, and this is the script for adding the profile card. If you see this, you can understand. Now let's see how we can remove elements. Let me just make index2.html. We will create a div. The div will have one ID, name list, and inside this we will create a p tag. P tag will have one ID as item1, and item1 we will create one as remove item function. Now inside this we will have the remove. We're done here. Let me just write the script. Inside the script we will do create a function as remove item. Then we will do let parent equals to document dot get element by id, and inside this we will pass list, and let child equals to same document dot get element by id, and this time we will pass the child as item1. Now if we can use parent dot remove child, and we can pass the child. This is so simple. If I save this, if I click on the remove button, you can see we can easily remove the p tag, this element. Let me just save it to show again. Way of removing only works best if you have a reference to the child element, then it works really nice. Let's see another simpler way to remove element. Suppose we have a button id equals to delete. Inside this remove me. In the script we will do document dot get element by id, and we will pass delete dot, we will add the event listener, add event listener, click comma function. Now inside this we will simply do this dot remove, and if I save it and if I click on the remove me, you can see we can easily remove that button. Let me show you again. Suppose we have an element and we want to insert another element either before that element or after that element. So let's see what method helps us to do that. We will create one to tag. Inside this, we will do id equals to title, and this should be welcome. After this, we will create one button with id equals to insert, and insert html. We will do document dot get element by id, and insert dot add event listener. Now inside this we will do document dot get element by id, and we will pass title, and dot insert adjacent element, insert adjacent html. You can see element as well. We will do html, and inside this we will write after end comma new paragraph added after the title. Now if I click on insert HTML, you can see after the title we are getting new paragraph added after the title. How it works. Let me mention this as well, what we have used here. Yeah. I hope you understand. Now one last method that we will learn, which is important. Let me just create one index dot 4, actually index 4.html. I want you to go through the sequence as well as I am teaching you. Index, then index 2, then 3, then 4. This is the last thing of, so we will be learning replace child example. Okay, I have created one div as main container. Inside this we have a p tag called old text with id old text, and we have one button with id replace button, replace with heading. Okay, I want this p tag to be removed, and instead of this we want one h2 tag with the text this is a new heading. Okay,
So how we can do that? We have one method for that. Document.getElementById. We are getting the replace button. We're targeting the replace button. We added one event listener when it is clicked. We created one variable new heading and we created one h2 tag. After that, the new heading dot text content. This is the text content that we want to replace with this one. And now we created one parent variable and get element by id to get the parent id, okay, which is this div, and we get the id of old paragraph, okay. Then we just replace using replace child new heading, which is this, with old paragraph. And if I click on replace with heading, you can see this is a new heading changed with h2 tag. The paragraph is changed with h2 tag, okay. This is very easy and important as well. So this things are creating and removing elements. Now we will see handling events. What are these? So let me create one folder, handling events, index.html. So I have created the basic code, basic HTML with p tag, buttons, and some important thing to teach you all the event handling stuff. We have already seen how we can use the click event. We will see mouse event, keyboard event, and form event. Okay, these are importance. So we will write the script for all of the events inside this script. Let's start with the first event. The first one is click event. We will do document dot get element by id, and this will be your click button, and I will paste it here. Dot add event listener, and as I mentioned, this should be a click comma. We will create function. This will allow us to document dot get element by id, and we will time dot text content and button clicked. Text content equals to button clicked. If I click on the button, you can see. Okay, so we have seen the click event. Now let's go for the mouse event. We will copy the same code. We will do let hover document dot get element by id. Inside this, we will pass the hover box. After this, we will do hover box dot add event listener, and we will do a mouse over, okay, comma function hoverbox dot style dot background color. This should be yellow. Now we will do hoverbox dot text content equals to mouse over. Let me save it. You can see it's working. The moment I slowly go, and the moment I am above the box, you can see it changed to mouse over. Now we will see another event listener, which is keyboard events. We will do document dot get element by id. Let me just copy this much, and inside this we will do keyboard input and dot add event listener. We will do key. We have multiple methods. We will be using key down, and we will create one function document, okay, document dot get element by id, and we will do this key message dot text content equals to you pressed, and okay, and then this should be, actually I can do this as well. Let me just, yeah, you pressed, and inside this we will do event dot. Now you will see the magic in this input tag. The moment I write F, you can see you pressed F. D, you press D. G, you press D. D, H, U, Y. If you understand this, see what we have next. We will now see form events. Inside the form events, we will do document dot get element by ID and form. Okay, let's target the color select first dot add event listener. We will do change. Okay, we have change and then one function inside this document dot get element by id, and we will do color message dot text content equal to then selected color. We have this dot value. See what happens here. The moment I select red, you can see selected color is red. Blue, selected color is blue. Now let's see, we are done with the keyboard event with form color part. Now the submit button is left. Let's deal with that as well. Okay, this is how we handle the submit button. Simple. We just add submit here, and the another change is event dot prevent default, which prevent the to refresh the page, and one alert message. Okay, let's see. We click on submit, form submitted, we got the alert message. Let me just refresh it. Okay, the last thing that is left is your window event. Let me just write that as well. This time we will do window dot add event listener and resize comma function document dot get element by id, and we will pass resize message dot text content equals to window width. We will do window dot inner width. Okay, we have this property inner width. I save this. Let me just see. Okay, I need to do pixel as well so that we can understand. If I increase it, you can see here the window width is 1280 pixel. Now if I do this, now it is 505 pixel. Okay, this is very useful in developing the css. Now you can see it's increasing, decreasing again. I hope all the DOM concepts are clear. We have covered all the important methods that we have in selecting, in modifying, creating and removing and handling events. All these are equally important. I have also done one good thing for you is that look at this. The moment you go down, you will see all the methods that are listed that I covered, and some I might not cover but are even listed here. I have written what these do. You can see and revise whenever you think that you are forgetting something, and don't try to remember all the methods because you cannot, nobody can. You can remember the important methods that are present. So this ends our chapter 6. So now we have covered lot of things that are not even listed here, but we have covered it. Few things that are listed we have not covered till now is why not inner HTML and use inner adjacent HTML. Here the reason is very simple. Inner HTML overrides everything inside an element, which can cause event handlers to be lost, while inner adjacent HTML lets you insert content before, after, at the start or end. We have seen this example of an element efficiently. It's faster and safer for dynamic updating parts of a web page without affecting existing scripts or elements. Okay. However, if you are replacing an entire section, inner HTML, this part is still useful, but I would suggest use inner adjacent HTML. About the performance optimization, we will be seeing in end of this lecture. Now it's time to start the objects and object-oriented programming in JavaScript, which is our chapter 7. We have just completed chapter 6 about DOM and DOM manipulation. I have also updated the content, the sequence I taught you. Now let's create one chapter 7 folder. Let me just rename it chapter 7. We will create one object.javascript, and then let me open the notes for you. This is the notes I prepared for chapter number 7. Let's see what is object. An object in JavaScript is a collection of key value pairs. These keys are always strings or symbols. Okay, this is very important line. Even if written as numbers, that is 1 and 1 as the value, becomes 1 as string, and the values can be any data type including other objects and functions. So we will copy the definition and let me just paste it here. Okay, so objects are nothing but a collection of key value pairs. These key value pairs are always strings or your symbols. Okay, suppose this is an object. We have 1 comma Tekneikos. Okay, so this one will be treated or converted as a string, not as a number, because this is a key, but this is value. Okay, the syntax is wrong, let me fix it. Yeah, but this is your string, and this value can be your function or any data type of your choice. I hope you understand this. We will create one simple object to understand how we can create it. Const person equals to opening closing braces. Inside this we will write name, which will be your JavaScript, and comma topic will be object in JS. Okay, so this is how we create an object. If I do console.log and your person dot name, or even if I copy this and paste it again to target your property. Let me just run the code. You can see we are getting JavaScript and objects in JavaScript. Okay, this is how we deal with objects. There are so many methods that we will be learning soon. Let's see one more example. We have const car equals to, suppose we have a brand which is Tata, and we have a model Nano, and I can do is car dot year equals to 2000. Okay, this means I am adding a new property to this object car, and also, and I can do car dot model equals to curve. Okay, so in this line we are modifying an existing property. Okay, now if I do console.log and I write inside this car, let me just run the code. You can see we are getting brand as Tata, model changed to curve, and we are getting another property year 2000. Another cool thing, let me show you. Object can have methods or functions. We can do something like const user equals to simple an object, and inside this we will do name Tekneikos and comma. We can write greet, and this should be a function. Inside this function we will do console.log hello, my channel name is, and inside this we can use property of this dot name. Okay, now if I run this program, it will give me error. I am expecting that you know what kind of error we will get. We need to do user dot greet. Okay, now if I run the code, we are getting hello, my channel name is Tekneikos. Okay, so this is how you add a function inside a object. Start. So this is how you can add a function inside an object. Now let me explain you this code again. Here we have an object which is user. Okay, we have a function inside this object which is using the name using this. So if you don't know what is this, this refers to the object that is calling the method. Okay, here we have a method greet inside user object. When user dot greet, this is called the this inside greet refers to user. So this dot name is same as user dot name, which is your Tekneikos. We used here person. We used person dot topic. So in this case, this dot name performs same as person dot topic or person dot name. I hope now you are clear about it. Now let's see one another important thing is nested objects. Okay, we can create as const students or student equals to an object. Inside this we have name as Vivek, comma, we can create another object inside this student object which will hold the marks of Vivek as math 90, comma, science 80. Okay, now I can do console.log. Inside this I need to do student dot subject dot math. Then I can access the mark of math. By running the code, you can see we are getting 90. This is how nested objects work. Now let's go back to the notes and let's see what we have next. So I have already mentioned one example for your reference. Now memory storage. Okay, primitive values, that is a name, Tekneikos, are stored directly in the object's memory block. Okay, this is important. Nested objects or functions create pointers to separate memory locations in the heap. Variables hold references like memory addresses, not the object itself. So we have one person as an object. Inside this, we have name as Tekneikos. This stored in the object's memory block. Okay, we have a greet as a function stored in heap referenced here. Okay, we can do console.log and hello, then this dot name. So this is this almost similar example that I have shown you. Now let's see what is this critical behavior. We created one object 1 as a and then 1. Object 2 equals to object 1. Now in this case, object 2 references the same memory address as object 1. Okay, if I do object2 dot a equals to 2, mutates the shared object. Okay, and if I do console.log object1 dot a, we are getting 2. Okay, proof of shared reference. Okay, let me just show you this example as well in the VS Code. The place might not be clear. If I run the code, you can see we are getting A2, which means this is the proof that object 2 referencing the same memory address as object 1. Okay, now we have seen creating objects. We have created this. We can also create using new object. Let's see that as well. Creating with new object. Let's see how we can do that. Basically, a new object is a built-in JavaScript method to create an empty object, and later you can assign properties dynamically. Okay, so we will do let user or users equals to new object. Okay, after that what we can do user dot name equals to Tekneikos. Okay, and user dot age equals to 21, user dot greet equals to function, and inside this we will do console dot log and hello, my name is, you know what I'm going to write here, this dot name. After this line we will do console dot log user dot name. We will do console dot log user dot age. We will do, okay, now we will do user dot greet function. Let's see the magic. Okay, we will run the code. Okay, we are getting some kind of error. Okay, yeah, I got it. This should be users. If I run this, we are getting Tekneikos because we printed user.name. We are getting 21 because user.age. Now, when this function is called, inside this, we are getting this dot name, which is Tekneikos, and we are printing hello, my name is Tekneikos. This is another way of creating objects, much easier and efficient way, but still you should prefer object literals over new object this method unless there is a specific need. Now let's see another way of creating objects, which is creating objects with constructor function. Okay, the reason I am telling you all the different ways because usually you will face in interviews that people would ask you to create object and do different things. And that time, if you are aware of different methods, whichever is suitable for you, you can use that. So constructor functions act as a reusable blueprints for objects. When called with new, they create new object instances. Now let's see this. We can do function and users, this time 2s, and name comma age. We are passing these two. Inside this, we will do this dot name equals to name, and this dot age equals to age. After this, we will do let user 1 equals to new users, and inside this we will pass Tekneikos comma 21, and we will do same console log user1 dot, okay, this should be users1 dot name age. Let's just run the code. We're getting the same output. Let's see what we have in nodes. We have seen with object literals, using new object, using constructor function. Now we have object methods, okay, which is very important. We will create another file for that. Let's go here and create object methods.javascript. So JavaScript provides built-in methods for manipulating objects. Okay, we will see a lot of methods which are actually important to know. The first one is object.keys, and we pass object inside this. Okay, so let me just write down and I will show what is the use. We will create one const person equals to an object, and let me just put the data. Yeah, I have created all the properties. Now suppose this is the object that I have with me. If I want to return an array of all the properties of an object, how we can do that? We will do console.log. Inside this we will use one built-in function called object dot, or should be called capital object dot keys, and inside this we will pass person. The moment I run this, we will get the keys in an array. Okay, if suppose there are more keys, job and this, let me, if I run this, you can see we are getting another key. This is very useful when you want your keys to be printed as an array. Now the same method that we have for getting all the values, let me just copy this and we will paste it here. This time this key would change to values, and if I copy this, and this should be values. Let me just run the code. You are getting all the values inside your object. Now you can do all kinds of manipulation that you want to do in an array. And one more thing is, doesn't matter if there is any function, data is of type number or floating point, whatever the data type would be, and even if there is any function, it will return everything as an array. Another cool method that we have is object dot entries. Okay, and inside this we pass object. What it does, it returns an array of key value pairs, which where each entry is an array of type key and value, key comma value. Okay, so let's just check that as well. We will copy this and paste it again. This time we will do entries. Okay, let me just clear the terminal, clear this as well. If I run the code, you can see we are getting an array of complete key value pair. Name, Tekneikos age, 21 YouTube channel name, Tekneikos playlist, Java basic to advanced. Okay, so I hope you understand this. Let's see what we have. Another important methods, object dot assign. Okay, inside this it takes two parameter, target comma source. Now this copies all your properties from source to target. Okay, and it creates a shallow copy, which means does not clone the nested objects. Let's see what it can do for us. We have a const person clone, and inside this we will create object dot assign comma we will pass person. And once this is done, if I do console.log and person clone, okay, we have cloned that and run the code, you can see we're getting that object which was this person in the person clone, because that object is now cloned in this. Now remember one thing, it is a shallow copy. Let me just show you with some code. If I try to do console dot cannot this, if I do person clone dot name equals to suppose Vivek, and if I run it, you can see here we are not getting the changed value. Actually, we're not printing it. Let me just copy this again and paste it. The person clone is showing Vivek, but if I do person, the original one, and run the code, you can see it is giving us Tekneikos. So this line does not affect the original object. Let me clean the terminal. Let's see object dot freeze. Inside this we will pass object. This allows us to make the object immutable. Okay, immutable means the values cannot be changed. Okay, the properties or the values that we have inside the object cannot be changed. Suppose we do console, before that we need to freeze it. So we will do object dot freeze this method. Inside this we will pass person. Now if I do person dot name and change it to suppose Rahul, and even if I try to delete person dot age, let me just run the code. Okay, before that let me just run it with console log person dot name, and we have deleted the age. So I will try to print that as well, person dot age. You can see here we're getting Tekneikos and 21, so that means nothing has harmed us even though we tried to change the name and the person age. This is very handy when you know these properties. You don't want to change any further, so you can freeze it so that it will not be changed accidentally. Let's see another important object method. We have object dot seal, which takes object. Okay, this is very simple. This prevents your addition and deletion of any object. We just saw an example. If I copy these three lines, paste it again, before that I will comment this line and we will do object dot seal. Inside this we will pass person. Now even if I run the code, okay, we are getting unexpected answers. I should comment these things as well. Now if I run this, you are getting Tekneikos and 21. Okay, because the seal line is written here and you know it JavaScript runs line by line, so it deleted it now, and then we got undefined, but actually this seal method will not allow any property to be deleted inside an object, and also not you cannot able to add anything. Let's see another good method, object dot define property. Okay, which takes object key and descriptor. This allows us to have a fine grained control over property behavior. Okay, defines properties as read only, non immutable or non-configurable. Let's see one example. We will do const user equals to an object. Then we will do object dot define property, this method. Inside this we will pass user comma id, and inside this we will do value 1011 comma writable, this should be false, comma enumerable false, and configurable false. Okay, we are done here. Time for a semicolon. Now we will do console dot log. Inside this we will do user dot id you are getting 1011. So what is actually happening? This line tells that it cannot be modified. This line tells it can be iterated. This line tells it cannot be deleted. Now you will understand with this. If I do user dot id equals to 202222, and if I then do delete delete user dot id. Okay, also then we will do console dot log user dot id. You can see we are getting, let me just comment this line, we are getting 1011. It is not deleted and not even changed because of these properties. I hope you understand this method. We have seen a lot of methods now. Let's go to what we have next. We have seen all these methods, advanced method of define property. Now the next big thing we will be learning is prototypes and prototype chain. Okay. What is prototype? This is one of the very famous question asked in lot of interviews, and people would seriously ask this question to check your JavaScript in-depth knowledge in inheritance and prototype. So every JavaScript object has an internal prototype property accessed via slash slash proto slash slash, okay, which links it to another object. This mechanism is called prototype inheritance. Okay, let me copy the definition and show you how it actually works. We will create one file as prototype.javascript. Let me paste the definition. Now, before starting, I want to tell you that inheritance itself is a very big concept, and the inheritance which is present in JavaScript is completely different from the inheritance that we have seen in other object-oriented programming language like your Java or your C++. Okay, don't try to mix and match these two things. Inheritance in JavaScript is different than inheritance in C++. Inheritance in C++ is like there is a parent and there is a child accessing the properties of the parents, and there are multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance. These are completely different topics. Okay, don't go and put your mind into that. We will understand what is prototype inheritance in JavaScript. Let me show you one very good thing in objects methods. Actually, in this file we have seen that we created one object as person, and after that, in this exercise, we have created const person as an object. And suppose this I do console.log and object dot, you can see we are getting so many properties and so many methods like assign, bind, call, suppose entries. We did entries. Okay. So how we are getting all these methods or properties? Because we have not defined them. We have not created the backend of these properties, like how they will treat, how they will work, how we can access these properties without even writing our own. Same as we, if we do create an array, arr, we do this let arr equals to your suppose 102.2.3.4, and if I do arr and then after the moment I put a dot in this, you can see there are so many methods and properties that we can use like slice, shift, reverse. So we have not defined or written anything which helping us to find these properties. So how we are accessing these? Okay, this is what prototype inheritance is. We will learn this with an example. So let's go to prototype. Create one function. The function name would be person. Inside this we will take name and age. This dot name equals to name. This dot age equals to age. Once this is done, we will add method to prototype by doing person dot prototype dot say hello equals to function, and inside this we will do console.log hello, my name is, and then this dot name. Okay, so it's done. Age. After that we will do let person1 equals to new person, and inside this we will pass Tekneikos and 21. Same we will copy and paste again for person 2. It should be like, it can be anything, JavaScript. If I run the code, you will see, okay, we have not called it. So we will do person1 dot say hello method and person2 dot say hello method. Now if I run the program, you will see, hello, my name is Tekneikos, I am 21 years old, and hello, my name is JavaScript, I am 21 years old. Okay, so what we have done here is we have created one constructor function. We added a method called say hello to person.prototype, so all instances of person can access it. And why we did that? To avoid redundant memory allocation, because say hello is shared among all instances instead of being duplicated. So let's see another example. Before showing you the another example, let me show you how the actual structure would look like. This will be like name, which is Tekneikos, comma, age 21, and after that we have two dash proto, and inside this we have say hello method, which function, and console.log, whatever we are doing inside this, another proto object dot prototype. This will add like further prototype chain if you add, but initially it looks like this in the structure wise. Let me just comment this one. This is another example that I have written. You can see the same, we have a constructor function. After that we added a method to the prototype. We are doing a console log, and we created the construction function with two parameters, car bike to car 4. Okay, the thing is, when we these functions are called, JavaScript first checks inside car for describe function which is not being present. It follows prototype proto to vehicle.prototype finds describe. When this function or this line of code is executed, JavaScript first looks inside the car object for a property or method named describe. Okay, what is in the car object? Inside the car object we have a type which is a car as a string, and we have a wheels which is 4. This is car object, suppose. Now inside this there is no describe function directly present. So what JavaScript does, since describe is not found inside car, JavaScript follows the proto link. What it follows? The proto link. I am adding extra space so that you can understand. Okay, there is two dash proto. It follows the proto link. When it follows the proto link, the proto links to vehicle.prototype.describe property which contains your describe method, which has a console log this dot type and this dot wheels. Now you know this dot type can be accessed as from the object, and this dot wheels can be accessed. Okay, so this is how the flow works. Let me just comment this. Now what is prototype chain? We have seen the actual definition can be, if a property or method is not found in an object, JavaScript follows the prototype chain to look for it in its prototype and continues up until null is reached. This enables inheritance and allows object to share methods without duplicating them. Let's see how we can reach to null. Prototype chain. Okay, how we can reach to null. So this is one of the example, a very famous one which I have written here to demonstrate how we can reach null. Okay, we have a constructor function called parent and one constructor function for child. We created one method to parents prototype as say hello, and after that we did prototype equals to object create parent.prototype, which is inheriting from parent. So how the prototype chain works actually here, child 1 that we have here does not have say hello method. JavaScript follows proto to child.prototype. Okay, we know this. If something does not have, so JavaScript tries to follow your proto to child dot prototype. Okay, now this, let me just comment this. When we reach there, child dot prototype does not have say hello method. JavaScript follows proto to parent dot prototype again. Okay, now parent dot prototype does have that say hello function, so it executed. If say hello was not in parent dot prototype, JavaScript would continue looking into object dot prototype. The prototype chain ends at the object.prototype whose prototype is null. So to demonstrate this, I have created one graph. Before that, let me just run the code. You can see hello from parent, false, 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 false. Okay, so this is the graph. We start from the, okay, this one is good. We start from child.prototype. We went to parent.prototype. We got hello, say hello, object.prototype, and then toString has own property, and at the end we went to null. Even if your concepts are not clear till now, I will do one simple thing for you, then you will completely understand this. Okay, first of all I need to split it, so let me just do that. To demonstrate you, I just created one index.html simple and connected it with show prototype.javascript. Inside this we will create one array. Let array equals to Tekneikos. If I do inspect and go to console, if I do here array dot length, you can see we are getting one. If I do array dot prototype, we are getting one object which has lot of methods and properties. If I do array dot underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, we are getting native code. Actually it's not showing, but we should get one object here as well. But if I do object dot prototype, we are getting one object. That means if I do array dot underscore underscore proto underscore underscore dot underscore proto underscore dot underscore proto underscore, if I hit enter, you will see null, because at the end there is no inheritance to any of the object, because at any point the chain will break and we are getting null. So this demonstrate your prototype chain, how we are getting the null. I hope this is clear. After prototype chain, we have seen all these. If a prototype is not found in an object, JavaScript searches its prototype. This chain continues until it reaches null. We have seen how it reaches null. Okay. Now we will see classes and objects ES6. Okay. How do we create classes? Let's go to VS Code and classes and objects.javascript. The backstory is before ES6, your ECMAScript 6, JavaScript used constructor functions and prototype based inheritance to create and extend objects. However, this approach was not very intuitive. ES6 introduced class syntax, making object-oriented programming in JavaScript cleaner and more readable. That is the thing that we will be learning. Okay, how we can do this? We can define class, then person. Inside this, we can create constructor and name, comma, age. Now, this dot name equals to name, this dot age equals to age. After this, we will create greet method, which will do console.log hello, my name is this dot name. Now we are done. After this, we will do let Tekneikos equals to new person. This P should be capital, Tekneikos and comma 21. Tekneikos dot greet. If I run the code, you can see hello, my name is Tekneikos. This is an easier and cleaner way of creating objects using class. Very simple. The class keyword defines a new class. The constructor method initializes object properties. Methods inside the class defines behaviors, that is your greet, and finally we used the new keyword to create objects and create instances. Okay. Now the biggest feature or benefit of ES6 classes is inheritance, which allows you to create a new class based on an existing one. Okay, we already have one person class. Now we can do is class student extends person, and we can do constructor name comma age comma grade. Inside this we can do super name comma age. This calls the parent class constructor, and this dot grade equals to grade. Let me just write the comment, calls the parent class constructor. After this line we can do study and console.log. This dot name is studying in grade or class this dot grade. So after this is done, we can do let suppose temporary variable equals to new student. This time we will pass again Tekneikos comma 21 comma temp dot greet and temp dot study. Let me run the code. We are getting hello, my name is Tekneikos and Tekneikos studying in class 10. We don't need, we can extend the class person and use the properties here using super. So this is very handy and useful as it increases the reusability and allows inheritance properties that can extend the properties of your parent class. For your reference, I am adding one program 1. You can check out and understand the code easily. We have just created one room class with constructor and lot of methods, and hotel with some methods, book room, checkout room, and all these things. You can check this code and understand the class concept in JavaScript in a much better way. Now let's move to nodes. What we have next, how objects are stored in memory. Okay, this is very important topic. Primitive types which are number, string, boolean, etc. are stored in stack memory. Okay, objects are stored in heap memory and variables hold references to the memory locations. Let me just show you with practical code how stored .javascript. Okay, as I told you in the notes, stack memory and heap memory. Stack memory used for primitive types stores fixed data size like numbers, strings, and booleans. It allows us to have a fast access used for function execution and local variables. Okay, but in heap for objects, it stores references types like objects, arrays, and functions. Dynamic memory allocation and objects are accessed via references. Okay, we will see example. So we will create x equals to 10 and let y equals to x. Here we have copied the value. We have copying the value, and if I do y equals to 20 and console.log x console.log y, you will see we are getting 10 and 20. The reason is because here the values are copied, not referenced. Okay, so changing y value here in this line number 14, does not affect the value of x. Now another example for heap memory. For heap, if I do let object 1 equals to a1, let object 2 equals to object 1. Now if I do object 2 dot a equals to 2. In this line, we are referencing, and I do console.log object 1 dot a and console.log object 2 dot a. The moment I run the code, you are getting 2 and 2. As I mentioned earlier, objects are stored in heap and accessed by reference. Modifying object 2 value affects object 1 original value because they point to the same memory location. I hope this is clear. Now we will see what is deep copy and how this can be avoided. Let's just understand. Deep copy creates a completely independent copy of an object. Okay, including all nested objects. Changing the deep does not change or affect the original value. Suppose we have object1 equals to a1, actually a1 comma b as another object, c2. Okay, we cannot have this object 1 1. Let object 2 2 equals to JSON dot parse. Inside this JSON dot stringify and object 1. This line is very important. This is doing a deep copy. Now if I do object 2 2 dot b dot c equals to 20 and do console dot log object 1 1 and console dot log object 2 2. If I run this much amount of code, you can see object 1 b c, and it does not affect the original value, but in the object 22 we are getting c as 20. So in a simple words, modifying the object 2 does not change or affect the object 1 value. But the limitation of this function or this method is that it does not work with functions undefined, date, map, set, etc. I hope you understand the difference between deep copy and shallow copy. Shallow copy copies object properties but keeps references for nested objects. Deep copy creates a completely new independent copy of the entire object. Okay, we are completed with these things. Now we have constructor and destructors. Okay, this is very important in JavaScript. Although we have seen constructors, but let's just understand this in a much deeper way. Constructors and destructors.javascript. Okay, constructor is nothing but a special method in a class used to initialize object properties when a new instance is created. So let's do that. Class car, inside this we can have a constructor which will have a brand and model comma year. This time we will do this dot brand equals to brand and this dot model equals to model. This dot year equals to year. There's a spelling mistake. This should be model. After this we can do create a function display information, and this will have console.log and this dot brand, then again this dot model and this dot year. We are done with this. Let car1 equals to new car. Okay, this should be car. We will pass Tata, comma model is your Nano, year is 2000. If I do car1 dot display info and run the code, we are getting some error. Let me check. There is a new car is not defined. Okay, this should be capital C. Now it should work. We are getting Tata Nano 2000. Okay, so we're getting what we expected. So the constructor initializes object properties, brand, model, year. We use then new car and then pass the parameters or values to create instances. The display information method prints car details. This is very simple and straightforward. This is one another real life example. We have user class and a constructor with name and email, and we have a is logged in as false. This is default value, and we have a login method which makes this true and do a console log this dot name and logged in. Okay, we created instance and called the function. If I run the code, you will see Tekneikos logged in. Okay, using constructor, it simplifies the object creation and ensures consistent initialization. Let's see what is destructors. The thing is, JavaScript does not have built-in destructors. We will simulate them using manual cleanup methods and finalization registry. How we can do that? Suppose we write the same program again. This is simple. Class users, we have a constructor. We are printing console log user. This dot name is created. Now we will create one dispose, and inside this we will do console dot log user. This dot name is Bing. Suppose we write removed, and we will do this dot name equals to null. We are clearing the references. After that, let me just do let user 1 equals to new users and Tekneikos user dot dispose. The moment I run the program, you can see user Tekneikos is being removed after creating. Why did we use dispose? This ensures the object is explicitly cleaned up when no longer needed. It is useful for objects managing resources like database connections and file handling. You can do this. Let me write another example. Example number 2, or should be another method. This method is for finalization registry to delete garbage collected. Okay, we have same class user constructor. We are printing user is created, and we have a function create user to create the user and finalization registry. Now this creates a finalization registry. We are creating a user and remove reference to make it eligible for garbage collected. The moment I run this program, you will see Bob is created. Let me clear the terminal, run again. User Bob created, but we are not getting garbage collected, but still the memory is garbage collected, although sometimes it does not show because it is not demonstrated. Let's go to nodes. We have destructor garbage collected. JavaScript automatically manages memory through garbage collection. When objects are no longer referenced, they are removed from memory. We are doing this object equals to null eligible for garbage collection. Now we have inheritance in JavaScript. We have already seen, but the difference is classical inheritance versus prototype inheritance. We have already seen prototypical inheritance. Let's see the difference. Unlike traditional object-oriented programming languages, JavaScript uses prototypical inheritance where objects inherit directly from other objects. Okay, we have seen how this works. We have also seen this class-based inheritance. There are examples which are different from the examples I have shown you. You can refer this for your preparation. These are some pro tips that you should sometime prefer composition over inheritance. Use object.create null for dictionaries. Avoid prototype pollution. Avoid large object hierarchies. They are hard to debug. Freeze configuration objects. You can read it. So this completes our chapter number 7.
Hey guys, it's time to start the chapter number 8, which is Modern JavaScript Essentials. Before that, let me tell you, we have completed objects and object-oriented programming in JavaScript previously in chapter number 7. And one more important thing is I have switched to a different machine, which is MacBook Air M4, and I'm not much familiar with Mac OS. Another thing is it's been almost 30 days that I have been recording this course, and I feel that even if I can contribute a single thing in your life in terms of learning and clearing your interviews, I would love to hear that. So if this video will impact your life, I want you to comment down that how and when the video help you to grow. Okay, so before wasting any time, I know the aspect ratio will change, but still I think it will not bother most of you. Let's create one file as template literals.javascript and open this. Okay, this is our notes. So we have template literals. Template literals allow embedding expressions inside string literals using backticks, okay, instead of quotes. We have seen this, it's not a big deal. We have been doing this, but we have not studied that it is called template literals. I did not mention, but it's time to do this. We have this, we will comment this, and suppose we have a const name equals to Tekneikos. We have const age equals to 21, and we can do like console.log, and inside this, instead of using double quote, we can use backticks, and my name is, and then your dollar sign and bracket, name, and I am your dollar sign and curly bracket, and age years old. Okay, this is how we can do it. And if I run the code, you can see my name is Tekneikos and I am 21 years old. We are getting this. It's very simple, not rocket science. So let's see what else we have. We can use multi-line strings, string or interpolation. We can do nested expressions inside strings. I have given some examples, you can refer it. Now the another thing that we will be learning is destructuring in arrays and objects. This is very important. Destructuring .javascript we can do in array and objects. Let's start. What is the definition? The definition says that destructuring allows extracting values from arrays or objects into variables in a cleaner way. Okay, very simple definition, self-explanatory. Let me just paste it and we will comment this. Okay, it basically helps us to extract values from arrays or objects into variables. Let's understand with very basic example. We have const numbers equals to 1, 2, 3, okay, 3, 4, 5. We have one array and we used to do this like const and first equals to numbers and 0. Okay, now this first variable will hold the 0th index value, which is 1. Okay, this is the old way. Same we can do for the first index, second index, third index, but now we will introduce array destructuring. Okay, what we can do is we can do const x, y, z. We have 3 variables, suppose, and okay, we have more elements, suppose a, b, and equals to numbers. This is very simple. And then we will do console.log x, y, z, a, b. If I run the code, you will see we are getting all the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will ask that how it is working. It just extracts the values from the array and take one value and put it into the variable. So what if we want to skip some value? Okay, we don't want 3 to be in the variable, so we can skip that as well. We can do const a, c, d, f, c. We have 4, and now if I do console.log, okay, we need to assign it as well equals to numbers c, d, f, k, g. Now if I run the program, you will see we skip the third value, which is in the second index. So you can see here the array and what we are getting. We are getting one undefined because we have used one extra variable that is not required here. Now if I run the code, okay, let me remove this as well. If I run the code, you will see 1, 2, 4, 5, not the 3. This is very simple. Now let's deal with objects. Object destructuring is also very much similar to array destructuring, but the syntax is a bit different. We have person equals to, we have one object as first name property and Tekneikos. We have second name as again Tekneikos, doesn't matter. We need to give a comma here as well, and age as okay 21. Now we are done with this. So without destructuring, how we used to do the old way is very simple. Const first name equals to, we used to do person dot first name. Okay, this is how we can get the first name. If I print first name, it will show me Tekneikos. But the object destructuring method, let me clear the terminal and close it. With destructuring, we can do const and then first name and f name, comma, second name, s name, comma, age equals to person. Now if I do console.log f name, comma, s name and age, you will see we will get the values as Tekneikos and 21. Okay, this is very simple. We are doing destructuring of an object. The more you practice these questions or the more you try to implement yourself, you will understand. Let's see what else we have. Array destructuring, and we skipped some values. Object destructuring, and we now have spread and rest operators. Okay, this is very important. Let's see. We will create one file for spread and rest operators.javascript. Let's see what we have. First we have spread operators. First we will copy the definition, and the spread operator says that it expands elements of an array or object. The definition is very straightforward. Let's see with example. We have one const arr1 and 1 comma 2 comma 3. We have these values, and we have another array. We use dot 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 for spread operator, and we use array1. What it does is it creates copy of arr1 and put it into arr2. So if I do console.log arr2 and run the code, you will see we are getting 1 2 3. So these spread operator helps us in many ways. Let me show you another example. Example number 2. We have const arry array a equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3. We have another array. Okay, arrb, this should be arrb arra 4 comma 5 comma 6. We can just merge them easily. We can do const merge array, and inside this dot 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 arra comma space dot 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 and then arrb. Then we can do console log merge array. If I run the code, let me run it, we are getting 1 2 3 4 5 6 as a single array. Let's see another example. Example number 3. We will have a one word as hello. Now this is a string. Okay, we know that, but we can convert it to character. Dot 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 spread operator and word. Now if I do console.log letters or letter and run the code, you will see we are getting one array with all the characters as elements. Okay, now we can iterate over this array and do all the manipulations. This is also useful stuff when you deal with APIs, the data or JSON data. You can use this. Now let's see how it is behaving with objects. Example with objects. We have const student equals to name as Tekneikos. Then we have grade A. Now what we can do is we can update the student. Okay, using the spread operator. We have student data right now with us. We can do grade and we can update it A plus. Okay, update it to A plus. Now we can add another property as well, or key value pair, new. Now if I do console.log update student and run it, you will see we are getting name as Tekneikos, grade as A plus, and city New York. So this is very useful to deal with the objects. Let's see what we have next. We can open the PDF and we have rest operator. The rest operator collects multiple values into an array. Okay, so we will copy the definition. Now we can use this as a powerful tool to deal with a lot of things, like with function arguments. We can have one function as sum, and it takes, this is how you define the rest operators. It takes numbers, and inside this we are returning numbers dot reduce is a method, and in that acc comma num, and we can do acc plus num comma 0, and we can do console.log sum as 10 comma 20 comma 30. And if I run the code, let me just run this much only. Yeah, you can see we're getting value 60 as their sum. If you have not understood the program, don't worry. The thing is, we are just passing some values and it takes as array and returns by adding one method as reduce array method and calculating the total sum. And this is very suitable when you don't know how many parameters you will be getting and you want to perform some operations. Let's see what else we can do. Example number 2. Let's create one program that will teach you in much better way about the REST operator. We will create one function as categories and expenses, and inside this we will take main expense, comma, the rest will be named as dot rest expenses, okay, or other expenses. Now inside this we will do console.log and backticks main expense and your $sign and main expense. Now after this line, if we will write one if condition, other expense is greater than 0. If we have other expense greater than 0, we can do console.log and same, we will use one backticks and we will do other expenses and comma. Okay, we can do this like other expenses as well. We don't need backtracks, we can do this other expenses, there should be a comma here. And in the else part, if we don't have any expenses, so we can simply do console.log no additional expenses. We will call this function with values as 500, suppose 500 for the rent, comma, we will have 200 for food, comma, 300 for travel. Now if I run the code, you will see we are getting main expenses 500 for rent and no additional expenses. Okay, we are not getting the expected answer. Why is that? Okay, the reason is very simple. I made a silly mistake. We should use the length property. If the length is greater than 0, if I run now, we are getting main expenses. Okay, let me just clear the terminal like first, and I will run only this much from this to this. Okay, we will run it. We will see that the main expenses is of course the rent, the first one. We are passing it into main expenses, and the other are 200 for food, 300 for travel, and all these things are coming in an array. And this is how you use it. Suppose we don't have this, we have only this much, and we will copy this, paste it again. If we pass only this, we will get, look at this portion. The main expenses of course 5,000 for rent and no additional expenses because the length is of course less than 0. Okay, or other expenses. So this is one of the practical example of how we use REST operator. Just for a short ending, I will write 2 points. Spread expands elements and your REST is collects the remaining elements. Now this is clear. We will see the PDF that we have. REST with object destructuring. You can use object destructuring along with REST operator. For this I have mentioned one example here. You can refer this point as well. Now we will be learning optional chaining. Optional chaining is also one important concept. There is not much to tell in this, but I will make one file, optional chaining .javascript, and this is used to prevent unnecessary errors and useful when you deal with APIs. These are the 2 points that you should remember. We will have one const user, suppose equals to, and we have name as Tekneikos, and we have address. In the address we have city, New York. So we have one nested object. Now without optional chaining we may end up into error. We will see that first. Console.log user dot address dot, okay, I think I have made address dot and city. Okay, this will work, but if I run this, let me show you, we are getting New York. Now if I do console.log user.address.phone, the phone is not mentioned. If I try to run it, we will get error. Okay, although it is not showing, but we will get error as cannot read properties of undefined. But in this place, if we use optional chaining, with optional chaining, let me write here, no error, cannot find properties of undefined, error. And in this place with optional chaining, so if I do console.log user dot contact and then optional chaining dot phone, we know that contact is not here. And if I comment this line, let me comment it and run the code, you will see we are getting undefined, but we are not getting any error. Okay, the program still runs and we are getting undefined. Okay, so this helps us to prevent unnecessary errors, and it is useful when you deal with APIs. The question mark and dot operator is nothing but it helps you to give either null or undefined if the property or your key is not found in the object. Let's see what else we have. I have already mentioned the consequences that will happen if you don't use option chaining, and we now have default parameters. We will see default parameters. Let me create one default parameters.javascript, and default parameters provide fallback value if a function argument is missing without default parameters and with default parameters. Okay, we have already mentioned the examples, but we will see different one. Let me just copy this. I am pasting all these definitions because this will eventually help you while you are preparing. I will use one example and it will be clear. Okay, very simple concept. We have function, suppose as greet user when login. Okay, or let's just not make it too difficult. We have greet user function and name equals to guest. So we have initialized or given it a default parameter to name. Now I will return hello, and inside this hello and your name. So this function will return me the user whoever logs in. Okay, suppose this. Now we will do console.log and greet. In this case I will pass value as Tekneikos, but in another case console.log greet I will not pass any value. Okay, let's see what we are getting. Okay, we are getting one error. Let me clear it and let me see why we are getting error. Console see, yeah, we should not get error. We are getting hello Tekneikos because in this function call we have passed value parameter value as Tekneikos, and in this case we have not passed anything, so it used the default parameter which is guest. You can use it in cases like there is some API call which passes the user details and user forgets to add username, so we can call him or her as guest or user instead of their name. Let's see the notes with default parameter and without default parameter. Now one last and important thing in chapter 8 is modules, import export. Okay, so what is module? Exporting and importing of modules. So basically if you are familiar with any framework like or library, like good library is React, you must have used modules. Modules helps us split the code. JavaScript modules allow you to split code into separate files for better maintainability. Let's copy this. Okay, let's just directly see what we can do here. We will create one file, module math.javascript. Suppose this is math.javascript file. We will write export to export the function and const add is the name of the function. We will pass two parameters a comma b and we will return value a plus b. Similarly we will write another function or module that is const multiply, which will again take two parameters a comma b and a into b. We are done here. This should be equals to, yeah. Another syntax is we will write export default and function subtract, which will take two parameters and we will return a minus b. Very simple. We are done with creating modules. If we go to app.javascript and we will import those modules that we created or the functions that we created. How we can do that? We can write import. After import, we need to write the function name add, and it is already giving us the suggestion that add, which is present in module math.javascript. Do you want to import this? Hit enter and it has imported, but the mistake that is there is no .javascript present, so you should write that, and also comma multiply. We will also import subtract. Once this is done, we will use those functions using console.log add. Inside this we will pass two variables 2, 3. We will do console.log and this time multiply again 2, 2, and same for subtraction, this time 2, 3. And if I run the code, you will see we are getting the values 5, 4 and -1. This is how you create modules, export those modules and import in your other portion of your program. This helps you to improve the reusability of your code. Suppose there is any function which needs to be called in multiple places of your application, you can create a module like this and use that module in different part of your application. So this completes our chapter number 8. Before ending, I have created one kind of a picture for you. You can refer this notes for your preparation, and also the complete code will be provided to you. You can refer that as well. We have seen REST operator, spread operator, destructuring, template literals and optional chaining. Okay. So finally we are at chapter number 9, the last chapter of the course. Before we start, I want to tell you that you have made it all the way to chapter number 9 of our JavaScript free course, which is incredibly awesome. You have learned so many things and that's really good. You should be very proud because you have shown the consistency and patience that so many people struggle with. So let's start our chapter number 9. We will create one file intro.javascript and I will write one comment, intro to asynchronous JavaScript. Before we start asynchronous JavaScript, what are the pieces of information that we have already? Okay, we know that JavaScript is a single-threaded language. JavaScript is a single-threaded language. Okay, which means it can only execute one task at a time within a given execution context. This execution model is known as synchronous JavaScript. This is called synchronous JavaScript or synchronous programming, where each operation must complete before the next one begins. While this approach works well for simple tasks like your simple calculator, simple mathematical functions, but it is not good for real world applications. Imagine you are developing a web application that needs to fetch data from a server, process user input, run animations, or interact with a database. If JavaScript were purely synchronous, it would have to wait for each operations to complete before moving on the next one. This would mean that while an API request is being made, the entire application would freeze, preventing users from interacting with the interface until the request is fulfilled. This kind of blocking behavior would lead to poor performance and a frustrating user experience. To solve this problem, JavaScript introduced asynchronous programming, allowing certain operations to run in the background while the main execution thread continues processing other tasks. This approach prevents the application from becoming unresponsive and ensures a smooth user experience. Now you know why do we need asynchronous programming. Why do we need async? Now you know the basic problem and the solution. Now still, let's take a real world example to understand why do we need async. Suppose you are a chef. Okay, let me write it. Suppose you are a chef. Now the problem is you need to prepare a meal for customer. If you were to follow a synchronous approach, okay, if you follow a synchronous approach, suppose you are following a synchronous approach, then what you need to do is you would first put water on the stove to boil and then stand there waiting for it to boil before moving on to the next task, okay, like chopping vegetables or preparing other food items. So you will waste a lot of times waiting that water to boil. This should not happen because the customers are hungry, they are waiting for their food. This would be highly inefficient as you are simply wasting time. However, if you apply asynchronous approach, in this example, then what you will do is you would put the water to boil and while waiting start chopping the vegetables. Once the water boils, you can immediately start cooking. This is the async method. You would probably go and put the water to boil, and then while it is boiling, you would go and do rest of your work. Once this is boiled, you would cook your food and serve to the customer. This is async method. So now these things are and should be really clear. Let's see how do we use to write the synchronous code. Okay, synchronous code. We will do one console log. Inside this, we will write this is the first line. Then we will just simply copy this, Command C and Command V. Yeah, this is the second line and third line. If I run the code, you will see we are getting this is the first line, second line, third line sequentially. Once this line is been executed, then this, then this. Suppose I want this line, which I am commenting right now, to be executed after the third line. How can I implement that async feature? Okay, let me write the code for it. Okay, so we will paste the first line because we want that to be printed as it is. Then we will apply or use one set timeout function, which will be like this, and inside this console log, this is second line and comma of, let me give a 2000 millisecond or 2-second gap. After that we will do console log, this is third line. Okay, now if I run the code, you will see the magic. We are waiting. Yeah, this is the first line, then the third line, then the second line. So we are using async programming to print or make this code execution late or as we want. Suppose this is an API. So unless we get the data from that API or the server, we are doing our rest of the work which needs to be done. And once we get that data from the server, we are printing. This is second line. This is very simple. Now how do you know that? How to know if the program that you are writing is async or sync? Suppose this a normal function or this let me just open. Yeah, how to know whether these programs that we are writing is a synchronous program or asynchronous program? Okay, very simple. If your program contains, let me comment this, if your program or code contains fetch API, async await, or set timeout functions, or your database connections, whether it is SQL or MongoDB, whatever it is, or if you are making one XML HTTP request or using set interval, these are the things or functions or whatever you call it, shows that you are using one async programming or the code which is written is asynchronous. So this was the basic introduction. Let me open the notes for you that I have created, which will help you to revise and clear your concepts. much easier. So this is the notes that I prepared, introduction to asynchronous JavaScript, synchronous versus asynchronous example, and then we see how to know if a program is asynchronous. Now we will see event loops, call stack, microtask and macrotask queues. Very important topics, theoretical topics you must know. Now JavaScript is a single threaded, meaning it can execute only one operation at a time. However, JavaScript is also asynchronous, allowing operations like API request, timer and add read file reads to happen without blocking the main thread. We know this. The event loop is a mechanism that manages the execution of synchronous and asynchronous tasks efficiently. This line, remember it forever, okay? Until and unless you left JavaScript completely, you can forget it, but you are using JavaScript as your main development language for web development or any kind of thing, whether you are in front end using React or anything, remember this. The event loop is the mechanism that manages the execution of synchronous and asynchronous tasks efficiently. We have given one example, real life example, which I already told you. The event loop ensures that while JavaScript is waiting for an operation to complete, like fetching data from an API or connecting to database, it can continue executing other tasks. Now, what is call stack? We will see what is call stack. The call stack is a data structure that keeps track of function execution in JavaScript. It follows LIFO or last in first out principle. The last function that gets pushed onto the stack is the first one to be executed. Okay, very simple. We will see this with real example. Let me just make one file, call stack.javascript. So we have pasted the definition of call stack. We will create one simple program to understand how call stack is working. We will create one function as greet. This function will have one console log which will say hello, and we'll have a function call ask name, and then we will create another function ask name which will do console.log and what is your name buddy. Then we will have another function call say goodbye. We will create another function as function say goodbye console log goodbye, and then we will call the greet function. The moment I run this code, you will see hello, what is your name buddy and goodbye. So what is actually happening here? So let's start how the code execution is working in the call stack. We will create one stack. Okay, don't judge, I don't have a touch screen laptop right now. If you are watching from the very beginning, you know I was recording in was using one screen touch laptop, Lenovo IdeaPad Flex 5, and now I don't have that. So I have Mac, so we don't have one, what is that called, touchpad with a pen. We don't have that. So what is actually happening here? A greet function is called. Okay, we know that. JavaScript pushes greet function onto the stack. So greet, G-R-E-E-T, greet function has pushed into the stack. This is a function. Okay, now inside greet, console.log hello is executed and prints hello. After that, ask name is called inside greet function, so ask name is pushed onto the stack. Now after that, inside ask name we have a console log what is your name buddy is executed and it prints what is your name buddy. Very simple. And then say goodbye is called inside ask name, so say goodbye is pushed onto the stack. Say goodbye. Okay, now inside say goodbye we have another console log goodbye executed, it prints goodbye. Now say goodbye finished execution. After it finished the execution, now the say goodbye function is popped off the stack. This is popped off. Ask name is complete and is removed from the stack. Greet completes and is popped off, leaving the stack empty. This is how call stack works. Okay, now we have seen that. Let me just open the notes for you. We have microtask and macrotask queues in JavaScript. This is very important. In lot of interviews you will be asked this question, so be prepared. JavaScript's asynchronous behavior is managed by two key queues. This is a queue data structure that you might have studied in your data structure and algorithm while studying and preparing for interviews. You might have studied. Okay, the microtask queue and macrotask queue, also known as callback queue. These queues determine the execution order of different asynchronous operations, ensuring JavaScript remains non-blocking while efficiently handling tasks. What is non-blocking? Non-blocking is asynchronous and blocking is synchronous code. Now, what is the use of microtask queue? We have seen that. It executes first before any macro tasks, processes tasks that are considered immediate in the event loop, that are considered immediate in the event loop. It includes promises, dot then dot catch finally, mutation observer, queue microtasks, explicit queues microtasks, runs continuously until the queue is empty before moving to the macro tasks. Now the example is microtask execution. We have one example. We will see that. We will create one file, micro and macro queue.javascript. So let's start console log and we will write here one, which is your synchronous code start, and then we will do queue microtask console.log microtask1. Okay, then let me just complete the code and I will show you the explanation. Then we will create one promise dot resolve dot then inside this console.log and microtask2 promise1 resolved. We will copy this line and paste it again for microtask3. Then we will do console.log and inside this step 2, which is synchronous code end. Don't worry if you are not understanding what I am writing. I will explain everything very soon once I complete this. Yeah, we are done with this. Now we have written the code. If I run the code, you can see we are getting all these step 1, step 2, microtask 1, microtask 2, microtask 3, promise 1 resolve, promise 2 resolved. Okay. Before explaining you the code and complete structure how it is working, let me show you or remind you again the microtask queue and macrotask queue. Okay, JavaScript's asynchronous behavior is managed by two queues, microtask queue and macrotask queue. Okay, also known as callback queues. We know this. Now the microtask queue has high priority and macrotask has low priority, and your microtask queue has includes promises dot then dot catch dot finally, all different methods as well, but mutation observer, queue microtasks, all these things. So we have these things, promises, queue, microtask. So this program can show us the actual flow of your microtask and event loops. So how this is working, let me explain you this. Okay, so what we know, the first thing that will be executed is your synchronous code, which is your console log step 1 synchronous code start. Okay, this synchronous code operation or synchronous operation is executed and it prints step 1 synchronous code start. After that we have queue microtask is added, which is added to your microtask queue. Okay, we have dedicated microtask queue in the memory which will be added this line. Okay, and it will be executed after all synchronous code is completed. Then we have 2.2 promises always go to microtask queue. Remember this, we have already seen here, promises goes to your microtask queue and executes in order as they go. Now we have one console log at the end, which is synchronous code. So it prints your synchronous code end. After this end, your call stack is empty, and event loop checks the call stack and it gets that it is empty. So after that, it will go to microtask queue and checks what we have there. So queue microtask runs first, printing microtask 1, queue microtask executed. This prints. After that, first promise dot then executes, printing your microtask 2 promise 1 resolved. Second promise dot then executes, printing microtask 3 promise 2 resolved. This is how the flow works. Let me show you with a simple whiteboard example. Suppose this is call stack. Okay, this is your call stack. Call stack CS. Okay, event loop checks that we have one console log in the call stack. It gets executed and printed in the first line. Okay, step 1, synchronous code start. Then we have another synchronous code, which is your, before that we have a queue microtask which is been stored in the microtask queue. Okay, this is mq microtask queue. It gets here, and we have one promise which gets here, promise 1, promise 2, and then we have c2, which is your console log. C for console log. Console log 2 gets executed, which is synchronous code end printed, and now these two gets removed from the call stack and the call stack is now empty. Now the event loops asks this microtask queue, hey brother, do you have anything, any promises, or what it will ask? It will ask for, let me show you, yeah, it will ask for any promise, any mutation observer, or anything like this. Okay, that microtask queue holds, brother, do you have anything? So this microtask queue tells the event loop, yes, I have these things. I have one mutation queue microtask which gets executed. This one gets executed. I have one promise gets executed. I have another promise gets executed or gets fulfilled, and these things printed. Now this microtask is empty. Yeah, microtask queue is now empty. This is how the flow works. Now it's time to see the macro task. Okay, we have seen the micro task. It is high priority. Remember, this is very important. This is high priority. Now let's just go down. I have already written one example for you. You can refer this. Now we have macro task queue, which has low priority, executes after all micro tasks have been completed, used for tasks that can be deferred until later. It includes set timeout function, set interval, set immediate, Node.js only. Okay, input output operations for file system, network request, UI rendering, browser repainting, all these things. Okay, we have one example, but I think I should combiningly show one example that can actually help you to understand the concept in a much better way. So I will write one program. So I have written the code for you, the example code. Let me just run the code and you will see this. Synchronous code start, synchronous code end, promise resolved, microtask queue microtask executed, and set timeout executed, another set timeout executed. Okay, you might not understand, but I will explain you, okay, everything in details. So let's do that. Let me open the whiteboard. This one is CS for call stack. Okay, the call stack executes all synchronous code first before handling asynchronous tasks. So what is actually happening when we get to the line number 10? We have a console log which gets into the call stack and executed as prints synchronous code start. Okay, and then we have another console log at the end, console log. This is also synchronous. This is also executed and get into the call stack and prints your synchronous code end. After this, you know, it is LFO, so these two will be executed and removed, get off from the call stack. We have one micro task queue and one macro task queue. Now the event loop, now it's time for the event loop. Before that, we have one set timeout. Now when we see the set timeout, this is a macro task operation or macro task operation. This is a task which is handled by your macro task queue, and this is a macro task and is placed to the macro task queue, which is this st1 is your set timeout 1, which is placed in your macro task queue. Then we have one promise in the line number 15. That promise is a micro task operation, so it gets into the micro task queue, which is this, okay, micro task. After that we have queue micro task, which is also a micro task operation, which goes into the qm micro task. We put into that micro task queue. Then we have one set timeout, which goes into the set timeout to macro task operation. After that, when event loop checks that, oh, we have call stack is empty, it goes to perform the asynchronous operation like this. It goes like this and checks, hey, in the micro task queue we have one promise, so the first promise gets resolved. We get micro task 1 promise resolved. Then it checks, hey, we have one queue micro task which gets resolved by executing it, so micro task 2 queue micro task executed. After the micro task queue gets completed or empty, this event loop goes to macro task because it has low priority. This has high priority, this has low priority. Now the low priority step is getting started. Okay, this checks that it has a set timeout function which needs to be executed after 3 seconds, so it gets executed. This is now empty. We get macro task 1 set timeout executed, and we have another set timeout 2. We get macro task 2 another set timeout executed. So this is how event loops works. We first clear the call stack, then we move to micro task, then we move to macro task because of their priorities and what we have. So this is how the whole flow works. Whenever you are being asked this question, how the event loops works, how call stacks works, you can always refer to this example or any similar examples, but do not make this clumsy art like I am doing. Don't make it like this. You can show in a way better than me. So all the best if you are being asked this question. I think I made you all clear with micro task, macro task, event loops, how these things works. You can refer to the notes. Everything is mentioned in a very beautiful way, so you can refer it for revision. Now let's see what is the real life analogy. We have one example. Think of a micro task queue as urgent, okay, high priority. We have seen this is urgent, high priority. This has low priority, like replying to your boss's email, while the macro task queue represents less urgent tasks like checking social media. You finish replying to your boss first, which is your micro task queue, and then you check social media, which is your macro task queue, after micro task queue are empty. Very simple. Once this is empty, then we start macro task queue. We have seen this. Now the next topic is callbacks. We will see how we use callbacks and what are its disadvantages. So callbacks are nothing but your functions that passed as an argument to another function which is executed later when an operation is completed. This was the primary way of handling asynchronous operations before promises and async await. Okay, we have seen callbacks, but again we are here to look at them because the perspective was different back in your different chapter, but now we will be looking in terms of async JavaScript. So we will make one callback.javascript file. Now we have the definition, so we will simply copy it. Okay, so a callback is a function passed as an argument to another function which is executed later when an operation is completed. So we'll see how it is working. So I have written a very simple example code for you to understand callbacks. We will run this code and see it's running. After 2 seconds it says fetched user data from server, processing user data for Tekneikos, displaying user data which is ID1 and name Tekneikos status processed. Now let me explain you the code. We have one function called fetch user data, which simulates fetching user data from a server. After 2 seconds, it passed the user data to the callback. We have process user data. This takes the fetched data, processes it, adds a status field which is processed, and then calls its callback. Then we have a display user data which simply logs the processed data. The functions are called in sequence, ensuring proper data flow using callbacks. Now you must be wondering that this is one way of using asynchronous programming in JavaScript. Okay, we know that. So why do we need to learn about promises, async await, and lot of other things? We can do the async code with callbacks, but the problem here is you can see these functions doing very simple works like fetching user data, processing and displaying few callbacks one another. Okay, but how difficult the code is to read. You can see there are so many callbacks, so many things that are happening. A person who is not familiar or not experienced might not understand the code easily. And there is another very big problem in the callbacks, that callback hell. Okay, we have already studied about this. When multiple callbacks are nested within each other, it leads to callback hell, also known as pyramid of doom. You should remember this. Pyramid of doom is nothing but callback hell, making code harder to read, debug and maintain. Okay, if you cannot debug or maintain, do the changes in your code further in the future, then what is the meaning of writing or making a program? Suppose there is this button which helps me identify what kind of folder this is, what a kind of file this is, and my client wants this button to be at this position, and I tell him that sorry, I am not able to perform this task because I used so many, for example, I have used so many callbacks hell and I have used so many irregularities in my program, so that I cannot modify this feature. Very simple thing. So at the end of the day, you will be in trouble writing so many callback hells. So it's better to avoid callbacks. Now let's see what we have. Drawback: inversion of control. The function receives callback, controls when and how the callbacks executes. This can cause problems when dealing with errors or modifying execution behavior. So we get to know what is callback and how these can cause callback hell and problems for debuggers and testers. Let's see what a callback hell code looks like. Let me show you. This is a function. Let me just run so that you can understand. You can see there are so many callbacks again and again and again and again. If I run the code, you will see step 1 completed, step 2 completed, step 3 completed, all steps completed. Okay, but it is hard to debug this code and do further modifications in future. Now you must be wondering if there are issues in callback, that is callback hell, how we can avoid that. The very simple answer is using promises and async await. Okay, we will see async await and promises both in very detailed way. Before that, we will introduce you with XML HTTP request. This is very important. Before fetching APIs and promises, XML HTTP request was used to make network request. However, it had several downsides. I have written some downsides, but we will see how this is helping us to have a request to the server. We will create one file for it, XML HTTP request.javascript. So I have created one simple program. I will explain you, don't worry. In this program, what we will be doing is, we have Google GitHub page. In this, Google posted all their repositories. So we will get these datas and print in our web app. So let me show you. I just created one index.html and which says hello Google data, Very simple. We will save it, and we connected the JavaScript file using script tag src equals to xml http request.javascript. And in this file we created couple of functions using your xml http request to make request to the GitHub server to get the details of Google repositories. So let me explain you how it is working. First, we have a function fetch data which takes URL and callback. We have one username which is Google. You can change this username to your username, your GitHub username, and you can see all these data of your GitHub ID. So we have username, and after that we have one simple function fetch data which takes URL and callback as parameters. This function performs an XML HTTP request call. Very simple, we know this. Const hr equals to new XML HTTP request, and we open that using get, and inside this it takes a URL. We know that when the request is completed, it calls the callback with either an error or the parsed JSON response. If we failed, it will give us error, request failed with status code. Otherwise, it will call the callback with parsed JSON data. After that, we have another function fetch data, which is helping us to generate error if we get any error. Otherwise, what it is doing, it just simply console logs lot of data like user data, username, followers, public repositories, all these things. And here the request is being made. This request is made only after fetching user data. It logs the repositories and details of the first repository. Very simple code. Okay, now I will show you how you can run it. You can just open with live server. We have seen this, and yeah, we will copy this URL because we cannot open console here, and we will use Brave browser. Okay, we can do, okay, refresh here as well. Okay, we are getting the username as we wanted in the code. Where is the code? Yeah, we are getting the user data, username. Okay, we are getting the followers. The followers are this much. We are getting the public repositories, 2739 as public repositories. Let me show you public repositories, and we also getting all the repository data. Okay, you can check these as well, but we don't need to. First repo is .allstar, first repo link. We are getting all these things. If I click on the first repo link, you can see this repository was archived by the owner on June 17, 2024. So we are getting these data using XML HTTP request. We are making request to the GitHub server to get the details of Google. Very simple. You can modify and check your own details as well. Let me open the notes for you. So we have seen XML HTTP request. Okay, but what is the problem? We are getting all the things done with XML HTTP request, but why we are not using right now? The problems are it requires multiple event listeners, on load, on error, all these things. We have used one on error here. Another thing is the syntax was harder to read. It did not support promises, making chaining difficult. I have already written a very simple XML request example. You can refer this as well. It also has no built-in promise support, difficult error handling. Now we will introduce promises. Better way to handle asynchronous functions. So we will create one file, promises.javascript. Let me open the notes. A promise is an object that represents eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation. It has three states: either pending, initial state, fulfilled, operation completed, rejected, operation failed. So we will copy this definition for you and paste it here. So let's understand promises with a simple function. We will create one function with name fetch data, And this function will simply return new promise, which will have two states, either resolve or reject. And inside this we will use a set timeout, and we will create one variable as success equals to true. If it is a success, then we will simply resolve the promise as data received successfully. Else we will reject the promise. Dot then this method, inside this we will get the data, actually like this data, and inside this we will do a console log success and data. We are getting some error. Yeah, there should be a comma. Dot catch method, and this will catch the error. If we get any error, this will do console.log failure and error. There should be a comma, and we have dot finally. Console.log promise execution completed. Now if I run the code, you will see the output. We are getting success, data received successfully, and promise execution completed. That means we are getting the data from the server. But if I change this success to false, now you will see that, yeah, failure, error fetching data, and promise execution completed. We're getting the rejected state, error. Now I will explain the complete flow of this code. We wanted to demonstrate the complete flow of promises, so we created one function. This function returns a new promise. Inside this promise, inside this promise we use set timeout. Here inside this promise we use a set timeout to simulate a network delay of 2 seconds. A variable success is set to true, but initially is set to true, and you can change this to false that I just did. If success is true, the promise is resolved. If success is true, the promise gets resolved. Data received successfully. If the success is false, the promise gets rejected, which is error fetching data. Now we are handling the promises in this lines of codes. How we are doing that? We are first calling the fetch data function. Then this triggers the asynchronous operation, which takes 2 seconds to complete. We know that because of your set timeout. Dot then handles the success case. If we get the data, it will show success. If the promise is resolved, it logs data received successfully. Then we have dot catch. This handles the error case or failure case. If the promise is rejected, it logs error fetching data. Then we have dot finally. This runs regardless of success or failure. It doesn't care. This always executed. So in case of failure, it did run, and in case of success, it did run. So this executes promise execution completed. So I hope the complete flow is very clear to you. We will create few more programs to understand this in a much better way. So I have written one example program for you, which is, if you have guessed it right, you are doing really well. The program does the same thing as your XML HTTP request was doing. We're doing the same thing with the promises in JavaScript. So I will explain you the code. Before that, I want to show you what it is doing actually. If I refresh it, you can see we are getting username, Google, followers, public repository, repositories, first repo, and first repo link. Very simple. Let me just close this, and now I will explain how easy it is to write the same program compared to XML HTTP request using promises. So we will start with this function. We created one function, fetch user data, which takes username as parameter. We are passing Google here. You can pass your GitHub user ID. It will use that. Inside this function, we have fetch. This sends an HTTP request to https api.github.com/users Google. Now we just get response from the API request that we sent. The response, if the request is successful, if response.ok triple equals to true, then we will convert that response to JSON. Otherwise, if it is false, we will simply print or throw an error, throw new error. After that, we need to process and log user data. Okay, for that, this is working. Once the user data is received, it logs it. The complete user date object, the username, number of followers, number of public repositories, everything. We are getting all these things. Okay, user data.public repo, user data.followers, user data.login using .then. Now, before this function ends, we are making another new fetch request. Okay, it returns a new fetch request to get the list of repositories for that user and then /repos. This chains another promise that will handle the next API request. Compared to, if you compare with the XML HTTP request, chaining is really difficult. If you compare with your callbacks, we have callback hell, and which is completely difficult to understand, but you can see it is very easy and simple syntax. Now after that, again we need to process and log repository data. We check if the response is successful, parse the response into JSON format, simple. And then if it is not successful, we will throw error, very simple. And then we will simply console log all the repositories, first repo name, and for we are doing this if there is nothing, we don't find any repo, we will simply return no repositories. Then at the end, we are using .catch. It will catches any errors that occur during any stage of fetching data and logs the error message if something goes wrong. Okay, this is very simple. You can see and understand. The moment you actually see, this might not be clear, but when you try different programs using promises, you will definitely understand promises in a very better way. Now let me open the notes. I have created one simple program for promises. You can check that as well. We have seen different methods. Then we have seen this .catch, .finally runs regardless of resolve reject. There are some advanced methods like promise.all. This resolves when all promises are resolved, fails if one fails. Regardless of this one, which runs either fail or success, we have promise.all, which resolves when all promises are resolved. We have promise.res. This resolves or rejects as soon as the first promise settles. Now we have promise.any, resolves as soon as one promise resolves. We have promise.all settled. This resolves when all promises settles. Okay, success or failure. We have a very good example, promise.all versus promise.res. You can check this code as well. Now we will see async await, very important in terms of asynchronous JavaScript. So let's create one file in the chapter number 9, async await.javascript, and we will copy the definitions. Async await is syntactic sugar over promises, making asynchronous code look synchronous, improving readability and maintainability. Very simple definition. We will copy this. So let's start async await. We will create one simple function. The syntax is very simple. We will write async and function name fetch data, this, and inside this we will have a try block. Let response equals to await. We will await new promise which will have resolve, comma, reject. And inside this, we will have one set timeout. You know that why we are using a set timeout. And yeah, inside this set timeout, we will make one variable, let success equals to true initially. And once this is true, if this is success, we will do resolve, and inside resolve we will write data received else reject, very simple, which will print error fetching data. Once this is done, we will do a comma here and add a 2-second time. After try, we will have one catch block. Before that, we will do one console log, console.log, which will have success and comma response. And in the catch block, we will catch the error, very simple. And what kind of error? We will do console log. In the catch block, it will be a failure, comma, error. And we can also have one finally block, console.log promise execution completed. If I run the code, you will see we are getting 2-second break and we are not getting any response because we have not called that fetch data function. Now let me explain you the code. The fetch data function is declared with async keyword, as it allowing the use of await. Await waits for the promise to resolve before continuing. The try block executes successfully if the promise resolved. The catch block handles any error that might occur. The finally block executes whether an error occur or not. You know this, very simple. Await awaits until we get any response from promises. This will wait, stop the program, like, bro, wait for me until I get any response. Do the rest of the tasks, like synchronous task. Let me wait for the thing that I'm waiting to be resolved or promise to be resolved. Now you might ask why we are using a promise inside async await. Can we exclude promise? So the answer is yes, you can exclude. Usually when you fetch APIs, you don't use promises inside async await. Suppose we are fetching some real API with HTTP request. So we will create one async function and the name will be fetching real API. Inside this, we will have one try block, which will have let response equals to await, and fetch. We will fetch the data from https://some url.com, and once we get the data, we need to convert to JSON. To convert, we also need to await it. This is a good practice because this is also kind of an asynchronous task. And once we convert that to JSON, we will do console.log and user data, and we can give the data. And after that, we will have one catch block which will have one error, and console.log error, comma, error. So this is how you write async await functions. In the above program, I used both async await and promises together, while this is not usually necessary because async await is actually built on top of promises. I wanted to demonstrate how network delays work, so I manually used promises inside async await function to simulate a delay response. So let's run this. We will see what will be the output. If I run the code, we are getting failure, error fetching data, promise execution completed. The reason is very simple. This is false. If I make it true, and then if I run the code, we should get success. Yeah, success data received successfully and promise execution completed. So let's create one example again. Example number 3. Now this is the same program to get the user details, user repository, first repository, and all these things that we were doing for the XML HTTP request for promises, and for now we will do for the async await. Simple. We created one async function. We have a try block. Inside this try block we will try to fetch the data. We have let user response. We created one variable. It will await because it is an asynchronous operation, so it will fetch the user data from GitHub API. If it is not found, it will throw one error. If the user, we will get the user. Now we will do user data equals to await user response.json. We will convert it. Now the very good thing about a senior developer and a very bad thing about a junior developer is usually you won't see people using await while converting to JSON. Okay, but this is a very good practice. You await your data which is coming from the server to await and then convert it to JSON. This is a very good practice. Then you are simply console log user data, username, followers. Then you are again doing repo response await and then getting the data response from getting the repo details. And same thing, and console log repo name, first repo URL. Now this is very clear, I think, and I personally use async await over promises and XML request because it gives a very clear and understandable syntax for everyone to understand what is actually happening in a very few lines of code. Now before ending, we have couple of notes left. Let us see that. I have already created couple of example code. You can refer these things. Handling errors using .catch, so using catch and using finally. Okay, now the last question that I answered, should you use promises or async await? Okay, because both the things doing the same work. Both promises and async await are effectively for handling asynchronous operations in JavaScript. The choice between them depends on readability and control flow and specific use cases rather than one being inherently better than other. You should use promises then catch, useful when handling multiple parallel asynchronous operations. Okay, like promise.all, promise.race. You can use these. Work well in libraries where callbacks are needed. Can be used when handling event-based async tasks. We should use async await, best for sequential async operations. One step depends on the previous result. This is the meaning. Makes code look synchronous, improving readability. I just mentioned that it improves a lot of readability. Easier to understand, easier to use using try catch block. I hope the whole tutorial has actually impacted your life. By this we are ending our chapter 9th as well. We have seen a lot of things during this whole, I don't know, maybe this will take this will be a 12-hour long video or 10-hour long, I am not sure, but it was really fun and enjoyable teaching you guys. I hope this will actually be beneficial in your life and my hard work would contribute to your life in a good way. Thank you for watching and please subscribe to Tekneikos and like this video. I will see you in next video.